Old maps,
No,
yeah.
it's
There's
not. I have an old.
because
I
there
have
is
an
an
old map.
inland sea,
I'm
but they
sorry.
reckon from the Bight where Adelaide is all the way up. There's a Dutch map.
Yeah.
Because the Dutch were the first here. There's a Dutch map with them sailing right through the middle of Australia
I've heard of
from
this.
from
I've heard.
north to south.
And I have an old map that's from like 15 something, uh, and it shows it as a whole entire landmass, like uh, all the way over to South America.
Yeah, from the bottom, yeah, around like
Yeah,
it's all connected. Yeah,
yeah.
I think I've seen that as well.
I probably used to. I could show you a picture. This is like a just a old map that's like a reprint, like a litho. I could take a picture of it. Hold on.
Sweet. Just while I had you on, while you because you mentioned Baja, and I thought, oh, that's a thought I've had before. But if it shows it being bigger than that, then it's probably wrong. Yeah, because it's got cities named on it already. That map of California, or is it just showing the land? You know that one? I don't think there's cities named on it, is there? Tell you what, it's a bit much better subject than veganism.
Maps. Yeah,
Hey, someone said it.
old maps and stuff. It's very interesting. So here we go. I just took a shot of this. Oh, damn it.
Gotcha.
This picture on my wall here. Dropping cords and
So wait, I need to look up this Baja thing you're talking about.
Oh no, it didn't.
yep. Old maps of California. Maps of America, which used to be Atlantis, is what I honestly believe now. Let me see. Let me get this picture out. I don't know if you hear the boiling. Sorry about the boiling water. If you do, I could turn this.
Can't hear
You're good,
anything,
Sonny.
man.
You're good.
Good. You don't hear much room noise? Pretty good. Yeah, I'm
No.
not used to that because I have a good mic now. So
Yeah, there's no water distilling going on in the background, mate. You're all right.
I have to keep up with it, or else I run out of water too soon. Here we go.
Oh, did I tell you my fan broke on
What's
my distiller? Did I tell you my fan broke on my distiller?
Yeah, you told me. That's right.
I'm waiting for a new one to get delivered. I got the new updated version.
Oh, you got a new one?
Yeah, it's on the way. I haven't got it yet. I've been drinking bottled water and I'm not happy.
Yeah. It's hard for me to drink any other kind of water.
I
to
can
eat.
still taste the chlorine, mate.
Everything is so much better with it. It lasts
Because
forever.
I'm the same. I make everything with it. I make coffee with it. I brush my teeth with it. I haven't gone as far as showering in it, but you know that'd be a bit hard.
Sometimes I wash my face with it and my eyes because it seems to clean out my eyes, like from the debris from the night before, or whatever, the sleep that's in your eyes. So
Yeah.
see this picture. It also shows here there's no Great Lakes. Sorry about the lights. I guess I could have turned off those lights.
Are you talking about the round
The
map?
roundish one. And see Australia over there to the left? It connects all the way underneath, all the way to the bottom of South America.
Wow. It's connected.
Yep. And I could kick myself because both of these pictures, the one for the west, like this one, and the one for the east, were both there, and I only bought one of them. I don't know what I was thinking. Oh, I'll come back, or maybe I didn't have enough money for both. I don't know what it was, but it was at a thrift shop, and I'm like, I like that one because it's North and South America. And,
so see that map that CB posted.
yeah.
So you're saying that aquifer runs up that gulf there, that Baja Gulf. I don't know what it's called, but
Well, that river
that
goes
body
all
of
the way.
water that goes up the guts.
That river goes all the way up to the Colorado River, and through the Colorado River, all of that all connects eventually up to the Sacramento River and all of its other tributaries. And that is a big, huge, wide river delta. I mean, that right there could if all the water hadn't been siphoned off like it has been, I could see that totally filling up that Central Valley full of water. Yes.
Wow.
And so let me find
Interesting.
especially considering the aquifer that's already there. So that's been there, obviously. Let me see. Topo. Let me get this. Topo.
And you can think also, if we had a warming period like they have after, I don't know, but no, because they normally go colder, don't they? I was going to say after volcanoes, but that normally makes the temperatures colder. I'm thinking if the ice caps were... No, but that wouldn't really change water levels. Don't worry, I'm just talking to myself.
You're good, bro. Good to think.
I was thinking and talking at the same time.
Right. That's allowed. We can think out loud here.
Sometimes the best thoughts come from those types of thinking.
Is it Speculation Sunday where you guys are
We're
yet,
getting
or what?
close. We're getting close.
It is for me.
Let me get to this topographical map. Hold on, let me get the right one.
That map you posted though, Sonny, is super cool.
Yeah,
I've never seen anything like that.
It's funny you guys were talking about chlorine, and I took a shower today, and it felt like I took a shower in a swimming pool. It was so bad.
Horrible, man. Yeah. The amount of shit they put in. You should see what's left at the bottom of my distiller just after 4 litres, which is, I think, is a gallon.
Ooh.
Oh, mate, there's so much gunk at the bottom.
Yeah, it is. I scrub it out. You would never drink tap water again in your life after you.
Never.
Good, man. This is awesome. I haven't drank tap water in like 7 years.
Yeah, I'm nearly the same, man. I think I'm going 6 years.
You have to be careful with bottled water, though, because bottled water...
Ew, yeah, that's plastic.
Okay, guys. Okay, guys.
I had to resort to bottled water because my distiller broke, but I'm waiting for a new one. A couple of days.
Get him, Sonny.
Check it out. At 55 minutes after. So look at the topographical of California. You see that place that looks like a lake all the way up and down California?
Oh, the red bit.
You see that? It's white surrounded by red. That's a very low area. And that is a large aquifer underneath there. It's the most cultivated, it's the most productive land as far as fruits and vegetables on the entire.
Is that where they grow all the avocados?
That's where they grow everything.
The one that looks like a heart?
Hold on. A fifth of all of the U.S.'s produce comes from the Central Valley of California.
Oh, really?
That's how much it produces.
Elevation.
A fifth of everything. All our produce in the whole country from there.
Sorry, someone was asking where at on the map, Sonny. Could you tell us where exactly?
Yeah, to the extreme left where California is.
Okay.
North?
No,
there's a
right
long
in the
red
middle
and
of
white
California. There's a
red.
place where it looks like a lake. That's in the middle of California, where the outlet is up there at San Francisco Bay. It's right in the middle on the left side, basically right in the middle of the image, on the far left side. Well, you see right at California there, right? So that thing goes all the way up and down, and you see how close that is to the top of the Sea of Cortez.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that gives a lot of credit to those maps of California being an island. When
I've looked at this for a long, long time, and now if you look at another topographical map, I'll show you another one.
Like, look at Florida; it's almost all white.
It actually looks like the outlet was right here where I live in San Diego. It looks like everything got washed out right there. Now, here I'll show you how.
What does that mean by white? Like, what's the?
Look at the sea level. So blue is 0, and then white is just above sea level.
So that's right at sea level almost. Now look at this one. This is interesting stuff. That's one of my most.
It sure is.
Somebody just said something.
Now blow that one up and you look. Look how that Central Valley like is so green, and then look right down where I live, the top of Baja. There's an outlet there. That's right where I live at San Diego. See, it looks like it all got washed out and came right
Oh,
down this way.
where the brown patch is.
Yeah.
Look
So
near
I can
there.
see California being islands. Yes, that whole thing east of the mountains of California could have all been water. Where now it's only the Salt Lake, which you see how tiny that is. That used to be the whole thing. Lake Bonneville filled that whole thing was filled with water, and I think California in the middle was filled with water. Yeah, and it all
Whoa.
spilled out right here where I live.
What did you say, Cal? Someone said something. What?
No, I thought I heard somebody blur out the N word.
Oh,
No, I
really?
didn't hear that.
No, I didn't hear that.
That's been a while. I haven't heard that. So you look at that last image at 58 minutes. It looks like it all flushed out. Off to the left, you see California coast, and then down below it, straight down below, is the Sea of Cortez, where Baja starts. So doesn't it look like it all washed out into the Sea of Cortez and out to the Pacific in that little outlet?
Yeah, Sonny, but my question is, the real important question is, how does this prove the globe?
No,
Mm.
it's actually flat Earth proof because water wouldn't just run one way if it was a globe, especially a spinning one. I don't care what they say about a fantasy
Well,
gravity.
the water would have to change directions as well
Mhm.
when it's going forwards and when the Earth is going forwards and then going backwards at night time.
Yeah, like any water flow would every water flow.
Water will have to overcome Coriolis? The
Here's
movement?
here's my supposition. My supposition is on a globe. Every water flow would have to go like ringlets, like in a pond. When you throw a stone into a pond, how they would have to all radiate out from a central area. So think how rivers would look then. They
So
wouldn't
only be
even-
water at the
there would be no S
equator.
curves. There'd be no S curves in rivers anywhere because they would all be radiating out from a central place where
Mm.
the flow started.
I see. I drew
But
some
on a
lines
flat
on
Earth,
that. So, Sonny, can you help me out? That pink line you're talking about is where the water is, or the orange line? Or I guess you were talking about the pink line where I drew.
pink.
I'm talking
Yeah,
about
okay,
both.
okay.
I'm talking about both. So the pink one is what I'm talking about. But you see that orange line also.
Yeah, it's
That
like
all that dry area that looks like a bomb hit in the west. Yeah, that is all lower areas in between the Rockies and the Sierras.
okay.
All that in between. So where
Yeah,
Salt Lake
guys,
City
I just watched the replay right now. Some guy named screams out the N word.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Well,
Yep.
I didn't even hear it.
I did
Yeah,
hear.
I didn't catch that either.
I did
Yeah.
post on the
I knew
last
I heard it.
group.
I was like, "What the hell was that?"
Good eye though.
I did post
that's-
at the locker room the time.
So
Good ear, guys.
Doesn't it
Okay.
make sense though, CB? Like, look at how that water, like, it looks like water was held. We know water, a lot of water is where I'm saying in California.
Mhm.
But yeah, look how much water is. And they know there was, look up Lake Bonneville, look up, there's ancient lakes that were all up in that whole area. They're huge ones. Like Hunta, I think one was called. But they were like 6 times larger than like Salt Lake. The Salt Lake was like 6 or 8 times larger than it is, at least, if not more. It connected with Lake Bonneville.
Damn.
It's part of Lake Bonneville, I think, and that goes all the way over to Nevada. So if you can imagine from Utah all the way over to the western side of Nevada, that's how large these lakes were.
Jeez.
So they have proof of those from the old ancient shorelines. Those are some things you can trust about geology and sediment layers and things like that. That's how the original geologists used to be before they were hoodwinked into this stupid globe nonsense.
So where are the shorelines, Sonny? I've got the map pulled up.
So the shoreline of what? Which shoreline of these lakes?
I'm looking at. I've got Salt Lake City to my right here, and then you said like the western part of Nevada. Are the shorelines somewhere in there?
So look up Lake Bonneville.
Okay.
And I'll look it up as well.
It gave me a couple results. So the one in Utah, I see.
Yeah, there were ancient lakes. The Paiutes were Indians that were from Utah and Nevada, and they talk about these lakes. They also talk about giants in the area where they lived. That's their ancient traditions. So, now this only shows it covering that upper part of Utah, but it's still pretty huge compared to how big it is now. You see how big it is now in the dark blue.
Okay.
And Lake Bonneville, that how large it used to be, is covering that whole western side of Utah. But there were apparently other lakes in Nevada as well. Let's see.
That's crazy.
Isn't it?
That's bigger than the Great Lakes, isn't it? Or that would have been.
I would think. Just about.
Jeez. Well, maybe it's pretty close.
As big as Lake Superior, I'd say at least.
Yeah. That's
and this picks is a pretty good one to see that lower area in California too that I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Is that why they've been saying that California is going to go underwater for so long? Like a piece of California?
Yeah, I don't believe
that west side of it. I don't know. Was it under the ocean or was that just a lake? Like, was it part of the ocean or?
We don't know. No, it's probably fresh water. Probably came from the east. No, I mean from the west. Like, let's look at other ancient lakes. Ancient lakes.
Because now it's like a salt flat, right?
Nevada. Well, they're the part of the plains states there, you know, or the states going up to the Rockies. Rather, I digress.
Love it. I come into this room and I get so much information about so many different things. I love that we're going in depth about geography a little bit.
Yeah, I need to really fire up Sonny's Salty Sea stories here because this is all. I mean, this is cool. I got the map pulled up. I'm watching along.
Now here's another one from the size and history of Lake Lahontan. And Lake Lahontan, it was a Pleistocene lake that covered much of northwestern Nevada. Just like I said, it extended into northeastern California and southern Oregon. So if you put that together with Lake Bonneville and Lake Lahontan, they were huge. So over its history, they're saying a level of Lake Lahontan fluctuated widely and even dried up completely in the past. It occupied a great portion of the Great Basin Sea and of the Great Basin, which is that basin I'm talking about, in between the Sierras in the west. Those would be the mountains of the California Sierras, and then going across the Great Basin to the Rocky Mountains, which is, let me see. Okay, so here's what they're saying. Take it with a grain of salt. Lake Lahontan, it said it peaked around 12,700 years ago and had a surface area of over 8,500 square miles or 22,000 square kilometers, making it one of the largest lakes in North America. At that time, its depth was around 270 meters. which is 900 feet. 900 feet deep.
Jeez.
That's pretty fucking deep.
8,500 square miles. Huge. I'm trying to find a map of this one. Lake Lahontan. Where? Yeah, pretty interesting stuff. Oh, let me give you a link to what I was just reading here. This one's at travel.com, but and just a few more minutes. I'm gonna look up just something else on Lake Lahontan, and then do your own research. But what were the giants the Paiutes talked about? Were the mines? Oh man,
That lake was flat from edge to edge.
yeah. Another 8,500 square miles of completely flat. Here we go. Here, let's look at a map. Lake Lahontan. A lot of volcanism in that area of the country, also. What's that?
Volcanism, you mean like rubber?
No, like volcanoes.
I've never heard of that word before. Volcanism. First time I hear it.
So there's a picture of both of them, Lake Lahontan, and also the Sacramento River. There's a big, huge lake in the middle of California. These are supposedly ancient maps. So you can see it was full of water. I think it was even more. I think like what they're showing there was only the remnant of the flood, though. I think it flooded out throughout that whole area. I think that Great Basin was completely filled with water and emptied out on the Pacific coast around where I live here and in the Sea of Cortez near Baja.
When you say they emptied those rivers or lakes, you mean like man-made, like physically, like they did something to empty those lakes?
Well, that's speculation on my part that even the Spanish may have been blasting away, making canals to let that water out for more land. But that's kind of like for speculation Sunday. But
Okay, got you.
they have diverted all of that water, most all of it, from all of California, the Sacramento River, and all of its tributaries. All that water's almost all been captured, or whatever you want to call it, diverted to farmlands and for drinking water. And also the Colorado River too is only a trickle as it comes out down at the bottom around here. There's nothing left of it. It's all been siphoned off. So these huge amounts of water don't run anymore. They've all been diverted away into different areas, agriculture and cities and so forth. Interesting stuff, huh? I think it is. It's like pretty cool. Here's another little image. What we're talking about. So we're never taught things like this, really. I mean,
Is this some Randall Carlson stuff? I just came back.
no, this is like more sunny searching, different images and things like that of just topographical information, ancient lakes, things like that. Whoa, here's an old map from 16. What is this from 1635? What? Hold on, where's that from? A 1715 map of Lake Lahontan. That's what that is. And the Great Lakes. It's Pinterest, which I can't stand, but I'll put the link near this last photo or drawing. Anyway, I'm going to take off for a little bit so I can go outside.
Thank you, Sonny. Excellent job. Good stuff, ladies and gentlemen. It's good stuff. All right, everybody, back to veganism.
Yeah, I'm back, guys. So bring it.
Veganism. Who is doing that?
I am
Really?
Another
big
ism.
vegan.
So many isms in the world.
I don't know. Vegan. You have to like take so many like supplements when you're a vegan.
I don't take supplements.
I was partially joking. But let's give a shout out to the panel, and if anyone wants to chime in with something else, feel free. But shout out Dora. I've seen you've been hanging out with us lately. Blue Jumper, we got Jedi, we got Batman, Flatty Klein, Gemsy, we got Kel, Kotsura, Max Smart 86. We got Mayhem in the house. I see you back there. We got Miguel, Mike Power Swan. We got Paul V in the house. We got Ripcord, Super Fluoride, Timbo Slice, Ethergris, and Sunny. So shout out to the whole panel. And glad you guys are with us.
What's up?
We'll be on the lookout. We did have a guy came in saying that we do correct for curvature, so he's going to come back. So be on the lookout for that. I think Jedi last hit off with him. I see Shane St. Pierre just popped in as well, so welcome, friend.
What did he mean when he said we? What's he talking about when he said that?
Yo, did I fuck up your roll call? Sorry, Creation Bear.
No, you're good, dude. You're good. You came in at a good time. Yeah, exactly. Who's we? What's all this we stuff?
The reptilians.
I was just saying that I'm glad we don't. It's like, what if we had, as flat earthers, we had to correct for flatness? We go out into reality, measure curvature, but we do some maths and we make it flat. Do you think the globe earthers would accept that if we presented that in a case? We correct it for flat. They'd probably point and laugh. So, but typically what I do when they're talking about correcting for curvature, pointing and laughing to prove the curvature's there first.
That's hilarious. I never thought about that. But we're correcting for flatness everywhere we see. I know it looks like it's there, but don't worry. We'll mathematically make it there.
Yeah, they measure the flat Earth to prove curvature. That's what they do.
That's definitely what they do with spherical excess.
Like that guy Nalo who was in here earlier, who was saying that the horizon is in front of the oil rigs. even though you could clearly see. I mean, it was amazing.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out the claims on the fly. I was kind of feeling bad for him, but maybe he got there at the end. I don't know.
I don't know. He was offered a multiple choice and got it wrong. And it's like, wait a minute.
Whoever put that together, shout out to you, man. I think that was Levelist who might have put that together, but correct me if I'm wrong. But that was a really, it's almost like what we needed, because you know how sometimes they try to weasel out of it. Well, you know, it's in front of. I think he said that at first. He's like, well, it's in front. You sure about that? You realize that a child could accept that it would be behind. So why can't you see that?
And he changed his answer. Exactly. And then he said it's in front and behind. And so you have these guys speaking out of both sides of their mouths, whether it's, you know, with information that we present, or whether it comes to the information that was given to them by their wizards. You know, they go back and forth between Einsteinian and Newtonian, and they don't understand the difference. And, you know, so these guys don't have a solid argument, and they start to understand that when they start getting taken apart by you guys. So. How do you not understand that refraction is an aspect of optics? I mean, you don't understand that you're just taking out aspects of optics and applying them and then saying that, no, it's still physical? You know, that the horizon is still physical somehow, even though you want to apply optics now? I mean, it's ridiculous.
Well, I find it weird that some of them will try to say, like, because it's physical, I can see it. So it's physical and optical. They're not understanding the dichotomy.
Oh man! Now they kind of mix them all together. They mix them all together and create this new fake thing, right? So it'll be like it's a optical phenomenon of a physical thing. Like what? What the hell did you just say?
A bunch of gibberish. That's what that was.
I remember my first question to them was like, "Do you think the horizon is optical or physical?" And the motherfucker said both. I was like, I have no response for both. I didn't consider both. Right, I was preparing for either one, and he came out with that dumb shit, and that's like literally their position. So it's crazy.
How would you respond?
I don't know. You'd have to present them maybe an equivalent to what they're saying. You know, hey, we come to an intersection, a fork in the road. We have to go left or right. Which way do we go? And he says both. Like you can't.
Straight. You go straight.
Yeah, it goes straight.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said you can't see curvature, so.
All praise to that deGrasse.
You don't see the curvature of the earth.
He is our Pope.
Did you guys see what he just said? Oh my god, I don't even want to say it because it's so stupid.
All the like online Globers that we argue with like disown him. They don't listen to anything he says because he's so bad. we pick him apart. He's just like the spokesperson.
That is so crazy. And he's nobody.
Yep. Well, he's nobody to the online Globers who we waste our time with, but like to the mass media, like he's everything.
And that there, folks, is the exact reason we have a show called Who's Going Under That Bus? Because what Globers do is, in one breath, they'll tout these so-called communicators, these scientists, astrophysicists, experts, you name it. They'll tout them up. But in the next breath, they'll throw them under the bus. So be on the lookout for Under the Bus show. Anytime these Globers throw their experts under the bus. They love doing that. They'll do that with George Mooser, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Vsauce, what's his name? Brian Cox. It doesn't matter who it is. If you hold them accountable, they'll just get rid of him. We don't need him.
The reason they do that is because they don't want to be accountable. Like, oh, that's not. They may be. You may have disproved in them, but I'm still right. Globe's still.
He doesn't speak for everyone. Blah blah blah. Yeah, the usual. It's like, no, he does speak for everyone. They've given him a microphone to quote unquote communicate to the masses. So they didn't give you a microphone.
I mean, the normies love him, for sure.
I had a teacher or a coach / teacher would revere Cosmos, would tell everyone, you guys need to go and watch Cosmos. It's so educational. No, it ain't. You just have Neil deGrasse Tyson in a fucking like CGI UFO talking about bullshit.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I did watch that. I did enjoy that back in the day. But that's funny that they would use that as like education these days. That's crazy.
They have to.
I did enjoy it.
They can't do it any other way. Like that is the education. Like they start you off. For at least for me, it was Bill Nye, the science guy, in 6th grade, or was it? Yeah, 6th grade. Or it was middle school.
What year was that?
Oh, fucking early 2010, 11, 12. I'm 24, so I don't know how old I was in 6th or 7th grade. But they would.
Nah, that's science guy.
Yeah,
dude, that shit. Well, they must have had it on some flat screens for you, bro. Because for me, we got it in the VCR. They had to wheel out a TV on a cart. But yeah, we definitely had the.
They were rolling out the smart board. They did do projectors, but they also were rolling out those smart boards. That was the big craze.
I don't think Niall, when I was a kid, I don't think he was a science guy. I think he was still an actor.
Well, he is an actor.
Comedian or wherever the fuck he was.
That's his title. I'm pretty sure if you look up his name on Google, it'll say what his profession is, and it says actor. I don't think he has a PhD or. Regardless, even if you have a PhD, you can still be a Glober. Have that. Just fall in their indoctrinated education system.
But yeah, I mean, look, we'll play a clip from. Let's see if I do have that clip from Bill Nye on here. I don't have it on here, but he goes, the Earth is a closed system. And they go, no, well, that's when the Globe Whisperers come crawling out of the woodworks. Well, let me translate that from plain English into plain English. What he said was, what he meant was, just like when Neil says, that stuff is flat. Like, well, he didn't really mean that. Well, why do you need to interpret for him when he was just speaking plainly? It's like you guys remember
they do it so you can't question them on their argument. You gotta add another layer to it. It's like an allegory or like an onion. You gotta add another layer so you can't peel that layer off to get to the center of what the fuck they're teaching you.
Dude, they play history revisionists all the time. Like, I think when Whitsitt pulls out quotes from like Einstein, right? He'll read it verbatim in its complete context and tell them how it supports a geocentric position, and they'll go, that's not what he meant. Like, what? What do you mean that's not what he meant? Like, what? What grounds do you have to reword what it's like? Come on, man, really?
Yeah, dude. I'll post it in the chat. I dubbed that role a long time ago, the Globe Whisperer. So lame.
It's really funny
like
to see in real time.
I don't know if you guys remember.
there used to be a show on TV. There was like a dog whisperer. Can't remember his name. Spanish guy, and he would
Caesar.
like, you know, Caesar,
Caesar Milo,
So,
Caesar
like,
DeMilo or something.
yeah, yep. So that's what they do. They're like, well, you know, here, let me communicate with the experts for you.
Here's what he really meant to support the globe position here. You know, right? Like, what?
There was a cat guy too. I forget his name though.
No way. I didn't know that.
Yeah, cat whisperer.
Rockstar guy, yeah.
But that's what they do, man. The globe whisperers. They've got their plenty few, and it's just so lame because it always comes up. Just that stuff is flat. You can't get any more clear than that. You know, what's it reading off exactly what this guy wrote? No, you can't be getting that right. I think that falls into the everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome as well. Even if you're citing something, you're still wrong about it because you're a flat earther.
Oh, it's very much part of their rule. They all by default assume that, I think.
He didn't mean what you just said. He meant something completely different. Even though you just read it verbatim, he didn't mean that though.
Right? You know, imagine
Not like you're saying it.
Imagine the balls on someone to like even call that in regular conversation. Like, here's a quote someone said, and you're like, no. What he really meant was.
How would they know? It's like you can read their mind. It just goes to, like they just want to run and hide.
Well,
That's all they do.
It's like real time cognition, right? Like when they get super uncomfortable, like if you get any of these globe zealots uncomfortable and in a corner, they'll literally just start making shit up. They get so uncomfortable. They just if you give them a question that they don't have a repeated, parroted script, dogmatic response to that they haven't heard before, say, they literally just go on a limb and start saying words. You're like, wait, what? Just be calm, take them through it, and they'll say some ridiculous things, man.
Oh, I've heard.
Yeah, the hope you don't notice. Yep.
It's only like past what? How long have I been in this Discord? 2 months, 3. I'd say 2 months. I was in this Discord, or so, or 3.
You joined on my birthday.
Oh, I did.
2 months. You're on your 2-month anniversary, March. Well,
or my okay. So before that, I did know about it, but I didn't know who to talk to about this shit. And then I discovered Nathan's channel. I went to his Discord, talked to those guys, and then they're like, "Hey, there's other servers as well," and point me to this one, Earth Awakenings. And now it's like my knowledge is just, I'm just starting to blossom. I feel like I go through life with like a bullshit filter. Example, like germ theory, or like the virus, the sun. I like sun gazing. I started doing sun gazing, fucking because sun's not a nuclear explosion that's gonna blind you.
Hey.
So I feel like I finally found it. Whatever it is, God, whatever. I feel like I'm closer, possibly, than I was before.
There you go, man. That's awesome. I do remember when you jumped in. You still got that globe skeptic role. We'll have to change that soon.
I'm waiting. What do I have to debate a guy?
A couple ways to go about it. That's a good way to get one. But it's when you're ready. There's no pressure or anything, of course.
Okay.
There's typically the process. If someone came to me and said, "Hey, I want the flat Earth role," we typically will do like an interview. Not too rigorous, but just some questions to see if you understand some of the globe claims that come up often, like the radius, maybe gravity. Those things would be important to know.
I know the radius, the curvature, The 2 types of gravity. Simple things like pressure systems that need a container. That would be associated with the second law of thermodynamics. Isn't that considered the law of entropy?
Yep.
And water always finds its level. And if the Earth is covered 70% and water, the globe model, apparently, how is that possible? Density and buoyancy. That's you don't need gravity. It's just density and buoyancy. Things that fall in the air is due to being more dense than the medium around it there, and things that float are less dense. That float in water are less dense than the water. But yeah, I know gas pressure can't that go down like a dead end usually with Goldbergs?
I think that's a good argument. I like the gas pressure argument. They have a dead end because they can't really offer much for you besides pointing at the sky, which isn't anything but sort of begging the question fallacy. But I think it's a solid argument.
And then you got the oil rigs, the Black Swan, and the curvature should be 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height. And in the photo, the horizons behind those 2 oil rigs, one is in that picture is like 6.4 miles. The other one's like 9.3, or I don't remember. But
you got it.
But you should be able to see the second one or the first one, and the horizons behind it. So that would just be perspective. It would be. It's just perspective, where the horizon and the sky meet in your line of vision of how far you can see.
I'd say that's pretty good. I would definitely, the Black Swan is a good one, and it can be tricky, especially when you're doing it on the fly with someone, because there's a little bit of a process to it, and then you have to wrap it up in a nice bow. I think the toughest part is wrapping it all up nicely when you're finished, to really drive the point home. But
sounds like
you got the argument there.
Isn't the process refraction?
Well, the process starts with the modus tollens, right? That if P then Q statement.
Oh.
At least for the Black Swan, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah. Yep.
Refraction doesn't even enter into that conversation.
It's
really,
distance to the horizon, bearded Dora.
Yeah.
That's what you're looking for. Distance to horizon.
Okay.
So on a globe Earth, the distance to horizon should be the geometric edge of the sphere. That's the leading edge of the sphere, where you see the horizon at.
Yep.
In the argument, that's what we're focused on. The oil rigs are only there for a distance marker. That's it.
Yep, because they're stationary. You can't. It's better to go off those instead of boats.
Yeah, because you're using a known distance between the observation that you're making on the beach to where they're at, and then far past them is the horizon, which is the focus of the Black Swan. So it's distance to horizon.
Yeah. So if I say that if P then Q, so if P, that would be if the geometric distance to the horizon is 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height, and then Q would be then what? The height of obstruction we should be able to see, or we shouldn't even be able to see the object in this, because
I think you said it like if the radius is 3959, You start off with the radius.
Yep.
That would be P. P
Okay.
is what P is what the claim is. Like being the Earth having the radius of 3959, then every distance to the horizon should be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So it is not that, so it's not a globe. You get it?
Yeah.
You can look at the mode of Solens but go over it. It's always, the P is the radius claim. Radius claim.
Gotcha. Yep. And then the miles, the circumference would be 24,901. What else do I know? Not too much right now. It'll come to me. I just ate. But yeah.
Well, I'm impressed. I'd say I give that a thumbs up. Unless anyone has any objections, I think he's good.
Am I flat earther?
I
Or am I a globe?
All right. I got a
Tell
question.
me, dude.
I got a question.
What's up?
Can men give birth?
No.
Okay.
He's in.
No. There's only two genders, and
Are you?
we should be
you
pro
sure?
gun. Everyone should have guns. Keep the militia going. We don't need a military. We need guns. We need
All right, I didn't ask that much.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, it's like politics. Like, do you think that there's more than one gender? Do you think we should have? Yeah.
Hey, Kel.
Hey.
Hey, you sat at me the other day, bro. You were in here and you said that you have to pretend to be a glober with your family. I'm like, bro, that's what I gave you the 3 points for. That's so that you don't have to do that. So I'll give you a situation, right? Let's say you're hanging out with your family and, they're kind of like saying whatever they want to about globish things, space and all that kind of stuff. And if you have to pretend to do that, it's better for you to go like, hey guys, how do you know that the whatever you're claiming, space or whatever, is that, it is what it is? And you can start with the 3 points, right? You can say, who's measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? And, the second one, axial rotation, vacuum of space is the third one. And it's not an argument, it's basically just gathering what information they have of these things. And you'll find out for yourself that without arguing with them, how much they know of the globe. And then at the end of it, you can be like, do you know that what you have is just a belief? I mean, how do you feel about that? So, yeah, that's how you can be who you are without having to compromise, being having to pretend to be a glober.
I mean, I wish I could, man. I wish I could do that, and I wish it would come out the way that you said it, but...
Well, it's any way that it comes up, bro. Like, if they start talking about space or whatever, anything that they would say, you can just say, well, how do we know it's a globe? Just, can I ask you guys that, and see what they say.
We're talking about people who still wear masks.
Yeah. I know.
I mean,
TV show occurred.
It's not a debate. What you're having with them is not a debate. It's really just getting whatever knowledge they have and saying, okay, you guys either know or you don't know. That's pretty simple, right?
Because if you know, they're not going to know anything because they don't know any of that stuff, right? So they're not going to. But that's not the problem.
Yeah, you and I know that, but going to that whole scene with them will help them understand. Hey, I do have a belief, or nah, my belief is valid or some shit. But at least you'll know that they know that you know. You know what I mean? Because, dude, none of us should have to be pretending to be globers around anyone. So, just saying, bro.
I don't ever first say that. If people start talking about planets or shit around me, I usually, at least so far, I've just telling us all it's bullshit. Like the sun. Like I saw, like my buddies were noticing I was like looking at the sun. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You're gonna go blind. Like, you're not gonna go fucking blind. Like I want to be like, hey, it's not a nuclear. I did tell a couple of my buddies, but then some of them are just like one of my coworkers. They're still asleep. They don't. And like if you like almost, I'll plant like little things to make them like question shit, but it's like it's so far it's a slow process. Like it's like a working mechanism to the point where you just want to drop it and then like, oh dude, you're just, I don't know.
I mean, like the other day, my brother was like, "Oh, we're going to Mars," and I'm like, "Yeah, that's cool." That's all I said. I was like, "Okay, whatever." Like, I'm not even gonna like go deep into it or anything. I was like, "Okay, that's cool."
Elon Musk watching mother. Where are they filming that footage? Where are they doing it? Going to some desert or like where like in what country? Do you guys know? Or they're filming all these alleged space.
It could all be CGI. Who knows?
Could be just blue screen stuff and just who knows? Yeah,
I think it's both. I think it would be both, but I swear I've seen some at least pictures of where people are debunking that. They'll take a picture. They'll show a picture of the proclaimed photo of Mars, and then they'll actually go to the spot on Earth on the globe and find the same landscape, and then compare it, and it'd be the same. Like I think I like the craft, in that like the rocket and the thing on the rover landing is obviously CGI, but I think the background they got to make it look somewhat real, so they got to do it somewhere else, and then they add like a filter to the video that's like more red.
It's really bad CGI too.
Oh yeah, and people gobble it up.
It's crazy.
I wasn't really even looking into that stuff. Like I never, when I was person, I didn't really question the Earth. I didn't even look at their footage until I started questioning this. I'm like, what? That's what the rover and shit is? It can't be. And it's like, wow, the stuff that people believe, who think that it's real. Like it's satellites too. Satellites.
I did point out to him, I was like, dude, all that stuff is CGI though. But I mean, it doesn't matter. It's like you're talking to a fucking zombie.
You know, one of the techniques I use when I'm talking to like a family member or something and they bring up something about globe, blah, 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 I'll try to just put questions in their brain about, you know, the topics that we use in here all the time. And I'll just bring one up and I'll say, yeah, but you know what I don't understand is I don't understand this. And I'll say, and you know, I've looked this up, and I'll look it up in front of them and engage with them that way so they can see it too. And we can have a discussion about it. And I don't even have to mention flat earth ever, but I put little sparks in their brain about all these little points. And it seems to work quite well. It gets them thinking anyway, and it gets them looking up on their own and researching the bullshit they regurgitate and where it came from. And I don't say nothing about flat earth. You don't have to.
Do you bring up usually like water and like atmosphere or pressure?
Oh yeah.
Or atmos.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on whatever, you know, the conversation was being had at the time. And then, you know, you got to pick your battles, man. It's whatever.
Yeah.
It's hard for you to convince family. It really is. Sometimes family is the hardest.
Tell me about it.
At least I'm glad my family doesn't drink fluoride. At least that's what I'm. At least there's someone saying they don't drink fluoride.
In the right direction. Huh?
Well, they live out in the country and they don't have to get city water or anything, and they don't put. I think they put chlorine in their water to kill or cholera. Is that even a fucking thing? I even never thought about that. Is cholera a thing? Is that not a bacteria or?
Oh,
there is bacteria.
Okay.
Usually chlorine the water to kill the shit.
But they over chlorinate it, don't they? And it's chlorine's like deadly or toxic or to the human or to the man's body.
Hey, who's Spud? We got Spud in here. What's up, Spud?
This yo Spud. You want to talk globe, flat Earth?
Yeah, don't be shy, man. I'll send you a message in the lobby, but feel free to chime in. Just say hello.
You can look for globers that are spiraling out of control in the lobby.
Quick reminder: tomorrow is. Oh, sorry. Yeah, quick reminder: tomorrow is Speculation Sunday, so bring some notes. Come with questions. Come prepared.
I'll try to go deep down the rabbit hole tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really.
The rabbit hole is pretty deep.
We could have some fun with it. You know
Imagine what they tell us
Speculation
about Mars. How horrible would it be to be on Mars? It would fucking suck.
Speaking of Mars, what about Curiosity and all that stuff? I mean, what do you guys? What's your take on that?
Is that like a lander or a rover?
It was a land rover that, apparently they landed on Mars and was sending back data and all this shit.
Cool story.
I'll tell you what I think. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, cool story.
That's what I'm saying though. Like, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just like, I wanted to hear someone else's, take on it because it's just funny to me.
No, it's real. It's it's a planetary body, 3D object, Mars. It's I don't know what to tell you, dude. Like,
what's funny about that though? Like, what's the answer for this? What's the mainstream answer for, like, how the fuck do they transmit data from something? Like, let's say there was really something there. How are they controlling it? Like, how are they sending the data? Like,
it's
working? Where's the
Wi-Fi? Like in 1969, they somehow were able to call the astronauts that were on the moon, and apparently phones are somehow better.
Yep. That sounds
than they
so
are today.
ridiculous, doesn't it? Sound just the most ridiculous thing ever. Like, how? That's my whole point. How? All their shit would have got destroyed going to the Van Allen radiation belts, right?
Well, they didn't discover it until later, and now they can't go through it now. So makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
If you don't think about it, then it won't affect you. That's mad funny. Yeah, what is the mainstream answer for the transmission of data? They just have good signal. I mean,
They had like a little antenna off of their thing that was linked to a satellite that was shooting that transmission into the receivers on Earth.
It's called a Hollywood set.
There's even a diagram that shows how they did it, so you probably could even look it up. It's silly.
Bounce it off
They
the
got-
meters.
Just a really good antenna, man.
How do they explain the intersecting shadows? It just is.
You know, that reminds me. Remember when I used to have satellite dishes? I would aim. You'd have to like find where the signal was, and a lot of times I would kind of aim to the sky. So I don't know how. Do you guys know how that works? Is it just like?
I think they're like gigantic like transmitting towers that are just located in a specific location. So depending on your geographical region, they'll be like, oh yeah, point your satellite northwest or northeast or whatever, or southwest, depending on your location. And it's all going towards like just gigantic, humongous towers, I think. That's what I think.
Yeah, because I used to always think there were just satellites in the sky.
Me too.
Saloons.
I just don't know about all that, man. I don't know about satellites, dude.
I think there's stuff up in the sky and attached to a balloon.
Yeah, high altitude like balloons, right? That's what I thought.
Don't they found balloon and satellite attached to it crashed in some country?
Yeah, but wouldn't those like be moving?
What do you mean? They're crashed on the land.
No, the balloon, the satellite balloons.
Oh yeah,
move a little.
I think that's how I don't know. I think that's how they say, "Oh, I can see the ISS with my telescope." Oh, you don't?
No, I meant with like the satellites. How you would aim them towards the location. Like it couldn't be the satellite balloons. It would have to be like towers because they were fixed. Like when you would do it once, it was kind of like you're done. Like.
Oh, how the technology works?
To me. Yeah, which doesn't make sense to me because supposedly satellites are like orbiting right around the Earth.
I see what you're saying. We weren't connecting that to like cable TV. I was just,
They have stationary satellites, though, Kel.
Yeah.
Those are just props, aren't they? They're just props with balloons attached to them to make everyone think that they're satellites. Or are those they
actually do have that technology. It's just balloon technology, though. You can actually set, what company was it? Project Loon. You can go to, there's a website, you can check it out. Project Loon, type that into Google, look up the website, and then it's going to show you diagrams of how this is all possible, to have stationary and to have the ones that actually move in the upper parts of our sky. So there's different currents that are flowing above us, and they're moving in different directions. Depending on the altitude of the balloon, it'll catch that current and go in a direction that they want it to go. Or they could guide it to where it can go into a place where it's just stationary.
You're talking about using the trade winds at a certain altitude.
Yep.
That makes sense to me. Yeah, that makes total fucking sense. So they can actually give you this like stuff on the internet or this app where it's like, hey, you can track and locate where it is right now because they'll know because of the trade winds. Brilliant, dude. That's such a good deception. Yep. That's funny.
Yep, and they just all they've done is use that information and said that there's actual space low Earth orbit satellites, and voila. So Project Loon was going to do this to bring internet to places where there wasn't any internet, and they could have geostationary balloon satellites.
Isn't that what Elon was propagating with SpaceX or his satellites?
Well, that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. That's all it is.
I remember,
and the balloon.
Like a summer ago, I saw like a whole line of lights in the sky, and everyone's like, "Oh, I was right at a campfire. We see all. It's just the satellites. They're all lined with each other and moving."
Yeah, it's same shit. But they've had this technology for a long time, and they know about the currents above us. Except for we never, none of us actually look into this, so we don't know that there could be an explanation for that. But it's public information. If you really want to search for it, you can know about it.
Currents.
So you can find out about this information.
So the weather. Are they all just scam artists?
No, they don't know, dude. They believe just like every other baller. The ballers, all they do is just regurgitate what they know. They don't know it. They're saying that they know it because somebody told them. If somebody told you that, satellites are in low Earth orbit, and nobody told you any different, you wouldn't think of balloon technology being the only option. You would think Yeah, we got low Earth orbit and whatnot.
I still don't
So there's
trust the weather, man, or like the people like that talk about the weather.
Well, it's
For
not an
some
exact
reason-
thing.
Yeah, I know. I know what you mean. Yeah, like you can't. You just got to debate it and see. Just
Yeah, it's
destroy their
it's
logic.
So like, yeah. So, I mean, we got somebody new that jumped in here. I thought there was somebody in here. Let me see. Did he leave? Yeah, he left. It was some guy named R2R. But anyways, yeah, you guys look that up, man. Project Loon, and then there's the website shows you like diagrams of like the balloon technology and how they use it for stationary satellites and for the ones that actually are just moving around. It's all there. Like it shows you how they do it.
I'm gonna post the link.
Thank you, Miguel.
Okay.
Does that link have the diagrams like the website?
Yeah.
Okay. And everything that I said can be looked up there, and just the thing about this is they always had this technology, guys. So if they're doing something where, if they need to use some kind of technology above us, that's the type they're using. That's it. It's all right there.
Do you think that these people that are giving us this technology are doing it so we are giving it too quickly that we don't develop wisdom for certain technologies, that we actually destroy our social and social lives and what's the word I'm looking for? Just our society, our group.
Well,
working together.
Yeah, that just happens because, with the social media age that we're in right now, you're getting so much information about like one topic, and it's like 10 different things, how to think about it. Because now everybody's like, you're not just like thinking about something and then going to the library and something like that. You're actually hearing about 10 different opinions from like everybody everywhere on the earth. So everyone's got an opinion about that one topic. You know what I mean? So there's no like really discerning anymore because you're just taking in whatever information. So it's a double-edged sword, if you ask me. Technology.
It's fucking awesome. Technology's awesome, but then there's also certain technologies I feel like we were given it, and we don't have the wisdom to use it.
Well, I mean that comes with like being able to understand what truth is, man. Because that's wisdom. You garner that over time. Because you can start to see patterns. You start to see like what makes sense, what's actually true. Like what are the laws? That the reality that we are in that are governed by. Once you start knowing things, then you can say, hey man, that thing right there, that's bullshit. Because they just said something that goes against what reality is, It's not possible. So, yeah, I mean, you can't do something outside of what we know how reality to be, right? Like gas pressure without a container and that sort of thing.
Yeah, no one likes, or Globers don't like truth.
Well, yeah.
At least if they don't want to hear it.
Well, just take, for example, the conversation that was happening earlier. The Glober came in and said that, he was making a bunch of claims about the Earth being a globe. And because he was getting debunked on his claims in this room, towards the end, he was like, well, really, I can't know that the Earth is a globe, but neither can you. It's just both of them are beliefs. That's like, no. You have a belief. We don't. So that was his stance.
Yeah, and with all this technology, the problem is that people have no self-control, right? And so, you have people that are on their phones 24/7, and that stuff just rots your brain.
Yeah, I don't know about that statement, but I do know that the technology is there. Like I said, it's a double-edged sword. You could be watching twerking TikTok videos all day, or you could be arguing about like the reality and bringing in like new information that you didn't know. So they can be useful, but do people use it for useful things or for for entertainment. And I'd say it's both. Honestly, if you're being honest with ourselves, it's both.
It is both.
Because don't tell me you don't like to get off of here every now and again and watch some stupid person, beating themselves in the crotch with like a wiffle ball or something. You know what I mean? Like, stuff's funny to us. We like entertainment. That's us, It's just regular people, man.
Humor is like, I don't know, built into us. So.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't think it would rot your brain. I mean, that's what your grandma would tell you.
Yeah.
No, I think the apps, certain apps like TikTok, stuff like that stuff rots your fucking brain, dude. Like, there's a huge decrease in short-term memory. Like, there's a lot of short-term memory loss because of that app. Because think about it, right? Or not short-term memory. I'm sorry. Short attention span, right? And so, because you have all these like quick videos, right? And so you're used to that. And so whenever you try to watch something that's like 10 minutes long, you're like, I can't do this.
It's a drug. They're getting their serotonin and their dopamine hits.
It's deeper than that.
Videos.
It's deeper than that.
Yeah,
if you look at what other countries' algorithm gives to their citizens, their people, and compare it to what they get in the United States, like TikTok, for example, because it's Chinese run, right? Look at what they have. Their algorithm gives to their youngsters and people using it compared to the Americans. It's really interesting.
Really?
Yeah, hey, I'm gonna dip real quick, but I'll be listening to you guys. I won't be able to speak until I work.
Always a pleasure. But it's all like them succeeding and achieving stuff and doing like, I don't know, like karate or whatever they do, and like all this cool stuff and them succeeding, not twerking and all that other garbage. That's just what we get. So just do a quick little search on YouTube somewhere. I'm sure you'll find something.
So we are the spoiled consumers, and they are the ones that are trying to slave to be the best slave. It seems like that kind of mindset. Because I mean, I feel like a lot of stuff is made in China, and a lot of people I feel like, I don't know. It's people think that Chinese families or whatnot are more strict into to achievement. Like you see the classic like meme. Are you doctor yet? Talk to me when you're doctor. I don't know. But like I know the like TVs, they have certain frequencies that fucking shoot out, and it fucks with your brain. Like it puts your brain in like an alpha state. Sound they try to change the sound to different frequencies to make things disharmony. Like ours being like majority water. Like water is sensitive to frequency. And if they're able to
flicker rate and 5G as well. That radiation.
Yeah. I just was looking into 5G. It's crazy. They were even talking about that with on a governmental level, like about it, and like saying like we should. They're not gonna do shit. We all know that, but like they're just acting like they care. People in Congress or whatnot.
Yeah, they totally care. That's why they put sodium fluoride and all that other stuff in the water, because they really want us to have really good teeth.
Yeah, we gotta get those ions in our teeth. Those missing ions.
I don't know if you know about this one, but just look into atrazine.
Atrazine? What's atrazine?
Remember when Alex Jones was like, I don't like I'm putting chemicals in the water? That was atrazine.
Making the toads gay? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's what he said, but it was literally like metamorphosizing them. They were changing sex and shit and trying to like do.
It was the frogs.
Yeah. It wasn't on purpose either. It was like near a plant and it was running off into a pond, and that's what was happening. People discovered it.
You think that they're putting that shit in the water, and that's why everyone's LGBTQ?
Helping, yeah. Yep. And soy, and also introducing the idea to young children, and praising them for doing it, saying they're brave and being themselves and all that. Yep.
Yeah, it's fucked.
Yeah. Soy products do reduce your testosterone, so I wouldn't. And they can. I heard somewhere that they can also make you infertile too.
Hell, okay. So it's phytoestrogen. That's what's in soy. It's not. Isn't bioavailable. Like we don't use it. This is phyto. animal estrogen we can use. So if you eat, like, I don't want to go down this fucking like talk food and shit science, because I know I'm gonna get fucking grilled again. Like, I'll lose my fucking able to text. I won't be able to.
So what I do for that is I learned recently from talking to different servers is like, you don't say it as like it's absolute fact, and you just like, oh, I heard recently, I haven't confirmed this yet, but, and then continue.
That's what I just said too. And like, I don't lose anything from not eating soy, so it doesn't matter to me. I just won't eat it.
I don't eat, like, I'll very rarely eat soy, but that's just what I usually eat. I usually eat lentils, beans, fruits, mangoes, bananas. Sometimes like sprouted grains occasionally for bread. I try to stay away from cane sugar at all. Like, I don't eat cane sugar because I thought I heard that cane sugar, when it digests and everything, it breaks down into like a fluoride substance that calcifies your pineal gland.
Hydrofluoric silicic acid, the pineal gland. I've been cleansing it. Well, I cleansed it heavily. I think I used too much of one of InfoWars Alex Jones products, X3 triiodine, and I took it for a while, right? And I had some effects, man. Just saying, it had some effects, but it's supposed to help decalcify that non-bilinear fucking gland in the brain. Bilateral. I'm sorry, bilateral. Yeah, bilateral. It's the only non-bilateral gland in the brain or body, for that matter, I believe. So it's
What is
really
bilateral?
meaning there's like one left and right. Like, let's say you have a kidney and there's two. You have 102. It's bilateral, right? Or it might be the wrong term, but it just means two. You have two of them, but it's like usually each gland you have two of them. So, and that one doesn't. It's just the one that's in the center of the brain. And it apparently produces the dimethyltryptophan, if I'm saying that properly, DMT, and it's supposed to be the same chemical that, well, that's supposed to be the chemical that's released when you die. And I guess so, as far as spirits or soul or heaven or afterlife, is whatever you want to call your consciousness, is supposed to transcend into another dimension when that chemical is released, and they purposely calcify it with adding sodium fluoride, hydrofluoric acid, and other bad halogens, and taking out iodine to combat it. So when you do, I feel like it's, I've never seen this anywhere, but I just think it's like, let's say they're super sick into it and they want when we to die, our pineal gland is calcified so it can never release a DMT or whatever to make our soul or consciousness or spirit transcend to another realm or dimension, whatever you want to call it, afterlife, heaven, whatever. And they do it on purpose for all that, so we can't be interconnected and connect with the earth and each other and all sorts of crazy shit, but I don't know. That's just my own thoughts.
Yeah, I don't think it just is released when you die. I think it's like that's like your connection to God. The more you can, your body secretes it, the more closer you are your connection to God. And like they usually try to use like chemicalize these things. Like physicality and metaphysics or the spiritual are one in this. Like they're one. They can't be physical without spiritual, unless I don't know what death is. If that's just. But like what we are in this physical it's both physical and spiritual.
You're totally right. I remember something like they make, like, I know governments make imports in certain like types of plant matter, if you will, like illegal or whatever because of whatever laws or whatever the fuck. But like I know you can make like ayahuasca out of a certain blend of like natural plants and shit, and it will also give you the same experience. And other psychedelics get you on the cusp of it. And they also do. I feel like they decriminalize all that stuff, so you can't ever discover and get on that journey. I've never done anything. I've never tripped or anything, but I've done a lot of research into like the DMT, and I think it's really fascinating.
Heck yeah! I always wondered, like, is it? I know people or some people are big on mushrooms. Like some people like flat earthers, and I know some that are try to stay away from psychedelics too.
Well, I think the important thing is, let's say you're misguided, you're on the fence, you're not really sure, and then you take it and you don't really understand. Your perception is not high enough, and your understanding and wisdom, so you don't really understand what's happening, and then you have a bad, I don't know. And also the amount of, I heard from.
Should we not talk about that?
if you get a bad trip.
Can we not talk about psychedelics? Is that why he got muted?
Probably.
Okay.
Server muted me. Oh, I apologize for that. If I can't talk about that, I won't. We'll stick it to Flat Earth. My bad. But that should make you want to go down that rabbit hole in your own time, out of the server on your own.
Yeah, I've done it, but like I'm not like a huge tripper, so anyway.
We should get back to that stuff. Like orbit. Like I saw something recently about like a screw or something in orbit. It's like because of the speeds it's supposed to be traveling at. It's like a fucking like a crazy projectile that will like destroy you.
I mean, has anyone here ever seen like a meteor or anything coming down from space? I mean,
I never have.
Like,
I've seen videos of so-called.
No, you don't. When you see stuff coming from the sky, you don't see stuff coming from outer space. There's no cartoon that you see stuff coming from, but you do kind of see stuff falling from the sky, like straight down. I've seen like kind of, it looked like a star that illuminated the sky. It was falling, but it's just some type of phenomenon. Illuminated the whole clouds, illuminated the clouds, the mountains up in the hill, illuminated the whole thing, and it came straight down from the sky, and then it just turned off. It didn't illuminate anything anymore.
It's military. I saw a video on Eric Dubé's channel where he talks about that with how they're coming in like from a diagonal, like they're almost being shot from somewhere up in the sky, and it was in Russia, and it just you don't see meteors going at different angles. They're always coming in from this diagonal kind of way.
Yeah, meteor.
Like
There's multiple phenomena. When we look at the sky, we see many phenomena. There is obviously military stuff, or even commercial things, or I don't know, other life phenomena that happens. But then the meteors that you're talking about, that phenomena is not random. That the source of the meteors that we observe in the sky, that phenomena specifically, it has specific areas of the sky from where all these lights come from. So it's we can't just say lights in the sky are meteors. There is many phenomena in the sky that are not meteors. But then the meteors that you're mentioning are very specific regions of the sky that they come from. So yeah, go ahead.
Hell yeah, agree. It's all
because you know how much space junk supposedly they tell us there is in space. Like supposedly there's like a shit ton of stuff in space. Why isn't it like coming down? You know, like
how many satellites do they claim that's like are out in the orbit and they're not somehow bumping into each other and they're able to fly rockets past the spinning blockade of satellites that are
like visually my entire life I've never seen anything even close to like meteor or anything like that in real life.
Okay.
Wait, what do you say about getting closer to meteors? What do you say? Can you repeat that?
But I've never seen one in real life.
So these giant events that they say like the thing that killed the dinosaurs, or obviously that's fake history, evolution bullshit. So like there's other things, other meteors that saying like, or like things that started cities on fire or something. Or I heard like Nagasaki and Hiroshima, those didn't have radiation. Like the people like moved back to it, and it was almost like was either gassed or burned, or like the place instead of a nuclear like fall a bomb.
Carpet bombed.
Was it like napalm? Like,
No,
was it
I'd
carpet
love to
bombing.
comment, but I don't want to get muted again.
or was it like or something like with Tartaria, like how they like those great fires, like the Chicago fire, that apparently like a cow knocked down a lantern and shit like that.
Yeah, like a bunch of cities and many big parcels of land with properties and many cities that are burning down, and that's because a cow. You're right.
I had to do a middle school report on that fire. I know. That's how I know it was a cow. It was just the dumbest. I didn't question it. I was an indoctrinated kid, but now I look back and I'm like, oh my god.
Wait,
Like,
what was it?
they had giant buildings. It was the Chicago. Well, I did the report on the Chicago fire, but I know there was several fires in all of these great cities now, but they said a cow kicked over a lantern in a barn and it set fire. It was set all these brick buildings on fire for somehow, even though like these great like buildings like the Capitol, but these Capitol, like where like government hold and Masons hold their meetings and shit. Like those were
Brick buildings were burning. Buildings fell for the fire. The cow did it.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that's why I think it's like is it like napalm? Is that like how they did it, like Hiroshima or like Nagasaki?
This happened in many cities around the world. It wasn't in one city.
It was in
All over the
Germany.
world.
They did,
Many big fires, and
just like in Germany from World War II, they did carpet bombing in Hiroshima also.
What's a carpet bomb?
yeah, if we were vegans back then, this would have
Carpet
we would have
bombing.
skipped that. Just because of the
Carpet.
cows.
No,
No, it was the cow. It was the news people drinking the milk.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I see. I see what it is. It's just like a bunch of bombs just being like laid like a carpet onto the landscape.
Yeah, the difference is they detonate at the same time.
Yeah, I don't want to be around if that shit happens here. Hopefully, I don't know what will happen if this will constantly be like a war, or if like truth and just good people will always just get stomped out, or will there be ages of just golden ages of a people of consciousness?
When you start seeing people moving out of America, then like people of power, then that's when you know you should be concerned.
Is the place to go Canada? I heard that during the election. Everyone's, oh, I'm moving to Canada. If Trump gets elected, I'm moving to Canada. Oh, Biden got elected. Fuck, I'm moving to Alaska.
I think that was for a different reason.
Did I miss something? Where'd everybody go? What happened?
Oh, nothing. I just posted about something about the Nuremberg phenomenon. So maybe someone have heard about this.
Anyone else, when they were a Glober, kind of really unhappy? I remember when I was a Glober, I was a very unhappy person. And I didn't like, I used to look up at the stars at night and used to dream and fantasize and think, oh man, I want to go home someday. And I used to believe in ancient aliens and we came from the stars. And I was very unhappy with that whole situation. It made me mad. And I thought the government was, covering up our true origins, and religion is bullshit created by man to control us.
Yeah,
I mean, I know.
I agree with myself. Mostly miserable as a Glober. Yeah, I was never really happy as a Glober. Like I never really truly felt like true happiness until I found some of these things out. I mean,
there was always
times, there was moments where we all thought, well, those were the best of times, and I was like, I want to get the hell out of here. I'm like, why am I here? I go like, I know you're here, God, but why am I here? Could you take me back, please? Like,
right? Yeah.
I don't understand.
I used to feel the same way.
But
and I thought the answer was, going up to space and trying to find our true home. Isn't that silly?
Yeah, the kind of uncertainty that is in your back of your mind that boggles you the whole time, which is essentially the untruth, which is boggling you.
Yeah. And there's
I was so unaware. You dropped off there.
I was just going to say there was a whole bunch.
I was really oblivious to the beauty. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It must be a lag. It's all right. I was just going to say there was a lot of little things that like added up to really not much of anything, but there are a lot of little things that we think about, like, why did they do this? If we're able to go to the moon and all that shit, how come we're still using 120-year-old carburetor technology? That's the kind of thing I was wondering.
Yeah.
Like, that didn't make sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, me too. Like the whole system. Yeah. I was the same way.
So, like,
I didn't really notice the beauty of the earth and how wonderful it actually is,
Yeah, me too. Well, I did, and I knew I felt more at home out there than I did anywhere else, and I knew there was something special about that for me,
Yeah, I mean, it's more comfortable knowing that we are enclosed and covered by a greater force who watches us. It's like having the thought of the vastness of infinity or almost infinity, and he is so far away, and where is he, and where can we look at him, and whatever. It's nonsensical.
and conversely, we're so smaller and smaller and smaller. The further out they go, the larger those distances they keep saying with all those zeros on them that they've never measured. The further and further out, conversely, we are all getting smaller and smaller, shrinking us down to an infinitesimal, not even microscopic. You don't exist. You're so small. You're insignificant. That's basically the whole message.
Yeah. I mean, and even if you're not thinking about this, what you're talking about right now, it's like, how shall I say it? The way they portray this, it's almost blasphemic, or it is blasphemic, most likely. I mean,
it's crazy to think too that all those thoughts, that those were all implanted in my mind. None of those were original thoughts that I came up with on my own. They were all implanted in me deeply, and it made me unhappy for years.
Yeah, as soon as I discovered
wasted
flat
time.
Earth, I became alive. You know, I started thinking, I started developing my character in a sense. You know, it's like I'm searching truth out myself. This is, I mean, you cannot compare this to a glober who would just listen to this and just believe it. It's no, you have to make effort into this, knowing yourself.
That was
And what you are capable in believing and observing, developing your skills in doing so. You know, it's so much more.
No, you're right. That's exactly how it feels. You feel like you just come alive. It's really hard to put into words, actually. I don't think globe earthers are having any fun.
Who is it? Peterson guy again? John Peterson or something? Who became a Christian after he discovered the truth, or he was an atheist at the moment, and then he discovered the Bible, more likely, and then
Jordan Peterson.
realized the realities that are surrounding him, and he became, despite of whatever topic he was talking about, he became emotional. It's like a little child realizing what he has done previously and dishonoring the father in general, you know, spiritually thinking.
You really think Jordan Peterson?
Yeah, Jordan Peterson.
You really think he's he's religious now? I don't know.
I mean, I think he's very intelligent in ways of him putting discussions without escalating the discussion itself. I think he is very aware about how he puts his words into play. And I'm very gladful for this. Even if it's not specifically talking about flat Earth, but other topics that are also important in terms of developing and viewing society as a whole in terms of ethics and such. He makes great questions and gives food for thought for the people who are listening to him without making a whole statement, but the statement itself is a question that he's putting out. I think he has really skillful wordings.
How can you believe in God and also believe in the globe? I mean, it's like kind of like two negatives. Like, I don't know.
I mean, yeah, the only way you can do this is by listening to what you have been told and believing, quite frankly, in the person from you have heard it from. But as soon as you study the Bible yourself, reading the Bible yourself, I mean, gladfully we can read. This has not been so long that the Bible has been free to read. You know, it's like it took quite a while, about 400 to 500 years ago, until we could freely read the Bible for ourselves and make our decisions from that understanding. And most recently, I mean, when we talk about Rob Skiba, from my perspective, he is my guru. Not to say that he is my guru, but he made me especially understand things that I've never thought about, and it's kind of a mixed way, because when I came into Flat Earth, basically he came into Flat Earth, and I made the same questions he did, but he put in the effort in terms of proving what he is observing, because I was not capable of doing so, because I've not the monetary things to put in play.
Yeah, money does allow you to do things that you wouldn't be able to do otherwise. I mean, I don't care what anyone says. Some people will tell you, money is fake, it's not real. Yeah, but it's still a part of our current society. So an important part of our current society.
Yeah, I mean, from this hard perspective, I would say that Elon Musk is still a chill. It's like he talks about the dangers about AI and such, but still is developing the very thing that he is afraid about. Dude, make your life straight, facts straight. I mean, I don't know how to put this. Make your mind up.
I mean, if you look at Elon Musk, like his life, how he lives his life, I think he's a little crazy.
Yeah, he is.
He does some crazy things.
The memes he sometimes posts, I think that he is straight out of I don't know how to say this.
You know when he bought
meme chamber.
You know when he bought Twitter, right? He I don't know for how long, but he ended up living at the Twitter like the main building that they own.
Yeah, he just slept on the floor and such.
He just lived there for like I don't know how long, and I'm like, okay, is he trying to connect to Twitter? Or no, he's just fucking crazy. And then and there's always like a bunch of rumors of him always sleeping over at people's houses, and he doesn't even own his own house, and like, and this guy's like a freaking multi-billionaire. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it kind of looks like he does this for show, If it's really him, does he really do this? I mean, of course, someone else would say, the only way you get rich is if you save your money, by not spending it on ridiculous stuff and such. It's like, this is the way he does and portrays it in the way. By asking people to sleep over or whatever, or living in the very building that he just bought, and
I mean, I think the guy is smart. I think he's definitely he's definitely a high value man, as some people would say. but he's crazy.
Let's say he is a visionary, and by visionary I say he knows how to put other people in place who have the know-how how to do his vision in what he is thinking about. In that he hires them to do his bidding, basically.
Do you think he really believes the Earth's a globe?
To be honest, I don't think so, but I think that he has been visited by certain people who have more power than him, and therefore he has to play the game that is still being played. You know, it's like I think he doesn't have a choice, or he has not been left with a choice.
So you're saying even Elon Musk is a puppet, huh?
Yeah.
What if
the choice is like we think of these choices from our perspective, but we already know how Globers are. What if this is futile?
Oh, Eli, you're roboting a lot.
Sorry.
That's cool. I just can't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and I mean, when we talk about Elon, or more likely the who was the leader of NASA beforehand, before he died? Come on, you know. I can't think of his name.
I wouldn't know, but I can Google it real quick.
Werner von Braun.
Weiner von Braun, yeah.
Yeah. He mentioned in his book that a person named Elon would then replace basically NASA, which is right now taking place basically. NASA is so far behind in terms of what he is doing, in terms of promotion, and I think that is for a reason, to shift the attention to someone else instead of by being exposed by a single corporation. You know, this is, I think, why they say they are no longer capable of visiting the moon and such, and have lost the technology and such. It's just to shift the blame to someone else.
Man, every time you see Elon on TV, like he never looks like he looks like his laugh is so, it feels so fake, and he doesn't look like he's happy. I don't know. He doesn't look happy.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but you know.
I mean, it depends on the topic, you know. It's like when it's not necessarily like SpaceX or flat Earth type of thing, which he has never answered or isn't not being questioned by. It's yeah, we need people who question him, who get him to question.
Yeah, I mean, if you were a puppet, you probably wouldn't be happy either. Knowing all the secrets, but not being able to say any of them.
I mean, the only moment we need that we know that he may be manipulated is how he reacts to the very question itself. If he laughs it off, like body language experts who are able to interpret the very moment. I say I can do this very, very good because I've learned the techniques that has to be applied to, and I think he still plays a role in this. And from my reading from him, he has still secrets that has to be uncovered, that he is very good in hiding in.
He's just another actor on the stage playing his role.
Yeah, but imagine that, dude. Somebody with that much wealth and that much power is a fucking puppet. What the? Just goes to show.
Yeah, either the people in high places take advantage of his disabilities, knowing how to play the persons, But he said that I don't know, does he have Asperger's or something? Some kind of a problem in terms of speech or something?
Almost done.
Paul V, how are you?
Hey, what's up? I'm good.
Awesome.
I'm kind of bored. It's quiet in here right now.
Anyone has a Plum Bob picture, photo there? I'm gonna play a 2-minute video.
Hey, hold on. Before you do that, let me ask you something real quick. Do you think if there was some sort of truth awakening about flat Earth, would it change your life at all? What in our life would really change?
Yeah, I know because I remember the exact moment I did wake up.
It wouldn't change for you because you're already kind of awakened, sort of, unless you're not a flat Earth.
No, yeah, I am, but it's not going to change. It wouldn't overnight change the problems that we really have here on the ground.
Oh no, of course not. There's still going to be evil people, of course.
Well, I mean, I just stepped in. I don't know the full context, but it you know when you were talking about how when you woke up to flat Earth you started using your brain. Well, the reason that the world is in the state that it's in is because everyone doesn't realize that you literally are the change that's coming.
I agree with
Like
that.
we all, if we all did what we were supposed to do, we would all have happy lives. The reason that the system works is because people choose to be lazy, choose to cut corners, choose to do wrong by people, choose to lie. It's not like that's the reason the world is in the state that it's in. Like it's not the controllers at the top. I mean, because they give us choice. 99% of this is enforced, and we choose the lives that we have. You know what's crazy? I was talking about bigotry yesterday, and I was talking about how it's the common denominator in everything. Behind wars, racism, everything. And The bottom line is if we could communicate and if we actually didn't waste time doing the othering thing, and we all worked on, our families, like, we would be fine. No government shill at the top can stop that. They can stop certain things, like if your money is tied into their company because you aspired. Now, mind you, on a non-flat Earth, you were told what things made sense. So you're trying to be an athlete, you're trying to be, one of these sportscasters, whatever the case. You're in somebody else's dream, somebody else's company. You want to start barking up, the tree and biting the hand that feeds you. Well, that's what happens. But on the flip to that is if you're actually disciplined, you save your own money, you create your own thing, they can't take anything away from you but your life. So the only thing that's going to stop the world being in the state of affairs is, that's what I was going to say. So back to the whole culture thing. So I was watching this show, and there were like a bunch of black guys and there's one white guy, and they were blindfolded and they had to figure out which guy was the white guy. They kicked off like a few black guys. They never figured out. Even when they realized the white guy was white, they're like, no, well, he's still black. And it made me realize it's like even that whole, like we're always talking about the culture, it's the culture. It has nothing to do with skin. It has to do with the culture. And you know what comes with that culture? A poverty mindset. Because if there was wealth in there, we'd be doing better. So what most people have is a poverty mindset and don't even know it. This is something that you can figure out because your mind is now free.
I was remember, that time that I was at school and doing some calculations according to sea level, but I never, think for myself, how can that be sea level and curve? So yeah, because when you are at school, you just are, eating and breathing, eating between quotes, and breathing and seeing, watching what the teacher is, giving to you, and never question about if he is saying the truth or not. You just, you just have to pass the tests.
Well, I mean, we grow up, we listen to authority. I mean, when we're kids, we listen to our parents. And then when we go to school, we listen to the teachers, and then we listen to and somehow, after we become adults, and we should kind of listen to ourselves, we keep listening to the authority. Or at least they do.
But we have this, this this freedom to think from ourselves, for ourselves, and question everything. Start questioning, does this make sense? Is this illogical? that's for me. That's our freedom. That we didn't. When you are at the school, you don't have this freedom to question about what they teach to us. But no, that I'm not at school. I have this freedom, to look more deep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, yeah, I was just finished, looking more deep into things, and connect all the dots, figure out the truth behind the lies. They are telling to us. So I was watching these videos from NASA. At that time, they said that they went to the moon. So many things, I was questioning about that. This guy, there's a guy, behind the space shuttle. I mean, what is that guy doing on space? So, yeah, that's one, and there's a lot more, and even watching live streams of ESS, and watching these solar panels curving. I mean, I know these solar panels are flat, straight. Why they are, that was my question at that time. Why they are curved? So of course, now it makes sense. They were lying, and they still are lying to us. Of course, now today I understand why. And there's a lot more. I remember at the beach watching the sunset, and for me it was amazing. And why does this take too much long to the sun to disappear? Yeah, a lot more things. You can see almost the sun in the water, but it's a reflex. So the sun is not there; it's far away. You are seeing a mirror. So and a lot more things happening, heat, and so on. But of course, you have to do a lot of observations and questioning about things, not to take for granted what people say. There are some Globers. To them, they say that the curvature is over there in front. But then I ask, have you ever seen any curve at left or right? And they say no. I mean, they never did think about that. How can you see curvature forward, but you don't see the sideways, on that horizon in the ocean water? And yeah, and each one of us, has its some recordings, memories, from things that work, people that are building, buildings, and many things, and using plumb bobs, water levels. I mean, you can do it water level, and you can buy one with a hose, and you put inside water, and you can find in a wall, a big wall. You can find the perfect 2 spots in this wall with the water level. And when I saw this at first time, it was like amazing. I was watching my friend installing electrical cables, and to find the perfect level between 2 spots in the wall, he did use that. That was my first time I saw that. But there are people that when we speak about water levels, I mean, do they really know what we are talking about? So if I can find the perfect level between 2 spots in the wall, I mean, like half a mile or 1 mile, where is that curvature? I mean, and I don't care about these between cause scientists talking about fairy tales, about space, etc. I care about reality, and they cannot deny this reality. The water level, plumb bobs. If they can, they can talk about the fairy tales like focal pendulums. There are people saying that they stop and they're using electro-imams. But if you use a plumb bob, it stays vertically. And how can this happen if they say that the Earth is moving? I mean, if the Earth is moving, so this plumb bobs, it will be tilted, deviate. And people that are construction buildings, so these buildings will be like tilted. So it doesn't make sense, So they are working with reality. So, but there are some globers they still prefer to, keep talking about these focal pendulums. And we have plumb bobs that debunk that. By the way, I'm gonna play a 2-minute video about that. Plumb bobs don't lie. So enjoy it.
Hi everyone, it's me again, Eric Kimball. I'm working alone here on my addition. I've got this west wall framed up, and I am plumbing the 2 outside walls. And I just wanted to show you the plumb bob. I have an affinity for plumb bobs. I love plumb bobs. And there's a saying that I always used to say, and it's probably not original to me, and that is that plumb bobs don't lie. A plumb bob will determine plumb far better than a level. And this plumb bob here it's on a nylon string. It has settled a little bit. But the way you work a plumb bob is you attach it at the top of the wall, in this instance, and you measure the distance from the wall to the string. Here, I'll come up and show you. This particular tool here is a Plumb Right. It's a plumb bob on a reel. Very cool tool. It's got a pin up there that you drive in that holds it. It also has a magnetic if you're using metal studs. I bought this for this house project because I've always wanted one of these, and I love plumb bobs. Plumb bobs don't lie. Have I told you that? So anyway, what you do is you measure from your piece of wood here that's going to be the board that you want to get plumb to the string, and it's 2 inches. Then you go to the bottom and you measure to the point of the plumb bob or up here to the string. And look at that. It's 2 3/8 inches or so, which means that the top of the wall has to go towards the road to my right, 3/8, 3/8? Yeah, about 3/8 of an inch. Let's see here. Yeah, it's 3/8 of an inch out of plumb. When my 4-foot level said it was pretty good. So plumb bobs don't lie. Remember that. And they are a marvelous tool for any construction project.
More like coats they found in our homeland. NASA sends us pictures photoshopped. They feed us pills, can't see ourselves. Turn TVs off, seek bookshelves. Oh God, please, won't you help them see the truth? Yeah, they come to snuff the truth out. Oh yeah. Yeah, here come the truth out. Yeah. You know he ain't gonna lie.
Gone.
No, no, no. You know he ain't gonna lie.
Is anybody here?
Welcome, Neil and the most highest.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Awesome.
How are you?
I'm okay. A little tired from work.
Yeah. What do you do?
I'm a security guard.
Well, can't you just sleep on the job?
No, I just finished but I'm relaxing.
Yeah. I have a friend who's a security guard who can get away with sleeping every now and then.
Hmm? There was a guy that was sick, a friend of a college, and I had to do more hours. 1 month, me and the other guy. So I was doing like 40 and half hours a day.
That's a day? Wait, what? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's like 24 hours in a day.
14, like 15, almost
14.
15, almost
okay.
15 hours straight,
That's too much.
Yeah. But now he's back,
abuse.
so yeah. So now he's back. Now, I have less hours.
I'm really highly against, letting companies take advantage of people like that.
There was no, sometimes it happens like that. There's no other guys to fill the void. Anyway.
Oh, I don't know. Do you get paid extra or something?
Not so much, but of course they pay, but they cut the half hour that we eat. They cut that, so they don't pay.
Where do you live? What country?
Portugal, next to Spain, south of Europe.
Oh, okay.
So
I know nothing about Portugal.
Are you a flat Earth guy, a truder?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Ironically, the first time I hear about flat Earth was at public school, at my second year at school.
Mm-hmm.
So they did talk about the Portuguese and Spanish navigators 500 years ago. To them, the Earth was flat. But then they are mocking with that idea or that reality. So they say it is impossible because water falls down, something like that, and then they present us this ball Earth. It's not, it's a model, but yeah, and then they just say gravity, and you don't question about it, and you believe it. That fairy tale story.
Yeah.
Of course, it's someone that even watching documentaries in the television about space and etc., stars, planets. Of course, sadly, if you say to someone that has his entire life seeing those documentaries and talking about Earth being a ball in fucking space. Of course, when you say flat Earth, it's the first thing they are thinking. They are thinking the same heliocentric model, but they just change the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
They just put a flat Earth in the same heliocentric model, but that's a nonsense. So of course, doesn't make any sense. That idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. That makes sense.
But water when it's at rest, it's level. So
yeah,
how can that how can that make sense on the on top of a ball
Yeah.
and spinning? Yeah.
My grandpa was a pilot for American Airlines most of his life. He was like a navigator. And he died when I was like probably I think, like 18 or something. And this is like back in 2007. And so way before I ever even heard of flat Earth or anything like that. But I really wish I could ask him questions and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wonder if there's got to be pilots that come into the server.
Yeah. Of course, they don't want to expose themselves.
You think?
Because they don't want to lose their job. It's not easy, to start speaking. And
Especially people in these communities that will call your job and say, "Hey, this is a flat earth, and that's dangerous for people." Especially if you're, on control of an airplane, they will call your company and say, "Hey, this guy is in conspiracy theory servers talking about this and that and that and that. Do you want your company to have that kind of label?"
You hear me?
Tired.
Yeah, you can hear me. Okay.
Yeah, you can speak, Neil.
I am currently moving my laptop from downstairs upstairs.
Okay.
But yeah. To be honest, I'm not really sure like what topics to talk about. The only other one I really am interested about like how pilots would like fly a plane. Okay.
What about the most highest? You know, how do you get a highest if you don't have a level plane, right? The most highest. So everybody's standing on the level plane, and the most high is above everybody.
But well, the most high to be. But what I mean is like so an airplane, you know, if there was a thing flying in the air and it's flying on a spherical, it's on a spherical plane, then the plane would have to aim down. You know, if it was going straight, it would go. It would go straight out into space, right?
Yeah. So
you'll have to be adjusting to the altitude in relation to the ground, right? Just to make sure you keep that altitude and you don't fly into space.
But
I feel like that. That would be noticeable. Like they would have to actually.
They are flying with 3 degrees up. Yeah, so it doesn't make sense, you know. Curving that.
They're not necessarily nosing the plane down in order to stay level with the plane, and it doesn't happen. My dad is actually a pilot, and
yeah,
it doesn't happen.
That's what I think.
How long are you saying on?
But they can set altitude at whatever in cruise forever.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Unless there's something.
What type of plane does he fly?
Just Cessnas.
Oh, okay.
They said it's coming on.
Yeah.
He's got his private license, Marshall.
That's like my dream. But I'm in poverty, so I can't go and try and get my pilot license. But my dad's he's been an airplane mechanic for like 34 years. Northwest and then Delta.
Lucky.
But no, another thing I was worried about, what about the future of the topic of flat Earth? Like, do you think it's going to become more well known and accepted eventually?
People are waking up every day, you know. There's people at Brazil, you know, there's a big boom there, you know. More flat earthers every day. And the USA and, you know, so on. Many countries, you know, there are people waking up. So, and those guys at the elites, you know, those top guys, even at NASA, they knew it. They know about this reality, the flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So there will be a time that they cannot.
Just gotta be careful about the romanticized version of the flat Earth, because you have these flat earthers versus globe earthers, and everybody's like waving flags. Who's better? Who's right? Who's wrong?
Yeah.
But you gotta concentrate on the information and the practicality of things, and not be this
really like
flat Earth fanatic that like many people are kind of like pushing this flat Earth fanatics out there. But yeah, be careful with that.
It's more fanaticism than rationalism and scientific.
You know, I was remember there were some trolls here in this server. First, they did come here to just troll, you know. They were, you know. So what was amazing is that some of them they were banned, so they did create another accounts. Because they want to join again, but because they did start to thinking for themselves, and they so now some of them they are flat earthers. I have doing some BC BC interviews, so and some of them they assume they did come here for trolling, but then they start to think for themselves, and so many things didn't match. With the reality, so then
you were able to.
So even that people don't accept at first sight, they have to wake up. They wake up by themselves,
I feel like the wake up thing is like, I don't know. It's like it's a phenomenon. It's like something different about it.
Yeah, it's
the person is like
indoctrinated.
It's like a certain switch or something. Some signal hits them to start thinking differently.
It's like like that movie, The Matrix. People are living a lie, and some of them did wake up, and trying to wake up others, but there are some people that they don't want to wake up.
Well, I remember I watched this just the other night, and it talked about how in the Matrix, when they're saving someone from the Matrix, they have to extract a bug from them. Remember?
Yeah.
And that like little, I don't know, metal bug that crawled into his belly button, and then they used the machine in the car to suck it out of him, and they threw it out the window.
It's called a parasite. They were purging the parasitic. He was a host for a parasite.
And
it was a truck location. How do you say it? For tracking him.
Well, my theory is that there could be. I mean, it's not a theory. There is tons of parasites in everyone, and we don't know it. And some of these parasites could be influential, and they could be developed or something.
I don't know about that.
There's no theory of. I mean, there's no how do you say? There is a theory of parasites, but it's not like when people say theory, like it might or it might not.
Like okay, cats have the toxoplasmosis.
Yeah, but what you were referring to is the term is parasitic host manipulation, and the parasites can actually play chemical warfare against the host and kind of how do you say make the host do certain things based on chemicals.
Thank you. Yeah, you help explain it much more scientific.
No, don't educated than me to my comment, but there is definitely a lot of studies about that actually. But I don't have any scientific standing on it.
No. Yeah.
Because a lot of the stuff that they see people behaving certain ways depending on of the parasitic, like you mentioned, the toxoplasmos. I forgot the name of that one. There's so many, but it's not like you can actually say 100% that is the cause of the effect, but you can relate the infectious nature of some people behaving certain ways and doing certain things, and you can see that in their bodies certain organisms are more prevalent in comparison to other people. So yeah, there is parasitic host manipulation. It's pretty real. People think that's only in movies, but it's real.
And you know about Morgellons fibers?
Yeah, I've heard and read a little bit about Morgellons. Yeah, and it's been there's many questions about that still. A lot of people say they don't know what it is, but
Very creepy. It's very creepy.
Yeah.
People are like.
Are you guys talking about these parasites? Are you guys suggesting that they're actually being put in us and then they can steer almost like a Manchurian Candidate sort of thing? Is that what you guys are talking about?
Not me.
Influential in like zombie hive mind way.
That's speculation, but we know they're interfering with some insects and they're planting genetics into different insects, like gill baits with mosquitoes. So who knows what they're trying to do with that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's not out of the scope of what they're capable of, I'm sure.
Look, the term parasitic host manipulation. It's not like a debate or some sort. It's actually something that is being demonstrated. I mean, yeah, that's the thing.
Like the ants that get the fungus, and or no, it's not fungus, it's a parasite, and it's its brain, and then it makes it turn into like a zombie, and then you climb as high as it can.
And then you have people that are, I'm addicted to, I have a sweet tooth, right? I'm addicted to sugar this, sugar that. And when you check on them, they have a yeast infection or some type of parasitic infection that is telling them that they want sugar 24/7.
Mm. I haven't heard that one before. And now you got me worried.
Yeah, it makes you think what's really in that, thing that we're not supposed to talk about that you have to roll up your sleeve for.
Well, there's been breakages. I mean, not breakages, but people actually grabbing those things and putting them under a microscope, breaking them and checking the ingredients and actually doing a backwards engineers of it. And they find
organisms really scary.
They find a bunch of stuff, including things that open the path to parts of the body that organisms are not supposed to go to. There's chemicals that open those places, and then they have these parasites, weaponized versions of them in the vial as well. So yeah, welcome to reality.
It's like a whole different kind of evil. Ugh, it's crazy.
Good thing you guys didn't fall for it. Yeah. Oh, well, some of you did, but
I'm like the only one I know who doesn't have it that like I live near around and I see.
But how about this for speculation? What if they could drop these parasites right on you? Right?
Yes, there is this thing called generically modified insects, including mosquitoes, ticks, and other insects. And for example, the mosquitoes, they claim, right? They had a population of mosquitoes that they developed genetically modified to release them, and they will kind of attach or get into how do you say they're gonna get with the natural mosquitoes in the wild, and then the eggs that are gonna be laid by the mosquito, the females, are gonna be infertile, right? So there's gonna be no mosquitoes the next time. The problem is that nature finds ways of doing things, and the genetically modified mosquitoes cannot overdo the natural mosquitoes, right? What they're doing is introducing a new enzyme that is of infertility into the mosquitoes, and when these mosquitoes bite men and women, make them infertile.
I was thinking, if the people that rolled up their sleeve, right? Those are the type of people that they actually want. So I was thinking, what if that's actually keeping them safe, and then they could just spray us from the air and get rid of the troublemakers that don't listen and don't do what they're told.
That's happening both from both ends. I mean, yeah, they spray things in the air and they also inject to direct. Yeah. That's happening. Newsflash.
It really
But no, you know what I mean though. That the thing that they put in them is actually protecting them.
There's
From,
actually
something
called.
else that's.
Oh, hey, my bad. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute.
No, it's all right. I'm done.
But yeah,
I think there is an actual. It's called an aerosol vaccine. Search the term. I saw it a long time ago. This is probably like 15, not 15, maybe 10, from 5 to 10 years ago. And they have one of these terms that is an aerosol of that, and I guess they can put a lot of things together and just spray it on the air, and I don't know, it will have some type of effect on some population. How that works exactly, yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know.
they're planning on spraying. It's part of Agenda 21, but I don't know if we're allowed to talk about that. But they can spray the plant life too and genetically modify it now, and also spray plants with antibiotics and things like that.
yeah, I've heard about that. Like, is this stuff just mostly happening in America?
I don't think so. The people that are orchestrating these things, they have no borders, so they're everywhere.
What do you think about like things like Morgellons? Do you think that's international?
I don't know that much about that myself. I've seen videos and stuff, but I haven't seen it myself in person. So
Me neither. I know someone they were showing me on like through Discord, and it's really gross.
Yeah, yeah. You guys can bring any topic. This is one that I like, but just try to keep it kind of like not too specific. All good. And just move on from it, like now or never. I'll be back.
But yeah, I saw a guy on an Australian Today Show or something, and he was presenting the whole flat Earth on television for them. And he did a really good job. Let's see if I can find it. Looked at. And it just makes me wonder what like the future of flat Earth would be like. Is there going to be more and more of that happening?
I would like to think so, but I also think that, in my personal opinion, they are so far ahead of us as far as planning and technology that I think they probably have a plan for a tipping point where they couldn't keep the lie going anymore. And I think they have a plan.
Mm-hmm. I'm posting the I was talking about guy talking about Flat Earth on today's show on lobby.
He left. Hello, Elliot.
How is it this dead on a Saturday night at 10 p.m. Central Time? You guys want to listen to that talk that Witches night?
It's too long.
You guys aware of it?
Yeah, play it after my break though.
After your break, when's that going to be?
Like 30 minutes.
All right, cool. Damn, you get 30-minute breaks? Oh, you're on lunch right now?
Yeah, my lunchtime right now. Yeah.
Right, cool.
Are you just come in right now, Helio, or what? You've been on?
Yeah, I haven't. No, I just jumped in because nobody was talking, and I've been doing some shit in the background, but
Well, you haven't been on like mostly all this week, dude.
I've been working, like I said, I'm doing stuff. I'm the producer here, man. I'm just kind of like working shit on. I'm finding out about some new ideas that you guys are having, and I'm just like, wow, this could be interesting. Let's You know. You saw my message in the mod chat, or probably.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen it.
What do you think about that? Like scheduled sections. It's like, hey, at 5 p.m. So and so starts talking, and he's gonna have this for a certain time.
I think that's great. It's just the commitment part is, I think, the problem.
I know that's
Usually.
always been the problem. That's what I was.
The commitment, yeah. Everybody's all for it. They're like, hell yeah, let's do it, man. The next week is like nobody shows up to their shit, man.
It's just like as soon as just like, oh, you're gonna be here for that? Okay. It's just like 15 minutes before it's start time, and it's just like, where are you? You know, I don't, if I'm gonna schedule a program, I want you to be there 30 minutes beforehand, and then I message you, you don't answer. I'm like, oh, I have to do it by myself? No. Fuck that.
Hey, Sonny should hit you up, man, today, because me and him were talking, and he's got some stuff already down, and we even talked to Conspiracy Music Guru, man. He was in Alex.
Yeah.
Was he? Yeah, we're talking to him. Yeah, he was in today. I took him to the admin mods room, and I just kind of gave him the lowdown. So.
It'd be fun to have him. He's so brilliant, man. He's freaking awesome.
I'll message you, Helio. I'll message you some lyrics that I wrote, but we'll fill you in and see. I may have to do this thing by myself. I don't know how I'm going to build up the tracks with bits and pieces, but I should be able to get most of it. I think we can figure it out. We have smart people here, and a lot of people know how to do sound engineering, man, recording. So let me send you this. Are
you talking about music or talk?
Yeah, music.
Oh.
That one thing that I was talking to you about the other time in the DM.
Me or Sonny?
You and Sonny, but you mainly because I don't think you know what we're talking about right now. So
yeah, I don't.
Actually, moderators are rock stars.
But it's just like if it comes, mostly I do vocals, so I mean I don't know. Maybe I could throw some shit.
He'll jog your memory. You'll be like, oh, that thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah,
I don't think people appreciate how much effort you guys put into this thing, and you're not being paid for it. You guys are really doing the Lord's work. Thank you for your service, gentlemen.
So Helio. Oh, thank you. Hey, so Helio, don't let the cat out of the bag, though. Don't let anyone know. We'll keep this under wraps.
All right.
Yeah, and so hopefully this will come out. I have the main part I finished tonight.
Oh yeah. As a matter of fact, I still have it. We were talking about it the other night. Yeah, I remember that because I was like, "Why is Notepad open?" And then I have some lyrics that I tried. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
So there's a lot of leeway with what I wrote, but I think as you being the singer, you have a lot of leeway as far as adding new verses or changing the verses that are there.
It's more about, once you establish some good lyrics, it's more about the phrasing,
Exactly.
That's what I was thinking of too. Yep.
So if you need to change what I've written, I think I got it pretty well down as far as the timing and as far as the syllables at the right time, So I think you can work your magic and make it and bust it out,
I'm thinking so too.
Yeah, well, I can, but anyway.
Yeah, and you may decide to change some of the words or change something to change.
Sure, if it's like, if the phrasing doesn't work out right, we can change a couple of words and make it work right.
So look, people were already coming in with the conversation with their own verses, and they all fit in there. So there's something to be really worked out really well if you want to put a side by side of the two lyrics, and do it exactly phonetically. You could try that, like I didn't stick with that all the way. I did.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny you're bringing it up now because I think when was it? I don't remember what day we were talking about it, but
just might have been like 2 days ago, huh?
Yeah, it was like, and I opened Notepad and started typing my own little version of it, and we were talking about it, and
so-
and I just like, why is Notepad open today? I looked at it, I was like, why is that Notepad open? What is
Yeah,
what
so
is
when you
that
get
on
a chance, Helio, look at the
Yeah, it's
PDF. Look at the PDF I sent you. I typed it all out today.
All right, cool.
I finished the lyric yesterday. The day before is I only had the first verse, 4 lines, and then yesterday I completed the whole thing. The rest, there's like 6 verses. So
Yeah, y'all know I can sing that song, right?
oh hell yeah!
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I can already hear you. I can already hear you singing it, man. I'm like, damn.
Me too.
I can't wait
Yeah,
to
me
hear
too.
it.
I was like, that's kind of the part that I'm anxious about, man, because like, you know, it's one thing to have it in your mind, like what you think's gonna be like, and then there's another for you to actually like be working through the song, like, and then for you to kind of like, you know, make it your own. I don't know, that's weird, but it's not really your own. But it,
Well, you've heard me do parodies before, you know. So
So
you know,
look, so look, I have the entire backing track in Audacity, and next to it, I have my guitar track. That's as far as I've gotten. It's a 3-minute, 30-second long song. There's the intro part that needs to be put in. I can do that on the guitar as well. But I could send you, if you're able to use the UAP files from Audacity, I think I'm able to drop those. Might have to email them to you.
now you're probably gonna have to drop them on Google Drive, but we can access them
Or
there.
something like that.
Yeah, I can grab them from there and put them into Audacity.
Yeah, I think I have a drive.
I know how to use Audacity. That's mostly like the parodies that you guys hear me saying. I use Audacity for that.
Yeah, and then once it's complete, you know, as you got that UAP file, you can add to it and then save it and continue on. Then the next person can put their track on. So that's how they did all of the rest of the songs, right? Like, Why Would They Lie? They just passed that file, that work file, to the next person to put theirs in, and had somebody line them all up and make sure the volumes and the gain and all that and any effects.
Yeah.
So
That turned out pretty good.
that's a finished product, you know. But I think it's gonna sound good. I really do. I could send you that, both of you guys. Let me see if I can do it. Just right off the cuff like this. Hold on a second.
Let me check these lyrics out.
I was saying this in my head when I was looking at those lyrics. I'm like, man, this is right in Helio's wheelhouse. Like, it's right in the range of your vocal cords, dude. Look, you know, like,
Okay.
it's right there.
It's just like in high school. I made second chair, all state choir, second tenor, all state, second chair.
Do you guys have a date planned on when you're gonna share this with the rest of us?
Well, it's in just the start.
Well, when it's done, it'll be done, and then we'll share.
Yeah. It's just the beginning stages here. Let me see if I can just drop this right in like I do regular files. Looks like it will. No, that must be the short one. I think that's the. Okay, you got.
You have the chord charts. They're at least for the first verse.
I put those in. So, so let me see. Hold on. This one. Okay, don't give it away though.
If we had I was thinking if we had.
Yeah,
like
I'm not going to sing it on here. Yeah, we'll get it because I already noticed I'm going to have to change some of the phrasing and stuff.
That's all right though.
Did you say you're not gonna sing it here?
I'm not gonna sing it. I'm not. He just sent me the lyrics and the chord charts, but I'm not gonna sing it here because it's gonna be a surprise for you.
Oh, okay, yeah, I got you. Not right now, you mean?
yeah, right.
It's a surprise.
You guys should all get together and do a rap collab. Sounds like that'd be in your wheelhouse now.
Oh, I mean,
I know how much you love rap music.
Yeah, but this is something different. It's different, but not different.
Yeah, so that's actually it. That's the work file. It's pretty short.
Did you write those lyrics, Sonny?
I wrote all of those.
Okay, cool.
You notice I kept a couple of them lines the same.
Fair rise.
Well, like 1 or 2 lines are exactly like they were written in the original, and then I just changed the last part. But I think it was pretty good, actually.
I feel like the old, he's gonna put the old Helio twist on it. You know what I mean? Like
I know. But so see, he's already laughing.
Yeah, he likes it too. I did too.
Oh shit! Yeah, it's just gonna be like just a little bit of changes. That is pretty good.
I think it could.
That's what I thought, man.
I think it could be epic.
Yeah, Sonny actually put that shit together, and it was like it blew me away. I'm like, dude, that's like the first try. Like shit. Like you must have had this in the hopper somewhere in your mind. Like.
No, man, you sparked my interest. It like got me fired up, and like I just came. I go, I got to get this done, man. Somebody's asking me to do something for him. I can't let him down. So I got to
him up more.
You know, so I'm working on it. It's a lot of work.
I know.
I have a steep learning curve, like still to go up with the technology. Like I can't figure out how to separate the tracks from the karaoke version. So I'll have to wait till like next month till I can figure. I don't know. Like I can figure stuff out. I can download backing tracks through YouTube on video downloader.
Yeah, the main part is getting like the rhythm track. You know, the drums and everything.
Bass and the drum. Yeah, the bass and the drum.
Yeah,
and see,
yeah, you can't necessarily separate them.
Do we know a good drummer? Around
yeah, Radwin's a drummer, and actually Glat Flob is, but I haven't heard from him in a couple of months since I was gone for a while. I haven't heard Glat Flob.
Oh, speaking of, I was gonna say, speaking of a drummer, Radwin's a drummer, and he knows how to mix too.
He does, yes.
So I think we got a solution there. I don't know if you guys have ever worked with him or not.
Have the right setup to actually record the drums. In a format, but it's really you have to have the right setup because drums is the most difficult part of recording. I've been in the studio multiple times. I mean, drums is the biggest, most difficult part of recording in a studio.
Yeah, but he knows how to take a track, listen to it, be sitting there listening to it, put his own track on it. So these guys are brilliant. Like drummers like that are freaking.
He said he knows how to do it. I don't know if he knows what you know, Helio, but.
Cool. Yeah. Well, I mean, I this is from my experience back in the day.
Maybe we could just try it out, see if it's a good fit. If not, then
these lyrics look pretty good. It could be a really good time, and I think it probably could turn out really good. This should be fun.
But see,
it's like that's what I was thinking, man. Because as soon as you get it, and then you start working with it, then you just. Make it your own, and then maybe switch some. I was thinking maybe you're gonna take some out, put some in. Change something. Yeah, just put that out.
I'll adjust some of the lyrics for the phrasing. But yeah, this looks pretty good. So
and Helio, and at the end, it's got that jam part on the lyric at the end. It's got that off on it. So then you get to really go way out there with it. Yeah.
I can do that too.
No shit. We know you can.
Well, see, that's why I was mostly excited about this because I know that part was going to be the crescendo, and listening to your old stuff, I'm like, well, shit, man, you can do this. You can't say that, that you can't say for a lot of people.
I can't hit a lot of the old school high notes that I used to hit, but I can still get up there.
Yeah, the drums, that'd be good to get those little touches on the. I think I could actually do the bass. I have a pedal synthesizer, a guitar synthesizer pedal that I can turn my guitar into a bass, and it might sound pretty radical. So I'll see about that.
Sonny, as far as I don't know the whole song. I love the song, but I haven't. As far as recollection goes, I don't know the whole song.
Yeah, just do some homework.
I'm gonna have to listen to it and listen to it while I'm reading your lyrics.
Yeah.
That's gonna that will actually get me familiar with what.
Now you actually have my file from Audacity in your DM, and so you can just open that. And what it's got is the original MP3, which is just a backing track. It's got all the parts mixed in one MP3 though, which I don't like because I need them separated into separate tracks so I can use them.
But first, what I'm going to have to do is listen to the original track that you wrote the lyrics to.
Yeah.
And then figure out how I'm going to sing those with the alternate lyrics.
Yeah. So what I sent you, the UAP, I sent you that Audacity file. When you open it, it's got the MP3 in stereo. It's got my track, which is just the guitar part only. You can move up the volume or lower the volume on each one of the tracks to get a better idea.
So
of what it sounds
is
like,
it just guitar track or is it a click track in the background?
That's all I've finished so far.
Okay.
That's all I've finished so far. It's just the guitar. I got it all the way through 3 minutes, 30 seconds to the end of the song. And I think on the second try, I did a pretty good job. I got the timing really well. The first time I was a little off. So I think this one, my guitar track is going to fit in the song. If you remove the guitar from the song, my guitar would fit right in there. So that's just the rhythm guitar. There's another part that is like the lead part. And I can do that also on the guitar. That's just a short little piece at the beginning. But then all that's left is the rhythm. The drum and the bass are pretty easy. Actually, I listen to them separately already, like I've done a little bit of research. It's taken me a few days.
Yeah,
So I
it's pretty
listened to-
straightforward as far as the beat and the
Yeah, actually, his drum sounds like he's beating on a freaking 5-gallon bucket or something.
Yeah.
You could replicate it pretty easy. You could replicate it pretty easy with a 5-gallon bucket from Home Depot. Honestly, you could. I'm telling you, you could do it. So anyone could do it. I could do it. But I think the
just
bass, I can do,
straightforward
I think I
chords
can
and
do a
bass.
special bass that'll make. I
bass
think I
is
can
a
make
rhythm
bass.
instrument, but it just drives. The bass is the rhythm that's combined with the drums and the guitar. People are fascinated with the guitar, but that's awesome too. But the bass and the drums drive the entire song.
I think I could bring the bass up to where it's clearer and bring it into a modern realm with.
What
the
are you
same
gonna?
kind of
You're gonna
vintage
write the
feel.
bass? Do you have a bass there? You're gonna write the bass line?
No, I have my Stratocaster. I have a synthesizer pedal. I just I
you
can
just
turn it into a bass.
Turn it down an octave and.
No, it does it. It just does it automatically. There's a synth bass. One of the options on the pedal is a synth bass. It turns it into it. It turns the guitar into a bass.
Which essentially just plays.
Yeah, octave
Plays
lower.
an octave lower.
Yeah, it's got.
If this works out, I'm looking at like an anthem for 24/7. That's what it's gonna shape up to be. If it all plays out in my head the way it's gonna sound, like with you, with Sonny, like it's gonna be like an anthem for 24/7. And another thing, I don't know if this is possible or not, Helio, but to record you like on video while you're singing it, because it's gonna be like a video / you know what I mean?
On my face? You
Hell
on my
yeah,
face?
bro.
All right,
that's
cool.
that's
I
the
ain't
meat and
fucked up
potatoes of this thing. You know what I mean? And just like they
throw
give
this already out there anyway. So all of our faces are out there. So
I'll even do live the guitar part, like in the background. I don't care. I'll do. live.
hell yeah. Ooh, that's gonna be. Oh man, and can you imagine split screen with you and him?
No,
My God, dude, that's gonna be great.
Don't even
It's
get
gonna
me
be great.
started. No spoilers.
Yeah, don't. Now, you guys don't start humming the tune. Don't keep the cat in the bag. I'm telling you, it's really hard because I've
The
almost
cat's scratching his way out of the bag, man.
I've almost let it out a couple times, man.
Oh shit.
That's fun.
Yeah.
I'll definitely take a look at what you sent me, Sonny. It's funny. It's funny, Sonny. There's the first band. When I dropped out of college, I started a band. We're gonna be rock stars and shit. And they've been doing. They're my age, of course. And they've been doing like projects in the background. So we have a group where we're just like, we're gonna make some new music in a similar fashion. And so yeah, I haven't even. I've listened to a few of their riffs, but they're mostly working on the riffs. So until they really kind of get something together, I can't like
Hey,
start.
I'm gonna hit you guys back up later. I gotta get back to work, so
right.
yeah, we'll touch base again. So
yeah, we'll talk tomorrow or something.
all right,
Yeah,
later, guys.
it's kind of weird. Thanks, son, Miggy.
Miggy.
Yeah, there's one of my first bands that I formed that was really important. Yeah, I started forming bands in high school and stuff, doing stuff, but one of the first major bands, and we went to studio and recorded albums and started performing at clubs. That was the original members from that band. We've been kind of working in the background
all this time,
talking about. Well, we've been friends for the entire time.
Yeah,
shit, it's like 30 years, right?
Yeah, right.
So, but now they've been writing new shit, and it was like, why don't we just make a new? Well, there's a band called Lollygadget, right? Where they've been writing.
I've listened to some of that you've posted here in the last few years since I've been on here. I've listened to quite a bit of that.
yeah, it's good shit, man. And so now they're writing new stuff, and unfortunately, the bass player last year had a stroke, and he wrote most of the lyrics on Lollygadget stuff, or at least a very large portion of it, and he doesn't have control of the left side of his body anymore, so he can't. But he can still talk and write lyrics, and so I haven't actually. It breaks my freaking heart because he's like my brother.
I was gonna say, listen,
brother
man,
from another mother.
Listen, I've always played like cover songs, like, so I know like all of them, probably like you do too. And as a singer, you just like proliferate like that because you get bored of the same old thing, right? So like, what's interesting to me is, like Aramistan is the one who actually got me really stoked on doing the parodies because he wrote like
he wrote 3 songs of my parodies.
Yeah, I know.
He wrote the lyrics
songs for you. He gave me lyrics to songs, but like the song he gave me lyrics to was a James Taylor, and I wasn't able to get that out. Like I did one version, but I mean I could go back to it, but it just wasn't my style. Like it wasn't really my style. I could do James Taylor and that finger picking, I could, but it would take a little while to pull off that song because it's highly produced. The song he gave me, which is what song was it?
Trying to reproduce in the studio. I mean, there's a difference between performing live, and doing studio work. There's a huge difference, but
it's difficult.
A lot of people don't realize it, but you don't notice it because you're just caught up in the moment and seeing your favorite band.
It's kind of difficult for me because it's hard for me to sit still long enough to sit there in a chair and knuckle down with the computer and do the mixing and all of that. Like.
And when you're doing it by yourself, it's like, have you been in the studio? With someone else doing it, and you just like play this. It's like, oh, I fucked that up. Can you cut? And then you can just do little cuts, and you're like, oh yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, I've been in the studio before. It's just like you just cut it out, and then it sounds perfect, and you're like, oh, okay. And it's like, to people that are listening to, oh, they're great. They did that shit in one take. No, we didn't.
Yes.
No, we didn't.
No. It was adjusted.
Dude, it took us.
It has to be.
It took us a couple of weeks to make, a few songs. What the
That's
fuck
why, like, a lot of the songs that I have on SoundCloud from the band I was playing with before, are all one takes with one room, one mic, 3 instruments, and maybe 1 or 2 voices. So, like, those were really good one takes. Like, okay, we had practiced quite a bit, on all the songs. So by the time we got to one mic in one room and had it set up, it sounded freaking great, you know? So sometimes that can work. But yeah, the studio's different where it's all separated and isolated away from each other. That's kind of weird for me.
Yeah, you have to appreciate studio. If you're a real fan of a certain group, you have to appreciate their studio work and their live performance.
Yes, yeah.
And so every time I did a live performance, it was completely raw. But when I did a studio recording, it took time to make it happen.
It takes time. It takes repetition, a lot of it.
But when you put the music out there, and you see the people that have listened to the music that you created in the studio, and you perform it live, and they're singing the songs with you while you're singing it.
Yeah.
Holy fucking shit!
That's a trip.
What does that do?
Yeah.
No, I mean that's what I mean. It's just like being on stage, and they listen to your shit that you record in the studio, and then they're just going. They're singing the song with you while you're singing it. Man, there's nothing better than that.
But I think there's still a lot of room for creation of actual original flat earth music, and I have a lot of that in mind too, and a lot of great ideas, and I look forward. I think you and I can work together really well. I think that's where you and I really jive, is with music, and I think we would be great bandmates actually. I mean, that would be great.
Yeah, but they're in California and I'm in Arkansas.
I pretty much mastered it.
Oh, you played the triangle? Ding, ding. Isn't that more for like dinner's ready? You just go diddle 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 diddle. You just play the triangle and then dinner's ready.
Yeah, but listen, if you take that triangle, go get a good ding, and then slow it down like Robin Trower did at the beginning of whatever that bell was at the beginning of Bridge of Sighs.
Or like Metallica with the bell. You got a bell or a triangle, who knows?
Or Van Halen did with the truck horn, some old GMC truck horn, and slowed it down. I think that was like Running with the Devil or something. Yeah. Bum, 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 bum.
God dang. Right, well, let's concentrate on this one project that is unnamed. You know, at this point, but that I think it's a really.
Well, you guys think about it. I could make myself available if you need it.
For like an instrument.
No, the triangle. I would say work on
triangle.
The triangle. You can be the ding ding guy.
Listen, man, you could start your own thing. You could start your own genre like this. Get that triangle, ding it like in a cardboard box, or ding it in different situations in a really reverby room. Like do it with a microphone amplifier, but slow it down. Take it into your audio workstation and slow it down. Some weird stuff, man. You could warp that triangle sound into like something fantastic.
This kind of reminds me of freaking SNL when freaking we need more cowbell.
Cowbell. Slow that cowbell down too.
Some cowbell, man. It's like, hold on. Was it Christopher Walken? He's like, hold on. Stop everything. We need some more cowbell.
And he's slamming that cowbell right next to his ear. Like ding, 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 ding,
ding. Oh shit, that is funny as hell. But anyway, that's a classic.
That was the funniest stuff to come home from a late party on acid, and this SNL would be on there. I mean, that was really strange times to be living in. I was living on my father's boat. It's like a submarine in the aft cabin with my brother, with my big, huge cat, and watch its hair grow.
Like you were living like that was your address on a boat?
Yeah. So naturally, I was outside most of the time, and I was doing really well, I guess. I was always on either roller skates, bicycle, walking, or since I lived in the city, running. Sometimes you had to run, especially in LA.
You had to run to get somewhere fast?
Yeah, to get away from something fast. like people shooting out of cars or shooting from buildings onto the street. Yeah, that kind of thing.
Okay. Well, I mean, not the
literal shootouts on the street. I witnessed.
When you live on a boat and you got to piss, do you just piss off the side of the boat?
Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I mean, most.
I mean, it's better than if you, because on a boat, it's sort of like a trailer, right? I mean, it's like you don't want to. If you can just piss outside, it's better than like having to do the evacuate. I mean, there's a toilet on the boat, but you don't want to piss in there if you don't have to.
So listen, don't get it wrong. I wasn't trailer trash, boat trash. That's what we were.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's just like, dude, I went camping last weekend with my brother. Man, I mean, he has a trailer. We don't piss in it. We piss in the woods, or we go to the bathroom or the campsite. You know, I mean,
yeah, we have a toilet on board, unless you're a tiny little boat. But most
you don't want to shit in it if you don't have to. If there's a bathroom closed,
some smaller boats. Listen, some smaller boats do have a head, and it just flushes right out to sea, as it should be. And that rhymed.
Yeah, some do. Yeah, I don't even know about that.
You're not supposed to poop in the harbors. You know what? It's like if it's yellow, then it's mellow. I guess that's the way.
Yeah. I mean, you can stand on the edge of the ship, piss in the water, and nobody gives a fuck, as long as they aren't offended by seeing your dick. But if they're far enough away, you can't see your small ass dick anyway. So
yeah, except if you're in the Beverly Hills section of the harbor, where those people have these big.
Yeah, I was going to say that's assuming
you're in your ghetto little sailboat pissing off the side in their area. I don't know. They might call the harbor patrol on you. Funny shit, man. I could tell you some stories on small boats sailing in and out of the harbor in the summers in LA in the summer, man. Like, wow. We had a blast. I had access to all these little sailboats and stuff. Take girls out on boats, you know. That's pretty fun. Those are great times.
Bet it was. Hey, I got to take a break.
Yeah, me too. I actually have to get ready for bed. I'm tired.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's catching up with me, the operation, the 2 weeks in the hospital, all that stuff.
I'm going to take a look at your riffs and the lyrics and compare and contrast.
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea. And in the meantime, if nobody's going to talk while me and Sonny are just like taking breaks and crashing or whatever, we can play that Austin interview from last night.
Hey, you know what? Helio, play the Austin interview, but play this thing. Listen, play this thing of you and I. Hold on. The Helio and Sonny show. Wait, play this. Play this on the bot. Hold on. You're the one that.
What? Did somebody make a recording? Hold on, let me find it.
Play that. It's funny as you and I. It's hilarious.
Dude, I always have beef with people I love, you know. Hold on. So it's in Launching Voice Tags. Helio and Sonny show. How long is it? Oh, it's only a minute and 30 seconds. Let me do this.
When was this?
Time doesn't matter, man. We've known each other for a couple of years now.
We were just on here just a week or two ago, and Helio cut out a part of our discussion, and it's freaking hilarious. Because
Really? Did I make that cut? I mean,
you sent it to me right away too, and I'm like, holy crap, that was so fast.
Holy shit! Yeah, but I do so much shit that I don't even remember.
Yeah, let us know when you
half the shit.
Let
me. I'm supposed to be like copy link. Oh, that's where I'm fucking. Now I found it. Boom. Yeah. Let's see if this works. Okay, well that's not gonna work. Play. See if this works. Are we about to break the internet right now? It's just like
I could keep going and invent and just make up a game show right here as we speak. Let's go. These are going to be questions for the flat earthers. Okay, great. Who's got the first question? Somebody in our 16 that are in the panel here got a question. I know you do. Go ahead and ask. What would you ask a flat earther?
Yeah, because flat earthers are really dumb. You know, so since we're so dumb, like I would say, what is since there's only flat earthers in here, what is the radius of Earth?
Good one, Helio. Awesome. What is the radius of Earth? Anybody got the answer to that? Anyone in the panel? Go ahead.
Not without appealing to authority,
Yeah, of course.
I know.
That was the right answer, bitch.
That was the right answer. Thank you very much. You're not dealing with the average bear around here, so be prepared if you do come in for a switcheroo on your own brain.
We're gonna make you so much for that. Thank you so much for the right answer. You get a ding ding and a virtual $1 million.
That was it.
Not without appealing to authority.
That was hilarious, man. Priceless, man. That you captured that. It was good because it would have been lost forever.
I captured that. See, I forget all the shit that I do sometimes.
I just thought it'd be a funny piece. It's like a levity piece, pretty funny.
It's like it's funny to get someone to admit.
And how did you like my game show voice? It was pretty freaking good, man.
It was good. It was good, man. It was total. That's greatness right there, man. We need to get Indio to put his little character things that he makes, with the AI little character cartoons that he makes. Have you seen those videos? Yeah, we need him. Exactly. We need him to make one of those out of that one. That would be pretty cool.
I know. Why did he stop doing that? I guess he's busy too, probably.
Yeah, he's busy too. But if he said once he figured it out, it's going to be fairly easy. If we get the right clips.
Yeah, I remember a couple they did with Mary Mom and some other people in there.
But that would be a funny one to do.
No, there was one anyway. Yeah. But
you just go to Indio's channel and look at that shit. I was looking up shit, Witsit channel. We're gonna play some Witsit here. And even if you guys want to make some comments over the talk, just try to keep them limited and not interrupt necessarily. Because I was listening to it last night, and it's sort of slow. It's just a 1v1 with this guy, and it's a really cool interview. So, and you can make some interjections in here, but just don't go totally over it while I'm playing it. Unless you don't want me to play it. I mean, it's going to be general consensus here.
Yeah, I'd say go ahead and play it. I'm going to be going to sleep here soon.
All right,
It's only 8:42.
So this is 22 hours ago. Witsit talked to this guy, Professor Robert Parks. He had a one-on-one interview with this guy, and sure he doesn't mind us playing it here. Copy this link instead of that link. And
where are you going? You got something to do?
Me?
Yeah.
Maybe. What's your business? It ain't your business.
I'm just being nosy. I'm bored.
What are you gonna do, Bob? Dude, I can talk shit all night, but I don't know. I just don't know if I can actually sit here all night and just talk, unless other people talk. And then a lot of people get annoyed with me, if I talk too much, So, but I'm more like to listen and produce, But sometimes people would say, "Oh, hey, no, Helio's talking too much," So that's all right. Doesn't really matter, I do talk too much sometimes.
Well, if nobody else is talking, is it really too much?
Yes, sometimes. What about you, Paul? You ready to cover 4 or 5 hours?
Yeah, I don't know if I got that much wind in me.
And let's listen to this, and then we can have, we can even pause it in between and talk about certain sections. We can just listen to this, and if someone wants to say something, we can pause it, and then we can have commentary going while we're listening. Is that something that you would find feasible?
I'm up for it.
All right, cool. Let's check it out. This is the intro music before the whole thing starts. I'm gonna go smoke. I'll be right back, guys.
I was gonna say that's the one thing your little game show thing was missing, some game show music.
think that intro was gonna end.
In a world. Alright, what's up? I think everything should be good with the audio. I hope it does. Give me some feedback. And cool, tonight is the first In the Field, which is of course the title of that rap song I made on some gaming headphones back in the day. So the idea is that we're going to talk to people in their respective fields and just have respectful, cordial conversation, especially even when people disagree. That's kind of the idea of the show, was to show that you can have respectful conversations even when you disagree. So that is the idea. Tonight we have Professor Robert Parks. He may prefer to go by Rob. We'll let him tell us, and I'll just let him introduce himself. So without further ado, Professor Robert, how's it going?
Howdy. Thank you for having me on, and I'm kind of honored to be your first guest. You can call me Rob. That's generally what I go by. Robert is actually my middle name. But just to introduce myself properly, I'm Dr. Rob Parks. I'm the Deputy Director of the George Mason Observatory and its Public Outreach Lead. My PhD is in astronomy, and my expertise is in stellar magnetism and young stellar objects, or protostars, if you'd like. But I've dabbled in other things.
Okay, nice. So you, I know you said you're a professor and you've taught a few different places. So, like, what do you teach? What have you taught?
What have I taught? So I have taught anything from physics recitation, which means one-on-one with students, getting them through algebra-based introductory physics. I've taught introductory physics labs, introductory physics or astronomy labs, advanced astronomy labs, advanced physics labs, and then lectures. I teach introductory astronomy, either in a one semester course or split up between two. I've also taught, the other major one that I've taught is Introduction to Cosmology, which is a undergraduate qualitative analysis of or description of cosmology. There's a little bit of math, but it's primarily just a, like I said, qualitative description.
Okay, cool. So we have had a couple brief conversations before, so we're not entirely new to each other. So basically your focus is astronomy primarily.
Yes.
Right. Okay, cool. So let's see. How should we start the convo? Do you, I guess obviously you know that here on this channel we are quite skeptical of claims about space.
Yep.
I will say it this way. I certainly don't think your job is just a big cabal of people lying or anything like that. You know, I definitely don't think that. I just think that a lot of people have some ingrained presuppositions about the sky. So that's kind of where I'm at. So I think we may not disagree as much as some people may think, but we are certainly not going to agree on a lot of things. Let's see. How about this? If you want to, I can just kind of give you the floor to kind of explain why you feel that your that astronomy, as it is modern in modern times understood, is legit. Does that make sense? Like, yeah, just kind of explain what it is so convincing for you that you guys have a proper understanding of the sky.
Okay. Yeah, and actually, that was one of the things I wanted to ask you about was whether or not there was a large cabal, influencing things or controlling things. Because I know from the Flat Earth side, there's a lot of emphasis on NASA. And to be perfectly honest, while NASA helps facilitate astronomy, in terms of actual astronomical research, that's not really exactly NASA's focus. Astronomy has been around forever. And so what leads me to believe that it's true, or that it's the best description so far, is just the sheer amount of work that's been done. I've gone through classes, I've done homework, I've been tested, I have done research of my own. All of that seems to be self-consistent with with what what we put out there. What I hate to use the term mainstream science, but what mainstream science tells us, I found to be consistent. I have, I've worked with a lot of colleagues. I know just the American Astronomical Society, its membership is around 10,000 people. So it would be very difficult for me to understand if we are in fact misguided in some way. How is it that all of us are essentially misguided, or most they are misguided? Because I know there are a few people who hold slightly different concepts or views.
Yeah, so like I said, I think that everyone just has a presupposition, and certainly anyone alive now was born into those presuppositions. Like one of the most glaring ones being the Copernican principle. It's just not even up for debate. You'd be intellectually shamed if you question the idea that we are in motion around the sun, much less that the universe is huge and we're insignificant, basically. And that is a philosophical bias, in my opinion, right? And so if I look at the sky and I'm like, oh, that's a vacuum, everything's super far away, I'm flying through there at different speeds and different directions, and then you interpret everything from there, I don't think anyone's lying. I just think that they're forcing their interpretation without even realizing it. So that's how I view this whole thing. I looked into the history of heliocentrism, and specifically towards the beginning of the 20th century, we had some pretty astounding discoveries in terms of astronomy, and never once did they reconsider heliocentrism. They just moved the goalposts to now we're in a situation where everything looks like we're in the center. That's the current there is no center, and we're all going to look like we're in the center. And so that's how I view this whole thing. Basically, is a bunch of people they're doing their best to interpret what they see within the paradigm, and never really do they step back to question the foundation of the paradigm. So yeah, I don't put malevolence on it.
Okay. Oh, interesting. So it's interesting that you say the Copernican principle is a supposition or presupposition, or what have you, because we believe that the anthropomorphic principle, which is stating that the humanity, from a scientific standpoint, holds a unique or special place in the universe, that is in fact the presupposition, because that is essentially what Aristotle held. And Aristotle was challenged because the idea was that if we are going around if he's wrong and we are going around the sun, then we should see stellar parallax. At the time, they didn't, and so they had two options. They could either say the stars are very, very far away, and so there's no way that we can detect parallax with our eyes, or the Earth is stationary. They obviously chose the latter. When it came to Copernicus, the problem was you had this observational crisis with Tycho Brahe's observations of Mars, and Kepler trying to, I'm getting a little ahead of myself. You had this observational crisis that the Ptolemaic system was becoming extremely bulky, extremely hard to use. And so Copernicus wanted to basically set about trying to simplify it. Because one of the principles behind the Ptolemaic system was that the planets existed on actual solid spheres, which, given epicycles, that's not physically possible. And then on top of that, after him, you had Kepler, who, you had the observational crisis of Tycho's observations of Mars, that 8 arc-minute discrepancy. And so that brought us from a heliocentric circular universe to a heliocentric elliptical universe. So we've had observations and knowledge of the fact that we are in a heliocentric universe for hundreds of years, and we have. I would push back on the fact that we have not challenged that.
What just happened?
You heard me, though,
that
right?
was a great interview.
Yeah, I heard you.
Okay, yeah. Just to repeat real fast, I'm saying I think we have a bit of a revisionist history. Galileo wrote a letter on his before he died, denouncing heliocentrism. They had his name erased, and no one's ever heard of that. And then Copernicus himself said that the heliocentric model, it doesn't matter if it's true or even plausible. It's just convenient to explain phenomena. I find that that's not what we're told. I mean, Copernicus didn't have a telescope, right? He did this with his naked eye. He didn't have some astounding observation or anything. Whatever. I think that it's back and forth. It's like, oh, what are we doing? When we get up to the 20th century, though, everything changed. Michelson Morley threw a wrench into everything. Right? I mean, I can show you endless quotes from Albert Michelson himself, from Einstein, from Arthur Eddington, Wolfgang Pauli, you name it. It's like, oh, it looks like the Earth could be at rest. And we changed all of physics. We just changed all of physics, and we said, and then in 25, Hubble, I'll let you kind of, in 25, Hubble looks out there and he's like, oh, there's not any blue shift anywhere. It's all red. Why is everything red? Well, there should have been blue shift, and there wasn't really blue shift. So then they said, oh, well, everything's accelerating away from us. Look, can I ask you like this? Let me ask you this, and then I'll give you plenty of room to just kind of tell me what you think about this. So leading up to, say, Hubble's observations, you have the idea of the Earth being in the center and the idea of it going around the sun. And the idea of us in this huge universe going around the sun, it's logical to think, oh, well, you're just going to see chaos everywhere. You're just going to see things going every which way. The Earth is insignificant. It's a little pale blue dot in the middle of nowhere. Geocentrism says everything's going to move in relation to us. It's going to look like we're at the center, and everything's moving directly in relation to where we observe it from on the Earth. We then make the observations, and it looks like the latter. So at that point, one theory was correct with this prediction, and one was grossly wrong. They didn't even consider the one that predicted what we saw beforehand. You see what I'm saying? It's a bias.
Okay, so there's a lot there to unpack. The thing about Galileo is, I guess I have two things to say about that. I don't know of that letter. If you send me a link, that'd be great. I do know that his published work prior to that letter, he was fervently a heliocentrist. In fact, he also is quoted as saying that the Bible is a great book, but should not be taken as a scientific textbook or something along those lines. I think it was more of, you should take the Bible as true unless science tells you otherwise. Copernicus, I'm familiar with this preface, and the reason why he put that preface in, and the reason why he published the book near his death, was because he was afraid of the reaction of the church. Because he knew that the church wasn't really happy with the idea of moving the Earth out of its prime position. What else was there that you wanted to say? Hubble. So actually, it wasn't Hubble that discovered the redshifts. It was actually Slipher. But Hubble combined Slipher's observations with his own observations of distance. And what he found was that in the local neighborhood, what we call the local group, you have proper motions dominate. So you do have quite a bit of blue shift, red shift variation. But once you got out to further distances, that essentially the Hubble flow, as it's now called, is larger than the peculiar or proper motions of the individual galaxies. I would again push back on the idea that Michelson Morley said anything about the observation or the Earth being the center of anything. I know of only one quote by Einstein, and I believe that it's wildly been misinterpreted. And also another thing is, I don't really concern myself so much with quotes as I do with what the science is telling me, what the laws of physics tells me, things of that nature. And then something else, the last thing I find I really want to talk to you about was every science class I teach, every science class that I begin with the Paleo Blue Dot quote from Carl Sagan, which I have on my wall. And he talks about, this is us. This is everything that we are. We are basically all the saints, all the sinners, yada, yada. We are all on this dust mode. And I tell my students, there are some that I've encountered that take that idea and it leads them to believe that we are insignificant. I take it to be quite the opposite. We are it. We're humanity of all the vastness of the cosmos. Its scale and distance and size, or distance and time, we're it. I think that makes us remarkably significant. Because if the Earth were to, Thanos out of existence, the universe wouldn't have us anymore. So,
yeah, I get that. Like, you can't even believe in a heliocentric model logically without believing it was created. But the vast majority of people that believe in it don't think that. They think that the sun and the moon appear to be the same size is just a coincidence, and to think that we just happen to live in a sustainable zone, and to think that there's just the perfect energy density that the universe spreads out flat, and there's like endless amount of fine-tuning problems, right? I can't even fathom believing all that without saying God had to do it. But that's the craziest part about it is you can pretend that just because you throw a dice a million times, it eventually lands on the million-sided dice. Eventually, you get the Earth. And the people that are on the foundation blocks of this model, they were atheists, and in fact, they say point blank that like the idea of being in the center is horrific. And then they had the audacity, like Stephen Hawking, to pretend it makes them humble to deny the possibility. I have a geocentrism stream where I have 120 quotes. Like Einstein himself said that Michelson, his compatriot, he's writing a letter. He says, your compatriot Michelson proved that nothing happens on the Earth as if it's moving. Everything on the Earth always takes place as if the Earth is at rest. Point blank said that. He said no optical experiment can tell the Earth is moving. No terrestrial experiment can tell that the Earth is moving. And honestly, just a basic understanding of relativity itself. Like, who cares what Einstein says? Relativity says you can't prove that the Earth is moving around the sun. Right. And that is direct response to relativity. Now, you can look at stellar aberration and parallax, and you can assume it. You can assume that we're moving and this causes the stuff in the sky, but you can't actually detect it. No experiment can detect it. So that's where I don't understand why we act like we know it. Why we teach 5-year-olds that we know it for a fact. Because we don't. According to relativity, you can't.
All right. So that's precisely the quotation that I was thinking of when Einstein, that I think is misinterpreted. Because if you go later in that same speech, Einstein clearly states that the Earth goes around the sun.
In the next sentence.
What I believe he means is he is talking about the strong equivalence principle, or what is now known as the Einstein equivalence principle. You cannot tell the difference between the Earth going around the sun or the sun going around the Earth. Ultimately, the two are equivalent. That's basically what he's saying. That is my interpretation of that quote, given what I know of GR. And so, I don't see how, I don't agree with that sort of interpretation. And even if Einstein said it, he was wrong. We can make observations that say that the Earth is moving around the solar system, going around the sun. Well, really, the sun and Earth are going around each other with respect to a certain barycenter.
But can we though? Can we though? Like I've found zero exclusive evidence. I get you'll say maybe aberration or parallax, but those aren't exclusive to the Earth moving around the sun. So, like, if I look at the preponderance of evidence, it's actually overwhelmingly in favor of geocentrism. So we look out, we're like, oh, the universe must be expanding away from us in all directions, and it just makes us look like we're at the center. Now, mind you, that was not the initial prediction. It's actually the opposite. So they just take the geocentric position, say it's actually heliocentric. And same thing with Michelson-Morley. They were supposed to get a fringe shift. They didn't. Oh, well, it's just going to look like we're at the center. It isn't just about the ether. It's about the fact that Earth is supposed to be moving around the sun. And it wasn't measured to. So what has happened throughout history is that the goalpost keeps shifting to where the heliocentric model comes up with a theory to say, oh, it's just a stubbornly persistent illusion, to quote Hawking, to make us think that we're in the center. And I find that to be disingenuous, that people don't. They act like it's just sewn up. We tell children, we know for a fact they're a tiny speck of dust and that they could die at any moment. An asteroid could hit them and it killed the dinosaurs and all this weird stuff. And I don't see the evidence for that. Like, we can maybe get more specific, right? If you want to have more of a specific convo, but like for example, here's what I don't understand. The modern cosmology is like the cold dark matter, right?
Yeah.
Like lambda cold dark matter.
That's the most
popular.
Yeah.
So the idea is that everything expanded from a single point. If everything expands,
kind of.
Well, it's a singularity. It's a single point, and then everything expands.
Yes, but the thing that I would caution folks against, because again, some folks have basically taken that and assumed that we are expanding into something, and that is a false assumption. That is not what cosmology teaches us.
No, you're right. Yeah, that's another paradox that you guys have. But real fast, if we have a singularity and we're expanding in all directions, I mean, nothing cannot exist, so we can't be expanding into nothing. But I mean, people believe crazy things nowadays. So we have a singularity, we're expanding in all directions. How is there not a center? How would it not be the center? If there's a starting point that's a singularity and everything expands out from there and it's still doing so, then that would be the center.
So again, from if you were saying that something that is expanding and there has to be a center, you are basically inferring that there is some outside frame or outside space that you are looking down onto the universe for. My favorite example, and I don't really have a better one, is the balloon example. Is you imagine that you are 2D, that you live in a two-dimensional space, and that is the skin of the balloon. There is no up and down at all. So you are simply on that balloon. If you put dots on that balloon, or if you travel from one dot to the next, you're going to do so at a certain distance. But as that balloon gets inflated by some divine being, then those dots are going to move away from each other. The surface expands, but there is no center, because on the skin you can go anywhere you like. There's no center to the skin of a balloon or the surface of a sphere.
So I get the concept for sure. Like same with like a loaf with raisin bread, but like. Yeah, but that's just a cool story, bro, right? Like, the prediction was not that. The observation showed that. They moved the goalposts. And what it's turned into now is everywhere you're at, it's going to look like you're at the center. That's convenient. And now we have an accelerative expansion in all directions. And now there's a ton of energy that needs to accelerate it. And it's accelerating faster than the speed of light. But somehow it's okay because... it's not actual information. It's just space itself expanding into nothingness. That's a cool story. Do you see how they do just constantly move the goalposts? I get that you might think it's science. Maybe like that's how science works, right? Like that we constantly figure things out, I guess would be the disagreement here.
Yeah. My question is, you keep using the term they. Who is they?
Just the collective, like the conglomerate of consensus, because that's how astronomy works. I mean, there's disagreements within it, but there are things you don't question. I know this for a fact because, like, I know someone who tried to get a geocentric paper published, and his math is bulletproof top to bottom. And they published the first one because it's just bulletproof. then he publishes a second one. They're like, oh wait, is he like actually trying to suggest that it's geocentric? Not getting published. You can't even question it.
So I don't know where that's coming from. I don't know that paper. I've never heard of anyone seriously suggesting that we live in a geocentric universe. That simply from a geocentric standpoint, that is, I have to say, settled science.
Is that going to be his answer for everything? He hasn't seen that paper. He said that before about the other.
Trying to explain the orbits of the planets going around in the night sky. It just doesn't work. The observations don't match. Tycho even decided, oh, wait a minute, let me split the difference. Let me say that the everything revolves around the sun and Earth is at the center. And he actually hired Kepler in order to prove that. And Kepler couldn't. So the Tycho cosmology is thrown away. Now, the thing about moving goalposts is I don't quite understand them and sort of that train of thought, because, why would we make our lives harder? So we thought we had a very good grasp on cosmology prior to the observations of the supernovas, the
Leo?
1A supernovas. So why is it that we would, basically invent that? Because it sounds like you're saying that we're inventing stuff, which we're not. We're simply doing observations. We're doing experiments to do that. So to show that. And I just lost my train of thought. And something else from before, which kind of goes into the whole they thing, is that you stated before with Galileo and Copernicus that it's revisionist history. Again, who is doing the revising?
Good question. That's what I want to know. Why have you never heard of the letter? Why are you an astronomer and you've never heard that Galileo disavowed heliocentrism on his deathbed? Provably so, verifiably his writing.
Oh, I'm so glad he said that.
That's what I mean. Are we going to pretend? Yeah. Wait. Oh, yeah. The Rockefeller Foundation alone would allow it. The Rockefeller Foundation owns basically all textbooks. They run all curriculum. So. That I don't think the astronomers are in on that, but they're growing up in a system that they learned from the curriculum. So the Rockefeller Foundation alone would show that you could easily revise history. And we know they revise history. They told us Christopher Columbus discovered this place. So it's revisionist history and the idea he used the globe to get here and he didn't. He got lost, but it proved the globe or whatever. But I guess what I'm trying to say is outside of that, I use the word they for just intensive purposes, but I'm not sure if you fully looked into it, right? But a neo-Tychonic system is entirely viable. A neo-Tychonic system. And there are multiple astronomers in the last 20 years who have come out and straight up said that, explained it. I could read some of them here, but you have Fred Hoyle. You know who that is? That's older.
Oh yeah,
Fred Hoyle.
I know Fred Hoyle. Well, I didn't know him, but I know him.
Martin Gardner.
I have him to thank for the Big Bang.
Yeah. Yeah, he made fun of it. Yeah, but Martin Gardner here is talking about a neo-Tychonic system. Okay, here's another quote from Carl Wolfman, right? Because you mentioned back in the day how they basically verified it was heliocentric. I tell my classes that had Galileo confronted the church in Einstein's day, he would have lost the argument for better reasons. You may use my name if you wish. This is because of stuff like Michelson-Morley. See, Kepler didn't come up with anything. I mean, sure, he was, Tycho was his tutor, and he saw him promising whatever, and he ended up suggesting that we were in a heliocentric model and that it all operated on acoustics, but that's just a kinematic. It was just a kinematic drawing. It wasn't like physics. He definitely didn't prove anything at that point because it was just kinematic. You know what I'm saying? And you get up to Einstein or Newton, he offers dynamics. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Oh, yeah.
No, go ahead.
I just wanted to revise something. Tycho was not his tutor in any way whatsoever. He was his boss. He would be the modern day equivalent of a PI or principal investigator and a postdoc. He hired Kepler specifically because Tycho could not get the math to work for his own cosmological system. And it was only after Tycho died and Kepler basically stole the data that Kepler was able to complete his work on the 3 harmonic laws. Are they physics? I mean, that's an argument. Well, that to me is sort of a philosophical point. Those are empirical laws. What he did was he looked at where the observations of Mars had been, and then he fit a pattern to it. And that pattern was an ellipse of a certain eccentricity. And from there, he was able to derive his first law, which is that all planets go around in ellipses. The second law, which is that equal areas and equal times, basically it's conservation of angular momentum. Planets slow down when they're far away from the sun, and they are faster when they're closer. And then his most famous law, the harmonic law, which states that the period of a planet with relation to the period of the Earth squared is equal to the semi-major axis of that planet to the semi-major axis of the Earth cubed. And in a wonderful synergy between empirical observations or empirical study and theoretical study, Newton then was trying to figure out a way to test to see. He had this inkling that the moon, for example, was held in place by gravity, and he wanted to test that. So where better than Kepler's laws? And he was able to derive from first principles, using his idea of gravity, that he actually derived Kepler's third law, but made it even more generalized. What Kepler couldn't realize was, because of his ratios, was that there are constants in there. There's the 4 pi g, and then there's the mass of basically the two-body system. All of that drops out in the planetary orbits. So I think that's an excellent example of how we're not just sort of guessing or imposing things onto history or onto people. We are, Newton derived it from first principles. But, Kepler's whole harmony of the spheres thing, yeah, that's kind of Wu Age garbage, in my opinion. Newton's problem with gravity or at action at a distance, yeah, he didn't like the fact that gravity seemed to behave that way, but it didn't make him not think gravity was a thing.
Yeah, he said there could be an ether, and he said the Earth could be at rest. So that's what Newton said. Newton said the Earth could be in the center, and he didn't propose a mechanism, anything like that. What's funny is people still to this day, they're like, Newtonian mechanics works just fine. No, it doesn't. It doesn't work outside the solar system. It doesn't work in principle outside the solar system. So, like, even in theory at all, period. It doesn't just fall apart because of the bigger scale. It just doesn't work because of what he introduced. He introduced the fictitious forces with an absolute background in space. An absolute fixed space doesn't work outside the solar system. Newton's not even on the table as viable at all whatsoever. You have to have Einstein. The only reason he was considered viable for so long is everyone assumed there was an ether. And that's the only reason you could even begin to act like you're using Newtonian mechanics. And, like, according to him, if there was an equal and opposite force, then the Earth could be at rest. Well, we know is, of course, even using his own framework, if that everything was moving around the Earth, like everything, that would create a centrifugal force, that would create a Coriolis force, you would have a net centripetal force, and that would cause the precession of the pendulum, that would cause the sidereal rotation detected with the ring laser gyro. According to Newtonian mechanics, you can't invoke the pendulum or the gyro as proof that we're spinning. So Newtonian mechanics really only kind of benefits geocentrism at this point. It doesn't help heliocentrism because you can't even apply it outside the solar system. I guess what I never have understood about this is a really basic level. Geocentrism doesn't have the problems that heliocentrism does. It's easier math. It's simpler and easier math on the very first step. Basically, it's just easier. But it doesn't work. So we have dark matter and dark energy. We don't have that problem with the geocentric position, though. So how long are we going to pretend like that's not a big deal? Like, geocentrism doesn't have the problem of dark matter and dark energy, but heliocentrism does. So how does that not make geocentrism more viable? And why is it not even being considered? That's what I don't understand. Is there some exclusive definitive evidence that's proving heliocentrism or something? Because it's not even allowed to be considered and it's more viable. I've never understood that.
Okay, so I don't know where you get. Well, all right, so I'm going to have to ask at some point for you to detail what you mean by geocentric system, because the geocentric system, by sheer motion of the planets, doesn't work. There is no model where you can accurately predict where the planets are going to be in the future using a geocentric model. And as for the math being easier, that is patently false. If, again, assuming you're talking about the last geocentric model that I'm aware of, which is the Ptolemaic model was god awful. It had 60, you had to account for 60 epicycles. That was one of the, like I said, that was one of the reasons why Copernicus rejected it, or not rejected it per se, but he went off in a different direction, put the sun at the center. He also had some religious views as to why that was the case, but that's beside the point.
Yep.
The other thing is, I can tell you that Newtonian gravity is still used in all or a lot of different aspects of astronomy. The first one I can think of, and also in relation to dark matter, is Vera Rubin when she looked at the rotational curve of one or group of spiral galaxies. I can't remember which. It may have been our own. She basically was using Newtonian gravity to determine the mass based on the observed velocity. And she saw that the rotation curve of galaxies was flat, which only makes sense if the galaxy is in fact similar to a merry-go-round, in that the mass is fairly evenly distributed over the course of the object. If the galaxy was more solar system-like, where most of the mass was concentrated in the bulge and it petered off in the disk, then you would expect a Keplerian curve, where the velocity would drop as a function of distance. So Newtonian gravity is often used in astronomy all the time. And I also don't understand what you mean, again, probably because I don't understand what you mean by geocentric system, how dark matter wouldn't be a problem, because we see dark matter effects. We have observational evidence that there is missing matter in the universe. We now have observational evidence of dark energy. So whether or not it's, so I would be curious to know how geocentrism would explain either of those two concepts.
Okay. For one, Vera Rubin saw that the outer edge of the galaxy was spinning just as fast as the inside of it, which actually violates Newton's laws of motion. That doesn't help Newton. That's terrible for Newton. And this is why you need dark matter to fix it. It does. You can't have the outside of it spinning just as fast as the inside, according to Newton's laws. But when it comes to the dark matter, dark energy thing, if the Earth is geocentric, then the universe can be much more local, much more dense, much younger. So you would just have like a more dense composition. You don't need accelerative expansion, so you don't need dark energy whatsoever. And dark matter is just based on the current gravitational theories and assumptions that we don't even need. You have vast distances, vast mass distribution claims, and all this stuff, where 84% of it is something that you can't define. I don't see how we could have directly observed something that, well, we didn't directly observe it. When you say we observe it, you don't mean observe it. Right, because it doesn't interact with the electromagnetic spectrum light, so we can't observe it. We can't define it. It's just like a mathematical plug for the model. I mean, that's another example where it even starts in 1933, and they looked at the galaxy clusters, and the galaxy should have been escaping the clusters because there was only 1% of the mass that gravity predicted. But they just said, oh, never mind, we'll just say that there's something else there. 99% there.
What happened? Someone was saying something.
Yeah, I heard it too.
I'm gonna unmute it because, I mean, if anybody want to say something, go ahead and you can mute the bot if you want. If you can.
Specifies that if you have an object that has mass evenly distributed, then your rotation curve is going to be flat. If you have mass that is centrally concentrated, like the solar system, then the disk is going to fall off in a Keplerian way, p squared over a cubed kind of way. So Newton predicts both of those. So it's not a problem with Newtonian gravity. And, you know, again, so Vera Rubin's observations, the problem was that that there was dark matter there, or there was matter there that couldn't be accounted for. Your observations that you quote in the 30s, I believe those are from Fritz Zwicky, who was a very interesting individual. I think one of the reasons why he was disregarded is because, well, he was kind of an asshole. He threatened to shoot one of his co-authors. So there might have been some kind of personal grudge there. In terms of dark matter, there are two, and I hate these acronyms, but there are two competing camps. There are those that are machos, massive compact halo objects, and then there are WIMPs, weakly interacting massive particles. One of my colleagues at Georgia State, he is firmly in the macho camp. He believes machos are normal baryonic matter that is simply low luminosity, meaning that it's just not bright. And as is often been touted, you have the inverse square law of light. So if you have a very dim object that's very, very far away, you need exceedingly sensitive equipment in order to actually see it at all. But from a gravitational standpoint, you can notice its effects. So machos, their explanation is that what we're seeing are just really low mass stars, or dark matter is really low mass stars, exoplanets, white dwarf remnants, neutron stars, black holes, you know, that sort of thing. So there is a camp, although the evidence is moving against them, but there is a sizable camp in astronomy that believes that dark matter is in fact normal baryonic matter. It's just really dim. WIMPs are weakly interacting massive particles, and so there you have essentially kind of two camps-ish. You have the camps that believe that the best explanation for dark matter is neutrinos, which are massless particles that have been detected. The only problem is that they are very, very high energy, and what the models are telling us is that dark matter needs to be cold in order for things to work well. And then you have the other camp in the WIMPs, which I have not studied very well because so far they haven't detected any of their exotic particles like axioms or what have you. Until they actually find something, I'm really not going to invest myself into looking into it. So that's basically the current state of dark matter in astronomy.
Yeah, so I just made up. No disrespect, but I just made up stories. That's what that is. Like, oh, well, maybe it's just there's matter there. It's just invisible, or that's a cool story. There's no evidence for that, and there, I guess you would automatically have to disavow any type of claim that says that they're able to find some of it on the Earth or anything like that, right? Like a CERN, all these stories. Obviously, any belief that it's baryonic matter you would have to disavow all claims at CERN, claiming that they are able to like briefly concentrate dark matter, which is pseudoscience. So I would of course agree with anyone disavowing it, but so 84% of the matter in the universe is really dim matter that you just can't see. Another major problem, there's so many problems with heliocentrism as a bias. So like the whole universe has to accelerate. And for the audience that doesn't know, right, that wasn't the initial prediction. We were supposed to see chaotic stuff happening all over the place. We're just a tiny speck of dust out here observing everything around us. But everything's moving like we're in the center. Then they came up with the balloon analogy that he said. Basically, like there is no center. Everyone's going to look like it's the center, which is convenient. And so now everything must be accelerating away from us, expanding in all directions. And so we fast forward to now. And so you have the cosmological constant, and then you have the Hubble constant, and we have problem. These don't work at all. So we have what's it called? The Hubble tension, right? Though the Hubble tension is this huge discrepancy between like the predicted value based, or I guess what they call it, the measured value on like the closer galaxy scale right? And then like these observations of supernovas, and the rest of, and the cosmic microwave background and stuff like that. When they combine these two, the discrepancy is huge. What is it, like 60? It's almost like 10 kilometers per second per megaparsec off. It's like 60. Yeah, it's like 67 to 78 or something like that. So that's a lot.
Closer, but yeah.
Well, yeah. So it's wrong. It's drastically wrong, and so none of it works. I don't understand. Okay, maybe you can help us understand the Hubble tension. Explain to us what that is, and I'm going to be dissatisfied with. It must just be that our measurement devices aren't good enough. But if you can kind of explain maybe what you think about that, because or the audience may not really even know what the entire basically you have the idea that the universe is expanding in all directions, and you have the idea that a certain amount of energy has to exist to make this happen, simply put. And then when they look out into the sky, there are huge discrepancies based on how much this is supposedly happening in different locations, when it should just be happening the same everywhere. So what is maybe your take on that, the Hubble tension?
Okay. Well, before I get into the Hubble tension, you say cool story, bro. And really what I'm saying is these are hypotheses. So in a sense, yes, they are stories, but from a scientific point of view, these are hypotheses that need to be tested. And ironically enough, for your audience, one of the places that they're testing it is in Antarctica. The ice cube is I can't remember how big it is. It's a huge neutrino detector in Antarctica, and it's attempting to resolve the cold or the hot, cold, dark matter thing. As for what CERN's doing, again, I'm not certain what CERN is doing, so I can't really say anything about that. But these are not. We do not. Well, if anyone tells you that this is settled science, they're lying to you. We just know that there has to be matter there for galaxy rotation to work, for galactic clusters to work, for a couple of other different reasons. So, but we don't really know what it is. We have hypotheses, but we are in the process of testing them. It's one of the reasons why JWST was commissioned. Now, Hubble tension. No, you're right. You are absolutely right. There is, in fact, a tension. One of my other colleagues at LSU, he was really troubled by it. Johann Frank. So you have two different ways of determining the age of the universe. You can do it by looking at basically Hubble law. You can look at distances of galaxies with respect to their velocities. And essentially that's a linear function. You take, in a simplistic way of looking at it, is you take the reciprocal of the slope, and or the slope is your Hubble constant, and then you take the reciprocal of that, bing, bang, boom, you have a time. You have an age of the universe. Then you actually can look at the cosmic microwave background, and this is the age that often gets quoted, the 13.7 billion years old years. And you find that there is, by looking at essentially the sizes of the quantum fluctuations within that field, you can also derive an age. I'm not entirely certain how they do it, but that's how it was explained to me. And I've seen the data. I've seen the various experiments that have been done. And you're right. You are very valid in that the two are not statistically consistent with one another. Hubble law through the Hubble law, it's more like 72, 73. For CMB, it's more like 68, but the error bars on both experiments are small enough that they don't statistically overlap. They do not agree with each other to definitely 1 sigma, possibly even 2. I'd have to go back and look on that. But that's, again, that is openly being questioned. That is openly being studied. It's not something that we just throw under the rug and we're not looking at it. So,
wait, isn't that a huge deal though? Like, isn't that like incredibly pivotal to everything? Like the cosmological constant and the Hubble constant. I don't see how that's not a big deal. I guess is what I don't understand.
it is a very big deal. And so, but it is a very big deal in our understanding of the cosmology as a whole. But on a smaller scale, it says nothing about the Earth going around the sun or the sun going around the Earth.
I disagree. Like I think maybe the audience, just in case they don't understand exactly what we're talking about, the Hubble constant is the alleged rate in which everything's accelerating away from us in all directions. Then, of course, you have the cosmological constant being the amount of energy needed to make it accelerate that fast. And then we look out there, and none of the data matches, and it's different in different places, and it's not all accelerating like it's supposed to be, and they can't even figure out how there can be a set amount of energy, and why is the energy different in different places based on distance. So that's a huge part of it. Like if we go back to when we were talking about the early 20th century, we look out, we say, oh, it looks like we're in the center. We must make up the claim that everything's going away from us, accelerating away from us, expanding. And now that very claim isn't matching the data. The data's not matching that claim. I don't know how that wouldn't be a very pertinent aspect of the discussion.
So no, it's I don't know what you mean by looking at and finding different energies in different places. As far from my understanding, our observations that dark energy needs to exist are consistent, or if it weren't, we wouldn't say that it exists. The other thing to keep in mind is while there is tension between the age of the universe from Hubble law and the age of the
universe, just getting this set up and having somebody listen to it. Check it out.
They both indicate that the universe is expanding. It's not like one.
I've been making adjustments,
essentially undercutting the other one in terms of what's totally physically going on. But again, it seems I'm getting the impression that there seems to be something at work which is creating a narrative. Like I think you implied in this in the early 20th century that there were people that being essentially silenced. Who's doing it and why?
Yeah, so
I don't know who the Rockefeller Foundation is. So,
oh, there you go. The Rockefellers own all modern publications, and I think to not notice that you're not allowed to say certain things that aren't approved would be a bit naive. I mean, even Fred Hoyle talked about that. He's like, if you come out and challenge anything in astronomy, if it doesn't fit the status quo, you simply won't be published. And Fred Hoyle lived a while back, right? I mean, so now it's much more. Well, that's a long time, right? It's much more egregious now. We just watched it. The last 3 years proved to us that you are only allowed to say what the government wants you to say. So I know it's not quite the same as like the pandemic, but it's a similar idea where approved ideas get published and certain ideas do not. And I think that's the death of science. But again, this is what I'm saying. I think that people, okay, Michelson-Morley is a good example. Everyone assumes the Earth is going around the sun. That's just an assumed, we proved it. Now, they didn't prove anything. You know, they couldn't explain Mercury's perihelion shift. The neotectonic system actually can't explain it. Geocentric electromagnetic phenomena would explain the perihelion shift actually with perfect accuracy, which is one of the main ways they try to explain in the heliocentric model with the Kerr metric. The Kerr metric tries to use the charge of the sun and electromagnetism to fix the Mercury perihelion shift problem, Mercury's anomaly. But anyway, the solar system doesn't even work. But the point is, they believed it anyway. And then we get to Michelson-Morley, and the evidence does not match what anyone thought it would. It astonished all physicists. It puzzled all physicists. To quote Einstein in Relativity, Special and General Theory, the test should have been decisive, and it puzzled many physicists. No one knew what to do, and that's like exactly how he describes it. And they didn't even consider the alternative. They literally just sat there and waited for someone to make up a new theory to explain it away. And all kinds of people have come out at the time. Albert Michelson himself, Edward Morley himself, all kinds of physicists came out at the time saying it looks like the Earth might be stationary. Actually, Albert Michelson said it appears. Oh no, it's Arthur Eddington said it appears that the velocity of the Earth through space might happen to have been nil. these are very famous people. That's the Eddington experiment, right? Arthur Eddington. We've never heard of these quotes. That's my point. So like, it's not that those people were all convoluted, like conspiratorial. No, they were just trying to figure it out. They had a bias. Now we only hear the cherry-picked version of it. We just hear that Einstein was a genius and he figured it out, and they won't even tell you about Michelson Morley. Most of the time, they don't even tell you about it. You have to go find it. You hear about it in Flat Earth, but you don't hear about it in the mainstream. So there is definitely a narrative being pushed. Long story short, with Michelson Morley, they made all kinds of unfalsifiable claims to save heliocentrism instead of accepting the data for what it says. And that's just one of many examples. This happens today all the time. Every single time. Dark matter, dark energy, dark flow, because one part of the universe is moving in the wrong direction. So like, oh, there must be something outside the universe that's pulling it or something. Like, I don't know. To me, I think it's weird. You see what I'm saying? It's not like some big conspiracy of different individuals. It's compartmentalization of propaganda that the people that are studying it were told. They believe it. I don't think you're lying about anything. I don't think your colleagues are lying about anything. I think that would be insane to think that I'm not a crazy person that just is scared of everything and like paranoid and pareidolia. Like, no, I just know how it works. Everyone thinks evolution's real right now. It's not real. Everyone thinks it is real. So they go look at rocks on the ground and they try to interpret the rocks as if evolution's real. All right. So you see my point? That's where I'm at. Is it's just people, they don't even question their foundations. I need empirical evidence. I know I talked long. I want to let you go, and I want to give you this alley-oop, if you will. Like, I need like exclusive empirical evidence to substantiate that the Earth is orbiting the sun, that we're tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving around the sun, because all the evidence shows us the opposite of that. All the empirical, testable, measurable evidence shows us that we're not moving. So I need some like empirical evidence, right, to go against all observations that I can directly observe, right?
So, okay. As far, I would love to see your evidence that suggests that definitively states the Earth is stationary, because all the evidence that I know of states quite the opposite. Like I said, as you've pointed out, two of them already, which is stellar parallax. You have stellar aberration. You can even go deeper and look into binary systems. You have to account for the fact that you're looking at them from the barycenter rather than the Earth, because if you don't take that into account, you're basically putting in a systematic error to the periods and the orbits, which makes things basically wrong, and so forth. So you keep saying that there is no evidence for it, but there is a tremendous amount of evidence. And you also have said that we don't look back. I don't know who you mean by we, but astronomers do look back. Actually, the first thing that we do in any paper is write an introduction. And in that introduction, we have to justify that we know what the hell we're talking about by citing previous research. So we definitely look back on the topic.
Okay, what about that evidence you just mentioned?
Something else. So,
all right, I know it's kind of tough when we're both like saying a lot. So
so with Fred Hoyle and ARP, ARP was another detractor who, he got maligned in the scientific community, but they didn't get blackballed. They weren't banned from publishing. So. And if you talk about compartmentalization, that, again, I don't see how the astronomical community could be compartmentalized, because the Earth going around the sun is a fundamental aspect of the universe. So regardless of what you're studying in astronomy, that holds true. If it doesn't, then whatever you're studying, something's really wrong, because our understanding of physics, basic physics, is not there anymore. So, but when you use the word compartmentalized, again, to me, that kind of invokes that there is someone who is compartmentalizing these things in order to, basically silence people who are against a certain narrative. So
Well, the compartmentalization just comes by way of propaganda, man. Like, for me to go through university to get my degree, I have to be able to recall certain information. When it's ingrained to my head enough, I do enough math to work it out. I know this because I'm pretty good at math. Whenever you do complicated math and you get it all figured out, especially when you can do it efficiently, you start to internalize it. You start to believe what's behind it. So then you believe the stories that you had to recollect and regurgitate to get your test. Like, once you get, I can only imagine, which I don't, once you get a degree in astronomy, do you think you're ever going to question some of the core tenets of astronomy? Of course not. You've gone through 4 straight years of classes. Now, will you go attack some of the fringe questions? Sure. But the base tenets, never, ever. And Michelson-Morley is the most misrepresented experiment in the modern history, and it's not even close. People still say it debunked the ether. It didn't even debunk the ether. It debunked a stationary ether. So, like, people don't even know. I talked to many physicists, professional physicists, that they don't know what really happened with Michelson-Morley. The motion of the Earth is in the title of the paper. It didn't show the motion of the Earth. They changed physics to explain it away. And I do have to correct this idea. I have tons of quotes, so there's no way I can find them. But, like, you said that the motions of the planets won't even work. That is incorrect. That is absolutely incorrect. Here's one quote from Luka Popov. And obviously, I'm not appealing to these people authority. I mean, if you can articulate what's wrong with what they're saying, that's cool, right? Because I don't appeal to authority ever. But he says, but what is less known is that Tycho Brahe, Kepler's tutor, which you voice contention with, developed a geostatic system that was just as accurate and elegant as Kepler's. The sun's orbit around the Earth and all the other planets orbit around the sun. The trajectories are ellipses, and all the Kepler's laws are satisfied. Luka Popov, Newton-Machian analysis of neo-Tychonic model of planetary motions, University of Zagreb, Department of Physics. I have tons of these. This is from 2013. Modern astronomers have already mathed it out. I have relational mechanics explaining it as well. So I don't know why. I think that's not accurate, that the planetary motion can't be mapped out on a stationary Earth. I mean, that doesn't even make sense. And I know it can be mapped out from my position. I would be invoking electromagnetism. I would be invoking a more dense medium. We clearly have a more dense medium. You guys just call it different things. Dark matter, dark energy. So I don't know. Have you ever looked into, like, why are you saying that you can't map out the planets on a stationary Earth?
So I don't know who that is. But what I can do, and this kind of goes to the questions that I've been kind of going back to, is I don't see that paper. I don't see that work. I've never been told that work. But what I can do is I can look up, Campbell in 83. He's talking about the sun's quadratic quadrupole moment, which is what you sort of inferred with the charge and all that. It's actually has to do with the internal rotation of the sun, which affects the moment of inertia, and that goes into play in describing the precession of Mercury. And they basically say, all right, the previous quadrupole moment was inaccurate with this new measurement, or with this new analysis, matches perfectly. There's something called PPN, or post-Newtonian something or other, which takes relativity into account. It takes the gravity it takes a lot of different things into account, and that again perfectly matches what we see in the universe. I do not know of any studies or any research which states that can be done as a geocentric universe. And if that is the case, because I went through school, I got a degree, I worked in the field, still work in the field. Why is it that I'm not hearing this? Why is it that this is not being discussed by my colleagues?
Well, why say you discovered that the geocentric position is a viable one, and you be honest, you decided to come out and start talking about how you're now a geocentrist, and you found out via relational mechanics that actually the geocentric position is viable. What would your life be like? What would happen?
What would happen?
You would get ridiculed, man. You would get ridiculed and ostracized.
Here's the thing. In order for me to basically make that claim and be taken seriously, is that I would have to show from an analytical perspective or an observational perspective that that this is correct. I can't do that. So if I could, I hate to use fallacy terms, but I think that's kind of begging the question or whatever. In order for me to do that, I would have to be able to quantify, I would have to be able to show that, like I said, analytically or observationally, and then that would go through a peer review process. Am I going to be highly questioned? Yes.
Thank you.
And I would have to have basically bulletproof proof or evidence or what have you. I'd have to have a bulletproof argument for me to be even considered.
And you still wouldn't be considered.
I would push back on that. Yes.
I'll give you a paper right now where someone's already done it. So, 1999, Andre Assis, professor of physics at the University of Campinas in Brazil, relational mechanics, works out all the math, shows that relativistic application can't even predict the precession of the pendulum, and that with relativistic application, kinematical equivalent situations or systems are not necessarily dynamically equivalent. Then applies Newtonian mechanics with real inertial forces, shows that you would in fact have the precession of a geocentric position. This same guy right here, I have a quote, says in the Ptolemaic system, the Earth is considered to be at rest and without rotation in the center of the universe, while the sun, other planets, and fixed stars rotate around the Earth. In relational mechanics, this rotation of distant matter yields the force. Now the gravitational attraction of the sun is balanced by a real gravitational centrifugal force due to the annual rotation of distant masses around the Earth, with a component having a period of 1 year. In this way, the Earth can remain at rest and at an essentially constant distance from the sun. The diurnal rotation of distant masses around the Earth with a period of 1 day yields a real gravitational centrifugal force flattening the Earth at the poles. Foucault's pendulum is explained by a real Coriolis force acting on moving masses over the Earth's surface. The effect of this force will be to keep the plane of oscillation of the pendulum rotating together with the fixed stars. I know there's a lot, so you can go now and say what you want to, but I just covered this in my Relatively Speaking series. This guy, no one's ever heard of this guy. You've never heard of this paper. It's buried, dude. This dude, it's like 700 pages. It's got all the math. It shows all the math from both Newtonian and Einsteinian mechanics. Why have you never heard of it? That's what I'm saying.
So, one, he wasn't silenced because he published his paper. He published that book, and we were talking about rotational mechanics, which I am just now becoming familiar with, which is kind of ironic because it's basically, from my understanding, it was developed by Mach, and Ernst Mach was the first one to say, yeah, the ether doesn't exist. We need to come up with a better idea of what this is, which is what I think rotational mechanics was born from. Was essentially an explanation for why the Earth, or why the Nicholson-Morley experiment was a null result. And just as a kind of an aside to something you mentioned earlier, Nicholson-Morley is a very well-known experiment in the scientific community. I learned about it both at undergraduate and graduate, so it's not like it's been displayed or been thrown to the wayside or what have you. In terms of it being misinterpreted, again, we go through the math, we go through the physics, and I don't see, unless there is, I don't see how that can be misinterpreted.
What
but,
did you learn in school that a possible explanation of Michelson-Morley is that the Earth is stationary? Because I mean, it is.
No, I did not learn that because that's not what the experiment tells us.
It does. The experiment tells us either the Earth is stationary, or there is no ether drift, and the Earth is orbiting around the sun, and there's a constant speed of light, and there's no absolute frames of reference. That's what it tells us. It tells us either the Earth is stationary, or we cannot have the ether we currently understand. There can be no absolute frames of reference, and there must be a constant velocity of light in a vacuum. No absolute frames to measure against. That's the two options.
Yeah.
We know which one they went with.
Yeah, now that I think about it, now that I understand what you're saying, yes, that is accurate, and yes, that was proposed to us, and that was rejected because, again, from Kepler and Copernicus, we know that the sun is in fact revolving around the sun. It just It just is. That evidence is there. It has not been refuted as far as I can that I'm aware of.
But what evidence are you saying? Just so I understand.
If it has been, then somebody is actively trying to. Someone is actively suppressing.
The evidence is it has to,
Now,
otherwise our bullshit story doesn't work.
Why don't
Sorry,
you
I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, no. You say something about, you said basically you go through school and all that kind of good stuff, and you go through and you derive things and you go with math. Why don't you believe the math? Because what I don't quite understand, and this is kind of going off onto another topic, is, you seem to be going to all these different ideas or explanations, which I don't think are actually consistent with one another or even are compatible with one another. And you're fine with those explanations, which as far as I know have not been rigorously tested. But with relativity, classical mechanics, those have been tested over and over and over again and shown to be accurate. Yes, there are problems, but they've been shown to be accurate a lot of the time. So why is it you want to reject that, but go to these other fields of study that are not nearly as rigorously tested?
Yeah,
why is that math believable and this math not?
Okay, for the only reason I'm bringing up the relational mechanics paper is because he's suppressed. You've never heard of it. It shows in your own paradigm, using Newtonian Einsteinian mechanics, you have to concede that the Earth could be stationary, and you get the pendulum precession, and it's equally valid according to both Newtonian and Einsteinian mechanics. It's just to address the misnomer that somehow the gyroscope and the pendulum and sidereal rotation detection proves the Earth's rotating. It doesn't. Not even using any type of mechanics that's been currently proposed for the model. As to your bigger question, I don't believe anything because it can be mathematically represented. And when you say that classical mechanics and relativity have been tested on the massive scale, I don't know what you mean, other than like you use little g on the local scale. Like I can use a kinematic equation with initial velocity, height, and time and solve for downward acceleration and do everything I do in engineering. I don't need anything to do with the bending and warping of space-time. I don't need anything like that. That's the vast majority of use cases on the local scale, is weight and downward acceleration. And that's easy peasy. I would say it's intrinsically electrostatic. That's what gives you density and weight, and that's all easy. I can use a kinematic equation. Math, the fact that kinematic equation describes it, doesn't mean whatever I claim is the cause of the time is true, right? Actually, though, when we test it more scrutiny, like with quantum mechanics, where we get really hyper precise, repeatable observations, it doesn't work. So neither one of those things can be accurate depictions of reality. What I want to know is, how come we don't take the evidence to say what it really says? Which is, see, I look at everything, bro. You're right. I do look at a whole bunch of different things. It's because I'm just trying to sift through and figure out what's going on. I know that I'm not going to conform to like consensus. Consensus is always 100% of the time wrong. Every single time. It's always wrong. It's guaranteed wrong right now. And when we look at quantum mechanics, there is impedance in free space. A vacuum has impedance. There's electromagnetic energy in a vacuum. And this is what people used to call the ether. So why, if the vacuum is impeding things, then why are we not addressing the possibility of there being an ether? And what I found out was there's only one reason, and it's because of Michelson-Morley. And if there is an ether that has substantive qualities and causes impedance, then Michelson-Morley would have showed a fringe shift if we're going around the sun. So that's not even on the table. That is why we have a disconnect between quantum mechanics, the local scale, and cosmology. That is why. And why would I fall into that trap? I get it sucks, bro. I get that it sucks for people in your field that their whole life that they wouldn't explain cosmology, and then people's whole life they wouldn't explain quantum mechanics. And now there's this huge gap, and both people are going to have to let go of what they think they thought they knew. But that's not, I mean, pride will just be the death of knowledge every time. So that's the way I look at it. I look at it on the meta scale. If there's an accurate theory of physics, it's going to explain everything. It's going to apply on all scales. And right now, it doesn't. And so then I got down to the bottom of why we're not fixing that problem. And it's not lack of information, it's a philosophical bias. So that's kind of my long-winded way of answering your question. I think.
Okay, so I want to ingrain that. I want to go back to the philosophical bias. As I said, I'm just now getting into rotational mechanics, but two of my friends, Eric E. and I Can Science That, have basically talked to me about it, and they have assured me that it has been well studied and refuted. But again, you have to contact them to find out exactly why. In terms of gravity,
rotational. You mean like relational mechanics?
Yeah, sorry, relational mechanics.
That's all good. Yeah, okay.
In your description of kinematics and gravity, and I could quibble about the fact that gravity really isn't kinematics per se, but what you're describing is classical mechanics, and classical mechanics is Newtonian gravity. So the fact that you say that works, and you're correct, it does work, really basically is an admission that Newtonian gravity works, because you can't use I won't say you can't. I have yet to see an electrostatic derivation that will allow me to predict a block sliding down a ramp. The classic inclined plane experiment. This is the experiment that Galileo used to make the statement that in the absence of air resistance, masses accelerate at the exact same rate regardless of their own masses. So if you can explain that, and I can derive it, I have on my channel, if you can derive that relationship using a density approach, a RDD approach, or an electrostatic approach, I will certainly pay attention. But as far as I know, the only way that I've been able to see it done accurately, and since I've taught physics labs, I have done that lab more times than I can count. The only way to do it accurately is through Newtonian gravity. Now, I find it interesting that you said consensus is always wrong. Why? What is it about consensus that makes it wrong? Because you could say that there's a whole lot of consensus that God exists. So
yeah. I mean specifics in this conversation. So scientific consensus, certainly in terms of physics, it's always wrong. Like even on just a basic logical level, it's going to always be updated. We're going to figure out new things, but oftentimes what people slide in there real fast is the presupposition that we're always getting more accurate. That is not correct. That's absolutely not correct. A perfect example is doing away with the ether. We're going to, mark my words, the ether will return. The ether went nowhere. There is no way to explain physics without the ether. But why is it gone? So if we go back to the ether, did we progress this whole time? No, we wasted 100 years, and now we're going to have to take a giant step back. Now, sure, we have lots of new information we've gained since then that we'd be able to integrate into our ether model to better understand ether, right? But it's a presupposition that it's always going forward. I guess my point is, I use Einstein as an example to make this point. When Einstein went to the Royal Astronomical Society to propose his theory of relativity, he got laughed out of the room. They didn't want to hear it. They're like, what are you talking about? You're a crazy person. And he was a crazy person. But anyway, he got laughed out of the room, right? And now that's the mainstream consensus, the theory of relativity.
Correct.
So that's my point. Everyone believed in the Newtonian framework. Everyone believed in ether. Now, everyone mocked anyone that would believe something as crazy as there's no ether and there isn't an absolute frame of reference. Now everyone believes that. Okay, so even just the current, like even Einstein himself shows you what I'm saying is true. Now that doesn't mean that I can just run around and just claim everything's wrong. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I know that consensus is the easy way out, and every person that's ever made a discovery in science went against the consensus. Every time. Whoever solves the dark matter problem would have to go out of the consensus. It's not just dim matter. That's a cop out, and it's honestly it's just the ether. It's just the ether, dude. You get what I'm saying, though. You get what I'm saying. We are currently in a state where we can't unify the different scales, and if we're gonna make a theory about the natural world being natural science, we need to to experiment and test it, and it needs to apply at all scales everywhere that physics applies. So if we're making a claim about mass, it should apply everywhere mass is. And that doesn't exist. And I'll let you talk plenty long because I'm kind of rambling. But to address your mass part specifically, or Newtonian mechanics, classical mechanics, Newtonian mechanics, yeah, I was only pointing out that if you revert back to Newtonian mechanics, you have to concede the geocentric Earth is valid position. And of course, Einstein told you himself that due to the covariance and equivalence principle, that a geocentric Earth is valid. I obviously don't believe any papers written about it. They all assume the Earth's a sphere, and you know that I don't believe that.
Yeah.
But you get my point. I just point out that people misrepresent this conversation in many ways.
So again, I'm going to push back on the idea that Newtonian gravity is consistent with a geocentric universe. It isn't. It doesn't even it doesn't explain doesn't explain the precession of Mercury. It doesn't explain gravitational lensing. It doesn't explain time dilation. Doesn't explain muon decay. It really fails on a lot of different levels. But on a terrestrial scale in everyone's everyday life, yeah, it's a very valid tool, because what people are doing usually isn't precise enough for the effects of relativity to really creep in. Now, you've said that essentially, I think you've said that you claim that we progress kind of through a philosophical. But now I want to wait on that. The other thing I want to say is more towards yes, as far as every revolution revolution or scientific revolution that I am aware of, specifically in dealing with physics or astronomy and cosmology, yes, the person who put it forward initially was ostracized. We see this with Copernicus and his fears against the church. We see this with Galileo and his house arrest. We see this with, as you rightly pointed out, Newton or Einstein was not taken seriously in the beginning. Newton wasn't taken seriously in the beginning either. And they were eventually proved correct. Well, not proved correct, sorry. Their ideas were eventually accepted because the preponderance of evidence showed them their ideas to be the best description. And so I fully believe that GR will in fact someday be superseded. And I hope it is, because you're right, it doesn't explain, there is no coupling between GR and quantum mechanics. And so eventually it is going to have to be superseded. That's how science works. That's the scientific revolutions. I recommend reading either Karl Popper or Thomas Kuhn on these subjects. In terms of going back to the philosophical bias, again, when you think of consensus, what I'm hearing, and I could be wrong, what I'm hearing is that you think that we're just accepting things, that we are just basically be given information from our forebears, and we're like, okay, that's cool. We're not. We are doing observations which, to quote, paraphrase or quote Newton, we are standing on the shoulders of giants. We are basically building our current understanding on their past understanding. And yes, there are going to be crises that test our current understanding. But if you're an honest scientist, you're going to go where the science leads you. And when we say that we have a consensus belief that the ether doesn't exist, it's because there is no real evidence to suggest that it does. Nicholson-Morley, essentially, that's the null result. As you stated, there are only two possibilities. The Earth is stationary or the ether doesn't exist. And so, like as I said, Mach took that and said, no, the ether doesn't exist. And Einstein eventually came about, and there was some playing around. Well, Lorentz and Poincare had some ideas, but they lacked any kind of physical meaning. But it was until Einstein's GR that you actually had a physical mechanism for why you would expect that null result to occur.
Wait. Oh, specifically the null result. I mean, like I said, like first of all, Henry Poincaré is the one that came up with basically the whole core tenet of relativity, and Einstein took it. Like the whole entire bending and warping of space-time, that whole thing, that's Henry Poincaré. He came up with that. When you're saying like the physical mechanism, he didn't offer a physical mechanism. He also took that from Lorentz. He got the Lorentz contraction, which of course, if you contract the length, then you have to like change the time, right? But there's still not agreement on the physical mechanism. So I'm confused what you mean by that. What length contraction? What's the physical mechanism for that? Like what causes length contraction? Saying different frames isn't a physical mechanism. And Einstein was very particular. He said it isn't just an apparent subjective effect. It must be a real physical effect. So what causes length contraction? I heard you bring up muon decay. That's the only alleged evidence for it, pretty much, and that's laughable to me. That's intrinsically electromagnetic. That's where length contraction came from. That's where time delay came from. Oliver Heaviside, electrical wires, everything's electric. So, like, what do you mean by he was the only one to offer a physical mechanism? Because Henry Poincaré, for example, or you could even go to Lorentz's ether theory. Both of them were ether theories. Henry Poincaré was an ether theory, and if you compare Einstein's relativity and Henry Poincaré, they're like experimentally identical, effectively. It's just one has an ether. They threw and also one more thing. It didn't prove there was no ether. It proved either the Earth is stationary or the stationary ether believed at the time couldn't be true. Specifically, it wasn't that there was no ether, right? Like even Einstein himself said that. But I'm really curious what you mean by he offered a physical mechanism for the null result, because he didn't. He said actually that he didn't know what it would be.
So the physical mechanism is that we travel through space and time, which obeys the equivalence principle, specifically for SR, that the speed of light is invariant depending on inertial reference frames. So what Lorentz was saying was he believed that the reason why the null result happened was because of literal length contraction due to ether frame drag, which doesn't make any sense, because what that would, if there is ether frame drag, then that would rob energy from the Earth system, and it would cause the Earth to spiral into the sun, and we'd all die. Obviously, we don't see that. So the null result is actually a case of the fact that the speed of light isn't changing. That's why the null result is the way it is. It's not length contraction. It's SR. And the physical mechanism was then later on developed by Einstein or whoever, by GR, and to say that, the Earth, the universe is composed of mass energy. It's a fabric which we refer to as space-time, and the curvature of that space-time due to the presence of mass energy, that is what dictates all motion.
I was muted. Yeah, special relativity was proposed to explain Michelson-Morley, and according to Einstein himself, and it attributes a constant speed of light, so there's no absolute frames of reference in. And to explain it, you do have to invoke a physical length contraction, because there's going to be a difference in the distance traveled by the light perpendicular to the motion of the Earth. As to whether or not that it's detectable, that's the absolute frame thing, so that's SR, like you said. But there's going to have to actually be a physical shortening in the reference frame of the sun, which is the motion they were trying to detect. That's the reference frame they were utilizing to get their predicted fringe shift, right? 30 kilometers per second around the sun. So that means that from the perspective of the sun, from that frame of reference, the apparatus has to contract and time has to change, right? Time has to slow down. That's just a made-up story. There's no evidence for that. And muon decay is begging the question with electrical phenomena, begging the question of how many things are out in space. I don't even believe that, but say I did believe that. It's just all intrinsically electric, just like the original length contraction that was observed by Oliver Heaviside was based on the way that current interacts within wires. So that's all that it is. That's all length contraction can be. That is a physical mechanism. It's electric. Einstein didn't offer a physical mechanism. Specifically, I've read many papers where it explains that. People debate to this day what the physical mechanism for length contraction is, and there is no answer. Basically, it was just it's an unfalsifiable claim. Like that you're claiming that things happen that I can't test. That's all there is to it. Like, I can't tell that anything's contracting because I'm in the same frame of reference that it contracts. I can't tell that time slows down. And then, of course, you can get into the cesium clocks and halving, like, oh my gosh, dude, 1/1000th of a second, and we can't even get them like to sync up on the runway. Everything is so shoddy and sketchy, and I don't really know why. I don't know why the ether is so terrifying. At least I used to not know why, because we have free space impedance. We have an electric constant and a magnetic constant in a vacuum. We have the Casimir effect. We actually even have repulsion in the Casimir repulsion effect. So why is it that people aren't acknowledging the ether? And that's when you find out, because if there is a substantive ether, the Earth cannot be going around the sun. So then what I did was went and looked back at, well, what's the evidence that proves we're going around the sun? Right? Because there has to be substantial evidence here that's making us completely ignore the ether, because that's what I started with, was Tesla, ether, electrical field theory. These people can't define magnetism and think there are virtual particles. What a bunch of idiots. That turns into, why are they not acknowledging the ether? That turns into, oh, because that would mean the Earth can't be going around the sun. And then you get to, what's the evidence that we go around the sun? If all we have is aberration and parallax, that stuff can just happen in the sky on its own. That doesn't prove that I'm moving because the stuff in the sky moves. There's no evidence that we're moving around the sun other than assuming it.
That's where we're going to have to disagree. Basically, Kepler's laws tell me that we're moving around the sun. Until you can show me, or just tell me that without just saying it doesn't. Kepler's laws do predict.
We agreed with everything else.
We rely on it all the time. If you're using stellarium or what have you, they invoke Kepler's laws. So I don't understand where you're coming from and saying that there is no evidence. And like I said, stellar parallax and aberration, they're just two. You also have binary systems, as I've said. I'm sure there are others that I'm not popping in, but because I haven't really looked into it. Now you use the word terrified. So again, when you say that people are terrified, what you're saying is the scientific community is terrified of the idea of the ether. And the reason I think you gave was because the sun or the Earth would be what must mean that the Earth is stationary.
Yep.
What are they terrified of?
The Earth being stationary.
Why is that?
That's what I mean. You're a creationist, right? So it may not click with you.
I'm a Christian.
Right. So then you believe that this place was created. And so that has no qualms in your worldview. That doesn't change anything. Like there's the creator of the Bible made this place, right, for you. Most of these people are not. They're atheists. And like Edwin Hubble specifically calls it the horror of a unique position. Now, it's not really fair to act like that's irrelevant. He's the one that saved your model. He saved heliocentrism conceptually. He saved it. Because it was refuted. He saved it. I mean, I know you said someone else saw it. He saved it. That's why it's called the Hubble constant. And he didn't. Well, okay. Agree, disagree. He's the one that that's what they told us. They told us he saved it. And that's the answer. You said that for you it doesn't matter because you know that you can view it as if that's still amazing and the creator made it. Well, here's the actual difference. If we're a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe of nothingness that's expanding faster than the speed of light into nothingness, 46 billion light years away, and we don't really know what everything is comprised of, and we're just a tiny speck of dust, and 84% of the matter in the universe we can't see, and everything makes us look like we're in the middle, but we're not. If you believe that we're in that position via the Copernican principle, you could easily believe there's no God. It's just random odds. Do you agree that if the Earth is in the center, that necessitates that someone placed it there?
I don't think so, because you could just say that essentially the argument would be what atheists or people who don't believe in intelligent design, they would just say that the physical laws dictate that we see the universe as we do. If somehow it comes into view that the Earth is in fact the center of things and ether exists and all that, then you can just use the same argument of that nature just made it that way. Now, in terms of, I'm kind of going to reject the concept. I'm going to kind of reject the term creationist, because for me, the term creationist means young Earth creationist, which I am not in any way, shape, or form. Now, but I don't understand. So again, being in the field, I know I've experienced sort of the religiosity. Religion really never comes up in science. When we talk at conferences, we don't talk about God. We don't talk about, yay, God is cool, or God doesn't exist, or God sucks. We just don't talk about it. So therefore, I don't understand where that terrifying aspect comes in. You know, and again, it seems like you're trying. I think I've heard somewhere that the heliocentric universe is attempting to hide God. Who is wanting to hide God, and why?
So again, I'm not invoking some collective, malevolent, deceptive scheme to hide God. What I'm saying is people have a philosophical bias against God. I don't know why that's hard to understand. Of course they do. They have for all eternity. Actually, atheism is a modern intellectual plague. But if there is a creator that put the earth in the center of everything, then that means there's a creator that you're accountable to, which means that maybe you can't be living the way that you are. That's just common sense. Well, why are people atheists in the first place? Because moral accountability is terrifying to them. That's the words that Edwin Hubble used, not me. He called it a horrific position. We must avoid it at all costs. He said that the position of the earth being a central position, can never be disproven, but we must avoid it at all costs. We'll only acknowledge it as a last case scenario to save the phenomena, because we have no other choice, and we must avoid the horror of a unique position. And Stephen Hawking effectively tells you the same thing, only what way he phrases it is that you can't actually in any way establish that we're going around the sun, that the Earth's not the center. They're equally valid in every way in terms of physics, but we choose to believe that the Copernican principle is true on grounds of modesty. And that's hilarious because, of course, Stephen Hawking was one of the most arrogant atheists ever and used to talk about boldly how God doesn't exist. God doesn't exist. God doesn't exist. And then the day came when God said Stephen Hawking doesn't exist. Right. So I don't find it to be particularly accurate that these people don't care at all. They do. They have a philosophical bias against a creator. And I'm not making, my argument is not, oh, there's a God, they're scared. If you want to know why I think that they're avoiding it, it's a philosophical bias. People are weak. Man is weak. They're afraid to not conform. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. And who wants to be the first person to come out there and try and say it? Most of them don't even see it. But what we've established, though, like if the only evidence is aberration and parallax, that's just the sky moving. The sky can have a certain cycle moving. You said something about a binary systems. Okay, well, I'd have to hear what that is. I can almost guarantee it's just an assumption that it's based on us moving again. And there's no physical evidence. All the empirical evidence shows us at the center. It shows us at the center, and I can't even get people to acknowledge that we could be at the center. Like, and that's why I find this it's like a spell. Do you agree that it's an equally valid coordinate system?
So, all right. So we need to. So in that sense, there are two ways to look at geocentrism, as it were. You can look at it in the Ptolemaic system, which is that the Earth is fixed in space and everything revolves around the Earth. Or you can look at it in a relational way and basically just say it makes no difference to say, all right, the center of the universe is the sun and everything revolves around it, or the center of the universe is the Earth and everything revolves around it. I would agree on that second one. Yeah, those two are equally valid, but it doesn't change. But in that scenario, it doesn't change the fact that Kepler's laws are a thing that we can explain parallax and aberration the way we do. So yeah, I will acknowledge the second, but again, without the evidence and it's not even without the evidence, you have to explain why Kepler's laws work. If if the Earth is at the center. If everything is revolving around the center, you have to explain to me why Kepler's laws work.
Is that the main hiccup here?
They objectively do.
That's the main hiccup, is you think that Kepler's laws couldn't work on a geocentric model?
That's one of them, yes. That's the
Kepler's laws can be satisfied with the Neo-Tychonic system, though.
I would have to see evidence of that.
I can send it to you. I can send you the math. I'll send you the math.
I'll also send you a plethora of papers that are precision tests of gravity, which show that EGR actually is a thing.
What?
So there's a paper by Clifford Will in 2018, and he summarizes basically your standard reading that you would need to understand GR. And he lists textbooks, he lists journals, and he cites a lot of different papers going from scalar tensor theories to the PPN network to the tests of the weak equivalence principle, so forth and so on.
The equivalence principle it says that the Earth can be at the center, though. So like it's very simple. Einstein himself said no, you can't do any test that can prove the Earth's moving around the sun. And what's not well, this is something else that the average person would never be told until they stumble down the rabbit hole of wait, are they lying about the Earth? Like he proposes special relativity and gives a constant speed to light, explains away Michelson-Morley, and then finds out, I need to go on to GR. And he says that one of the main reasons he came up with GR was to explain Mercury's perihelion shift, right? Which he didn't. He didn't, because we ended up getting more and more accurate measurements of Mercury, and it doesn't explain it. Because that just proves that all he did was make his theory based on explaining the current data, the current number they had. It isn't an accurate depiction of physics at all. It still doesn't work. There's Mercury's anomaly, still doesn't work. But the point is that what's not going to ever be told is he did that to basically salvage the heliocentric model in the face of the Michelson-Morley experiment. And that's what he says in his own paper, Relativity, Special and General Theory. That's what he says. He says that it was very perplexing to scientists why we got a null result. It should have been decisive. He said that Lorentz proposed what saved the solution, or offer the solution to the problem, and that's Lorentz contraction, time dilation. And he points out that the alternative would be us not moving around the sun. That's so special relativity. He explains away Michelson-Morley, and then you get to GR, and in GR he flips the script. Everything changes. All of a sudden, there actually isn't technically a definitive speed limit to light. And I will be covering that in my... I have Einstein himself saying that according to the laws of general relativity, we cannot assume there is a definitive limit to the speed of light anymore. And Einstein said that himself. You've never heard of it. I had never heard of it until a week ago. No one on my channel has ever heard of it. That's interesting. And what he ends up having to conclude is that the Earth could be stationary, that the Earth being geocentric is a valid coordinate system. After all this, saving the heliocentric model, he comes full circle back around to GR, which says equivalence principle, covariance principle, the Earth could be in the center. And then you take that with Mach's principle, you're like, okay, well... And actually what happened was Mach corrected Einstein because he only applied it to like the stars, the sun, the moon, and the planets. He's like, wait. Mach's like, Einstein, you didn't apply it to all the stuff way out there. That's what really happened. He's like, you're not accounting for the stuff way out there. He does it, says, look what would happen. If that big of stuff that far moving that fast around us, then we would actually be able to see results on a stationary Earth. So I know there's a lot, but why is that not ever told? Why did I have to go look into reading like dozens of papers to figure that stuff out? Why is that omitted?
I don't know who omitted it, but what I will say is, again, I don't deal in quotes. I deal in science, and GR says that the speed of light is constant. And it is 3 times 10 to the
Quotes are from the fucking studies,
I don't know what
idiot.
Einstein was talking about. He may have been drunk. I don't know. What I do know is that saying that that the speed of light is no longer that relativity says the speed of light is no longer constant is patently false. That is not what GR states. Now there is some discussion fairly recently, as from my understanding, and these are when I say discussion, I mean active fields of research that are asking the question: is the speed of light invariant with respect to time? Now, in the sense that did the speed of light currently is 3 times 10 to the 8th meters per second. Does that mean that it was 3 times 10 to the 8th meter per second a billion years ago, 10 billion years ago? Will it be the same a billion years from now, 10 billion years from now? We don't know.
That's not science.
So that's the idea. That's something that is being questioned.
Billion years, Jesus.
Now, you keep saying about saving things and all that. I don't think they're saving the heliocentric universe. What was saved was the fact that they looked at Nichols and Morley, and they got the null result. And the prevailing idea was that light needed a mechanism via which to travel to one side to the other. The null result got rid of that mechanism, basically, or got rid of the assumed mechanism of ether. So what was saving was the idea, or what was saved was the idea that light travels from one place to the other, that Maxwell's equations are invariant with Frame, I believe it is. And so that's what's being saved, not the heliocentric model, not the fact that the Earth is revolving around the sun. And finally, I'll say that, if you talk about relational mechanics and all that, apparently there are problems with relational mechanics, but even if you take relational mechanics at its face value and say that, yes, the Earth can go around, the sun can go around the Earth, that isn't what you think it is. Again, that's basically just a reference, that is a change in reference position. It still means that the Earth is expanding, or the universe is expanding. It still means that the Earth is a smote of dust in a vast cosmos. It doesn't mean that the universe is small. It doesn't mean that the ether exists. So yes, you can, in some certain sense, think of the Earth as the center of the universe.
You're just a speck of
dust.
dust.
That's because of the cosmological principle that states there is no specifically special place to the universe.
Yeah, but again, go ahead, sir. I bring that up to show that people that claim that the pendulum and the gyroscope prove the Earth's rotating is patently false. It's wrong. They don't understand their own implications of physics. Newtonian mechanics claims that there's a fixed background of space, claims that an object will continue in a straight line until an external force acts upon it. Einstein said no fixed background of space. Object will fall straight, but in a different reference frame, be falling in a curved geodesic path without a force acting upon it. If you take Einstein's, or you take Newton's application, and you say, oh, well, if the background of space is not fixed, rather the entire cosmos moves around the Earth, that would generate, as opposed to what he invoked, which were fictitious Coriolis, centrifugal, and Euler forces, you would get real centrifugal Coriolis and Euler forces, and you would get a net centripetal, radially inward accelerative Coriolis, our centripetal force towards the Earth, causing what they call the pendulum, causing what they call. Now, I don't even agree with all this, because I don't agree with distances. I don't agree with the vacuum. I don't agree with the sphere. I don't even agree with the sphere. I don't agree with the curved, the convexity and the symmetry of the claimed Earth. I don't believe that, because the evidence actually refutes that. So either way, my point is just to point out that it's dishonest. Well, the current representation is dishonest when they say that the pendulum proves the Earth rotating. It doesn't, according to your own model's framework of physics. It's just, why is everything so grossly misrepresented? There's such an immense amount of ineptitude, and I'm not claiming to be some genius that figured it all out. You just have to go find it because it's hidden. And right here is an example. This is an introduction to the theory of relativity by Rosser. Okay. Because this was a surprise to me. I'll be covering it in my Relatively Speaking series, episode 3. But in the theory of special relativity, we used one coordinate system for the whole of space, and using the principle of the constancy of the velocity of light, one could, in principle, use, it's really hard to read these words, but use light signals to synchronize all the clocks at the rest in the coordinate system. This is not possible in a rotating coordinate system. One must change one's, the words in is not legible, of space and time in the whatever of the centrifugal gravitational field. One cannot use one single coordinate system for the whole of space, but one must use infinitesimal. Why does this look so bad? One must use infinitesimal local. It might not say infinitesimal.
Infinitesimally small local areas.
Maybe that's what I say. Yeah. Infinitesimal local, yeah, where everything's flat, but then we can just pretend it's curved on the big scale. Infinitesimal local coordinate systems, and allow the metric to vary from point to point. Relative to the stationary roundabout, the distant stars would have a velocity, can't read the character, and for sufficiently large values, blah, blah, blah. So to come down, here's the point that I want to make to you. In general relativity, it's possible to choose a local reference frames in which over a limited volume of space there is no gravitational hold, and relative to such a reference frame, the velocity of light is equal to r. However, this is not true when gravitational fields are present. In addition to the length of rods and the something of clocks, the velocity of light is affected by a gravitational field. If gravitational fields are present, the velocities of either material bodies or of light can assume any numerical value depending on the strength of the gravitational field. If one considers one rotating roundabout as being at rest, the centrifugal gravitational field assumes enormous values at large distances and is consistent with the theory of general relativity for the velocities of distant bodies to exceed the speed of light under these conditions. General relativity itself, and I have a quote from Einstein. I'm not going to let that one out yet because I'm doing it in my show, but it's a misnomer that GR has the speed of light. At great distances, it doesn't. And this would show that the Earth's moving, or the Earth. Do you agree also that a literal interpretation of the scriptures says this? I don't invoke that as evidence ever, but I don't like. Would you still be able to do what you do and kind of adapt the way you interpret what you see if the Earth actually were in the center? Like, what would that do to how you proceed?
So if the Earth were not from a relational standpoint, but in fact you could invoke an absolute frame of reference and the Earth was the center of that frame, if that could be shown to me or proven or what have you, then my conception, then I would have to start asking questions like, why did we get it that wrong for so many years? How is it that the math works now, or the math worked before but doesn't seem to work now? Or actually, this is probably more likely, is in order for that to be true, something revolutionary has to be discovered about physics, which can explain why previous to this discovery, relativity seemed to be the right relativity, quantum mechanics seemed to be the right mode or modes of thinking. So that's how it would go. In terms of the Bible, and I've said this on multiple occasions on my, or a couple times on my channel, I am not a Bible literalist. I do not take the Bible literally. I think it is a parable. It is divinely inspired. It is not divinely written. And I'm probably going to get a whole lot of hate for that, but oh well. But regardless of that fact, to me, science and religion are completely separate. They ask completely different questions. As I've stated, I go
you need to metaphorically love thy neighbor.
Big orange book. If I want to know, how galaxies are going to collide, but I go to, where did I put it? I go to this if I want to learn how to behave, say, in flat Earth Discord servers. So one for me is basically how to describe morality and how to describe the human spirit, and the other one is to how to describe the physicality that we believe that we live in. So, and the last thing I will say, just kind of going to the back, is, and you've said that why isn't relational mechanics? Well, first off, actually, if you don't believe it, then why are you espousing it? Because that is not the mainstream narrative. That is not what science tells us. That is, from my understanding, it has been looked at and has been refuted by what science really tells us. So why do you propose it if you don't even believe in it?
What are you saying? You can send me something that supposedly refutes it. I've looked for that. There's no specific rebuttal at all for it.
I would have to ask Icon Science and a friend of mine, Eric E., because they're the ones who basically let me know about that. But
that relational mechanics had been refuted. I would love to see it. But I kind of said that in the last answer. But the reason is because the current model is grossly misrepresented. A lot of people run around trying to intimidate other people for seeking the truth about where we live and asking questions, and they pretend that this tilted, wobbling, spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum is so definitive that you're intellectually inferior to dare question it, when in reality I have researched much more of it than they probably ever will. And in reality, if you just an actual understanding of the physics that staples the model together necessitates you admit geocentrism is a valid interpretation. And so I don't like that. I like to expose people that lie and try to intimidate other people. Certainly whenever it comes to a bunch of people saying, actually, I take the scriptures to mean what they say, and they get ridiculed as science denying cultists, when in reality, scientism is a cult. And so that is how I actually feel. And I don't mean it as any personally directed disrespect, but it is a cult to say that the earth is 4.5 billion years old. Cult. The Great Unconformity shows that that's not the case. There's over 1.7 billion layers of sedimentary layers missing, and we just pretend that doesn't matter. Every single one of these theories has something so grossly wrong with it. Evolution, abiogenesis, can't even get origin of life underway. Oh, it's not what evolution is. It literally is. That's what you're trying to do, is get rid of God, explain it with evolution, explain abiogenesis, explain the first process. This spills over into physics of the earth as well. The idea that we're a tiny speck of dust, ever-expanding universe, Big Bang, the little dust particles from the sun coalesced and made the earth. And I could go on. I don't want to just like talk your head off, but the point is that a lot of this stuff is just completely fantastical theories people made up, and they change over time. They say, oh, you proved my theory wrong, let me change my theory where it's unfalsifiable now. That's not science. It's laughably not science. And then you go back to empirical evidence that shows that we're not moving. I just wish that people would be honest about it. The reason that I have to go through the time to read all these papers about things I don't even believe in is to go out and correct the misnomer, the misrepresentation, to go correct people within their own paradigm. That's why I have to invoke Einstein. I have to teach him, no, he said no terrestrial or optical experiment could ever prove, because we have people running around claiming that a sensitive enough gyroscope can detect the orbit around the sun, right? It's the level of misinformation that supposedly represents the globe model and the specifically the heliocentric model is astounding. And I have to correct it. It's a philosophical decision. If you think it makes more sense to you that we're just a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe, and you want to acknowledge its philosophy and that all the evidence can be interpreted either way equally, then that's okay. But that's not what that happens. That doesn't happen. People pretend there's only one way, and that's just clearly not the case at all. I mean, if aberration and parallax is all we have, I don't know.
As I've said. See, all right, now I got to really stop you, because you've now basically called me a cultist, which I find to be highly insulting, actually, because of the amount of research that I've done, because of the amount of work that I've done, because of the friends that I have in the community who have done the work. They were not accepting anything at face value. You say that you want to
and declaring his own work.
You have made multiple statements tonight that are patently false. I'm not going to call you a liar. I'm just going to call you incorrect. Now, basically, to call us liars, I find that to be, again, a little bit combative and possibly arrogant. And also, I don't care what people on Discord say.
You believe
the Foucault pendulum
makes you a cultist.
Yes, it can be used to describe or to indicate that the Earth is rotating.
He called him out so hard he had to get triggered
of it in that relational mechanics book. And essentially, what he's saying is, again, it is not able, as far as I understand, it is not able to determine the Earth's rotation in an absolute sense. Not that the Earth isn't rotating. It cannot determine that the Earth is rotating and the universe is not, as opposed to that the universe is rotating and the Earth is not. So to say otherwise is a gross misrepresentation of what they were saying. And again, that isn't what we that the science believes. That isn't the narrative or whatever.
He was going to say that isn't science.
Relational mechanics is not
science believes.
That's not what the science that is taught and worked on or worked by. So it's not a philosophy. This isn't a philosophical bias. We are looking at evidence, which you have claimed doesn't exist. I don't know why you were claiming it doesn't exist. But we are looking at evidence that does exist. Again, we're building on the shoulders of giants, and we're using that to find better and better things. The fact that we keep changing the story is because science is an evolution. Science changes based on empirical evidence. So if it were a cult, wouldn't it be better if it were stagnant? I mean, if we wanted to make sure that people believed what we believe, if the atheists out there want us to to forget God. And oh, by the way, believers on this planet far outnumber atheists. So I don't know where this atheist group is coming from, but believers on this planet far outnumber atheists.
Barely nowadays, actually, but yeah, okay.
There are billions of believers, not Christians.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Who's they?
People that claim to believe in God, that's what they say. But when you know that the earth is the center of everything that exists, that becomes very real. It's not just a cute little story that you kind of believe in case it's true. Because worst case, I'm wrong. But if I was wrong and ignored it, then that could be dangerous. No, it becomes real that the earth is the center of everything. Children are told, atheism is growing in numbers faster than any other time in history. So I don't know why this would even be like. It's because children are being told these pseudoscientific stories. And when I said cult, I mean, I don't mean it as a personal attack or something, but it is a cult. If you go against if you go against the fact the Earth's 4.5 billion years old, you get ostracized and attacked and ridiculed. But I just dunked all over that with the great unconformity, 1.7 billion years of missing sedimentary layers. Not even an agreed upon answer at all. When you say that's not what the science believes, that's an oxymoron. Science doesn't believe things. That's not how science works. Science is based upon empirical evidence, not consensus. Consensus is consistently wrong. Humans are consistently arrogant, think they know more than they do. They get in their little groups of their colleagues and they think, okay, well, we're the smart special boys, right? And that's what normally happens. I'm not saying that about you. I'm saying about it in general, and it's well known that this happens, and we can just look at the pandemic to prove it. People died because of it. And so I basically, and we can't even get into detail about that. That's how you know there's nothing there that's being suppressed. But overall, the point is that I'm explaining that it's pretty objective that these mainstream beliefs are taught as if they're definitively proven, and they're nowhere close. And you say that, well, if it was a cult, wouldn't it be stagnant? It is stagnant. It literally is stagnant. They can't unify the cosmological, local, and quantum scale for how long now? How long has it been? Over a century. When did they first discover that there was a dark matter discrepancy based on the current gravitational models? Over a century ago. How long ago did Newton propose a theory without any physical mechanism? 500 years ago. Like, it's not even close to being progressive. The fact you have an offshoot of a bunch of people making up random stories within the presupposed religious framework, I consider it basically a religion, because if you challenge it, I get there's no way I could even, if I went to school, aced everything, accelerated right through the school guide degree, and started trying to put up, I can't publish papers based on what I believe. They'll never get published. And I know for a fact that they won't. I would be stupid to go and try and do that, because you have to fit into the presupposed narrative that almost always props up materialism. So I don't know how it is that we're not. Why do you think it hasn't become stagnant? Because in 1930, how long ago did we discover that the vacuum had energy in it? We've known that there's been vacuum energy for how long? Quantum foam, like the Casimir effect, electromagnetic vacuum, free space impedance, the dielectric and magnetic constants of magnetic permeability inside of a vacuum. This has been known for a long time. Why can't they acknowledge that that's there? Why can't we unify everything? How are we, I guess in closing of this statement here, is what I don't understand is how are we not stagnant when we can't even unify? We can't even come up with a theory of physics.
I know. I actually started it.
Scales.
I'm talking over
shows
it
that
on
we
purpose.
must have some presuppositions somewhere on some of the scales that is holding us back. That's what the actual logical response is. There's an assumption that we have that's wrong. So we need to boil down the paradoxes that don't make sense and we don't have evidence for it. Like the particle wave duality, that's stupid. Nature doesn't have dualities. Nature doesn't have duality. Something can't be two contradictory things at the same time. The universe can't be accelerating faster than the speed of light into nothingness. Nothing cannot exist. Everything can expand from one single point, but there is no center. That doesn't make any sense. These are paradoxes. There can't be 500,000 consecutive immense odds of coincidences stacked on top of each other, but it all came from nothingness. So how are we not stagnant? I guess I don't understand. I know from your perspective, we're not stagnant because you have people that are trying to figure out certain questions. I get that. Right? There are certain question marks people are trying to figure out. But in the grand scheme of things, we are quite stagnant. No one can explain how to unify the scales because they have to adhere to a certain model with a certain gravity. and therefore no ether. Ether debunks heliocentrism, and that's like screaming Satan in church. You're not allowed to go out and propose the ether. So
that's good stuff.
All right. So I would refute your idea that no one can, that it's saying Satan in church, because you have obviously found people who have said that the ether exists. If that was like saying Satan in church, then you wouldn't be able to find those papers. What it sounds to me is that you're expecting, you must have a much higher opinion of, or rather more higher expectation of scientists than I think is reasonable. You basically want us to have solved everything in order for you to believe any of it.
You're not a scientist.
Science has radically changed, radically evolved. You go from the Greeks, who thought that the Earth was stationary, motionless, and that the planets actually revolved on crystalline spheres, oddly enough, made of ether. You go from that to Copernicus, that said, no, actually get rid of those spheres. Actually, the sun is at the center, the Earth goes around. That is a fundamental change. Then you get to you go to later on,
idiotic change.
Go to cosmology. Well, go to Newton. He describes gravity in a certain way. We get to Einstein. He describes it as something completely different. The basic underpinnings of classical mechanics are wrong, such as absolute space and time. From a cosmological scale, we go from, again, a very small anthropomorphic centered construction to something that is vast. You know, when we talk about in the 1920s and 1930s, just prior to that, that was the Hebert-Curtis debate. And that debate was whether
is he waffling a little bit on this?
Light years in size, or
a lot.
He's been waffled.
Hubble
he's been waffling for a while.
Chaplin's method against him to argue that no, the Andromeda Galaxy is 2.5 billion million light years away. The universe cannot be small. So to say that
he claimed to be a Christian, which is creation, then he said, well,
disingenuous.
Well, he didn't say that God did it through the Big Bang or anything. I mean, this is almost over, and that's why the only reason I'm interjecting now
is that. Again,
but yeah, I mean, this is like, what the fuck is this talking about altogether anyway?
Discord.
I mean,
I'm a part of the scientific
every time he talks, just replace it with blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah,
do
blah.
not just accept what has come before.
Can't believe Whitsitt put up with this bullshit for this long. You know,
and you can demonstrate that
Whitsitt, man, you're a better man than I am.
You will get paid attention to if your proof is or if your idea has substantial weight to it. If we have observational evidence.
Shit.
Well, you don't need that with the stuff in your model. You don't need that with dark matter. You don't need that. That's what I'm saying. There is blatantly a double standard. If you propose something that goes with the currently accepted status quo, you can theorize fantastically. You can make up all kinds of stuff. Oh, it's actually baryonic matter. Oh, it's unicorn forts. Or and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to that idea. I'm saying that is just a made up idea. But if I make up an idea about the ether, that doesn't count. So like I can list off, I have a whole list of things here, right, that go directly in the face of the current cosmological model. And every answer will be, you'll know more than the average person, which is why I do greatly appreciate you coming on. And I'm not in any way trying to be disrespectful to you, but there'll be things you don't know the answer to on here, maybe, right? And at the best case, some of the answers will be, we don't know. But that's okay. That's how science works. As long as you're looking for the heliocentric model's answer.
Be okay with you, though.
Do you see the double standard? Like, I know that we don't know everything. I know we're going to always have to learn things. That's fine. I don't expect science to already know everything. That would be ignorant. I'm perfectly fine with us discovering new things and having question marks. That means you're getting closer to figuring out the truth, is when you figure out how wrong you were. But that's not the narrative that the average person is told. That that whenever you looked way out and then the earlier formed galaxies, they're way too formed. They're way too formed. Yeah, see, it was just swept under the rug long enough for someone to come up with a reason why. Actually, never mind, it does work with our Big Bang assumption, and that's what I'm saying. Like,
as long as we had the answer within the math cult.
I wanted this to be more like hyper specific about things, and I know I've been talking a lot, and you're the guest. But what do you think about this? What if I toss you subjects, and then you can tell me if you have an explanation for them, Is that okay, or is that too much?
No, we can do that. But I just want to lastly go to your point of dark matter and all that. These aren't, as I said before, these aren't stories. These are hypotheses. So we see missing
not hypotheses.
Oh, now he's getting weaker now in his arguments.
We can't visually.
He
see
brought up his hot shit first, and now he's going to weaker arguments.
It's not a problem. For
He's saying what if is a hypothesis. He's an idiot.
If anything, it's a problem with the standard model because it could potentially, hypothetically, be
hypothetically, maybe, probably.
But like I said, the vast majority of people in this.
But if he didn't let him run his mouth and shut him down right away, we wouldn't have had this.
Unicorn farts.
No, it's okay. But he was talking to him on one-on-one, and so congrats, Witsit, man. Thank you so much for this interview. Dude, I mean, he had a lot of patience with this guy. So,
hypothesis, and you can show.
So you get to hear someone that is a smart guy. That believes this bullshit, and he got to speak his mind. It's all good.
Yeah, Witsit's got an agenda.
Yeah, so do we, and he's a partner with us, so that's why I'm playing it here. So everybody's, you don't have to stop it. We're just talking over it, you know.
I was rather interested.
Did somebody stop it?
I just paused it.
All right, cool. All right, well, we can talk about it, you know, from here forward. I mean, it was almost over, but because I almost stopped it to go ahead, but I wanted to hear, because it's like every time that Witsit said something and he said something, I was just like, I shouldn't stop it. So who chose to stop it?
It was I.
It was I. Who?
Heretic.
Name's right next to
Heretic. That's cool.
Witsit's got this. Witsit's got he's formulated some ideas, and he's done some research into the general relativity, and he's researched into other things, and he's found discrepancies, and he's found things that we wouldn't even necessarily want to entertain here. We wouldn't even get to that point, like someone just said. We wouldn't have got to this point yet. It would have been shut down way before. But Witsit wants to go into it. Witsit wants to go into it. He wants to hold them accountable for these things that don't make any sense.
Yeah, but
going into the weeds.
Ultimately, we support that because you don't have to understand the entire thing to understand it in principle, right? So that's why we support that type of argument. When you listen to him talk to an astrophysicist, in principle, you can sort of get it. You know, it's not like you have to understand the entire thing.
I think it's good. I think what he's done is good because he set up a platform there where it can be a relaxed, civil, intellectual discussion, whether it's going into the weeds or not, and regardless of what other ideas Witsit has that some of us may or may not agree with, it's a good thing to see. I know that some people will disagree that, well, I don't want to be represented like that. I'm a flat earther, and I don't want people thinking I believe in ether and stuff like that.
Well, at least as an honest
getting looked
person,
at seriously, right? People can watch this. People from mainstream can watch it and go, "Oh shit! I didn't realize it was like that. I thought flat earthers were dumb, and I didn't think they did research, and I didn't think they knew about this stuff."
Well, it's just like, honestly, I mean, it's just like, even if you think, you know, well, I'm too dumb to figure out whether the Earth is flat or a globe, you know, you can listen to this type of conversation, and you know,
I feel like that. I just, you know, I always get mad when the criticism is on the flat earther and it's not addressed. Dude said he said a lot of things wrong, and he didn't say like what specifically. I mean, because like he said in the end of that, it's like it wasn't a lot of specifics. It was a lot of him saying, "Oh, this is right," and then Witsin's like, "No, well, there's this and this has." He in 2 instances or more, he was at a point where I was like, "Man, stay there," but then it didn't stay there. And then there were opportunities to, you know, talk about a logical fallacy or two. But I guess you don't want to be the guy that's like, oh no, logical fallacy, no, you can't, because that just frustrates people. But you know, it was cool. It was interesting.
Well, but I don't
we're
think
talking to, like, you know, that, like, that's the whole point. Like, we want to do this with more guys like this. We get maybe more specific on certain areas, and do this with navigation as well. Somebody, like, you know, somebody from that area would be awesome.
Hey, Elijah, I don't think that was the point with Witz's talk with this guy. It wasn't about navigation at all.
What wasn't the point? What's not the point? I don't get it.
Yeah, he knows Helio. He's just saying that it would be a good topic to do the same sort of thing with.
Yeah, but I think that Witsit went through the whole gamut with him as far as all that goes. That's why we didn't even listen to the whole thing.
But what's not the point? I didn't get what wasn't the point.
Yeah. All right, so we agree.
That's what I mean. No, we don't. Because, like, what you just did is exactly the thing that I heard in the debate that I didn't like.
Well, yo mama, how about that? I fucking love you, Elijah.
Somebody just claimed something, and then
I think he just misunderstood you, dude. I think he just misunderstood.
No, he understands me. I'm just not going to do this on this.
No, Helio, you
I thought it
misunderstood
was
him.
all good. Or maybe I misunderstood it. I mostly misunderstand and understand at the same time. I'm just like kind of like reach equilibrium and disequilibrium all the time.
Yeah, even I felt sometimes, you know, like, why do you say that? You know, call him out. But it was good that he didn't, because it, you know, it allows the conversation to continue. If not, it just becomes like a fucking, you know, just fight. And no one wants to hear that.
No, I don't want to fight.
Yeah, no, it's good. It sounded like a podcast, like a well done podcast.
Yeah, sometimes
a well done podcast is like fighting. Oh no, you're talking about with Witz. No, it's really good. Yeah. Oh fuck it. Yeah, none of it. Anything that happens on here is a well done podcast.
No, sometimes it's a shit show.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just like I was actually messaging someone earlier today. It was just like, let's get some actual shows on here. You know, 24 hours, and we could do like some shows. And I mean, right now it's kind of like Wild Wild West. You know, so Wild Wild West.
Really, a segment that I thought was very good that Crack Villain and I begged you to clip out, that you swore that you would, but you never did, Helio. And we were talking to like an astrophysicist student dude. That was very, very, very cool, and you know, made some very important concessions in that conversation.
Hey, I have over 3,000 episodes. I mean, I'm sorry I forgot to clip out that part of it. Dude, if I can find it, if you could find it, dude, I'll clip it out, put it up. You know, I'm just some guy, you know, sitting in my mom's basement, clipping out videos and making live streams. What the fuck?
What?
Yeah, aren't we all?
Don't get mad.
You didn't hear it, but I lulled at that.
Yeah, don't fucking get mad at me, bro. If you want to, if you find a portion of any of these live streams that you want to record from your computer or your phone and make your own videos, you're free to do that. I will never report you. I want you to do it. I want you to take any freaking portion of any live stream I produce and put it out there. Just lead everyone back to this Discord so we can have more fun here all the time. If you think I have any other ulterior motives or anything, I don't know what the fuck you think about me. I've been doing this for, you guys have known me for years. I mean,
just doing it for the money.
Yeah, I'm doing it. If it was for the money, I spent money to make this. I spend money to make this happen. What the fuck?
Once Helio gets rich, he's gonna go to the moon.
I'm gonna go to the moon.
Take the first flight to the moon.
Yo, motherfuckers! I do it for love, for the conversation, and because if you think I'm not a genuine flat earther, then that's all. But it's not for the entertainment.
You're a glober.
Everybody knows I'm a flat earther. It's just whatever. It's just like if. I don't know. I don't even know how this fucking happened to me. It just happened to be like hosting a 24/7 live stream chat and all that kind of shit. It's just whatever. It's all of us are doing this kind of willy-nilly, but hey, maybe it'll turn into something. Who fucking knows?
Maybe it is something.
It already is something, and I've been arguing with YouTube about the other channel. That Unmentionables had shut down, and I'm trying to get that channel back up.
Just mention the word lawyer.
So I got shit going on, man. I'm still doing shit, and whatever you think about me, I'm still doing shit in the background.
Just next time you're talking to YouTube, Helio, about your other channel, and they say, "Oh no, blah 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 blah," just turn around and say, "Okay, I'll relay this. I'll relay this back to my lawyer and get back to you."
Yeah. Yeah, maybe so. Yeah. Maybe I should get a lawyer involved because I was unjustly attacked on YouTube by some asshole in Michigan. But that's the last I'm going to say about that on here.
Man, if you've served the 90 days out, then it should be over.
It should be way over. Anyway, I've been talking to YouTube support, and they're just like, "Hey, we'll help you," and they're just like giving me emails every couple days or whatever. It's like, "Oh, we're trying to help you." It's like, anyway, that's nothing for a live stream.
You're probably talking to AI.
That's what I thought at first. But anyway, let's get back to the live stream. This astrophysicist guy, he got really offended when did Austin say to him that he was in a cult? He didn't, right?
No, he said he called heliocentrism a cult.
Oh, did he?
No, technically he did call him a cult.
Okay, well, I guess
cultists, I guess.
So, okay, maybe I missed that part. And so he got really offended. So you're saying I'm in a cult? I'm in a cult. I'm in a cult. I'm in a cult. All right. So is ultimately, hey, it's Speculation Sunday. Hey, we're already in Speculation Sunday, so bam, shalak lock boom, boom, shalak lock boom.
Why would you get offended?
Could heliocentrism be considered a cult if it's not true.
Yeah.
Even if it was true, it could still be a cult. Why did the guy get offended? That's what I want to know.
Why you're gonna have to ask him, but we can't. So, yeah, but I mean,
you know what I'm
that
saying?
could be a question for the day. For the day, that could be could heliocentrism be a cult? Even though it's not true, we know it's not true, but they think it's true, and so is it cultish?
Words only hurt people when they have meaning to them. Like,
all right, so is it cultish? That's what I mean. Is it cultish?
It'd be an insult if you can't get in.
And like,
whether something's a cult or not usually is to do with how the supposed members react to opposition to their ideology.
Like getting called a cult and getting offended?
Yeah, pretty much.
Or you may have like massive countries teaching heliocentrism and governments and the education system saying, you know, that yes, we are a globe, and that's their master system. You might have something, you know, they might be part of a cult if you have all of that shit involved. Now, your personal ideology is different than the cult of heliocentrism, which is the global government, right? See? Come on, now we're in Speculation Sunday, bitches. Let's get it rolling. See, y'all motherfuckers don't want to meet me. I promise. You got a math cult. You got a fucking outer space cult. Don't want to know.
Got a gay cult.
Dude, I was walking through Walmart. They have a LGBT freaking Q little station there. They're like, they have little rainbow flags getting ready for the Pride Parade in my town. I mean, they have all that shit up, you know, set up in Walmart in my town. I'm like, they're just like just little propaganda flag. Just like a Pride Parade. What is pride about? What about? Are we talking about procreation, or are we talking about no creation? I don't even fucking get it.
Yeah, a few weeks ago here in Florida, they were gonna have a Pride Parade and or some parade, some LGBT parade.
I'd act like animals, I guess.
And they canceled it because they banned kids from joining it or being part of it.
Well, that's really
not
bad.
So because they didn't allow kids to go to it, they canceled the event.
Like, hey, you know what?
Main objective.
I live where Walmart comes from, so everything new.
Oh, hell.
I live. Everything new. They market Walmart. They tested on us. So I'm walking through my local Walmart, and they're just like, all of a sudden, I'm just like, all right, I'm going to Walmart, and they have this queue that has just like freaking rainbows and sprinklers and freaking little things, and it's for the upcoming, the forthcoming freaking Pride Parade they're gonna have in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Boom, boom. That's where, and they do it every year. I'm just like, God,
I'm surprised.
What
Walmart
the fuck is rainbow? I mean, I don't even. They stole God's rainbow, but that's since it's Speculation Sunday.
Have you heard of the word spectrum?
Spectrum? What, speculum? Never mind. I'm not going to get with that. I'm just fucking with you. So I told you, Speculation Sunday.
I'm surprised Walmart doesn't have a Pride aisle yet.
Well, they do, sort of. That's what I was saying. I live where Walmart started, and they test everything where I live. When I go into Walmart here, they have groups of Walmart freaking standard people, like from the corporate office, which is right down the street from where I live. They all just walk around and it's like, oh, what are we going to do here? And it's just like the Walmart that I go to, they change it all the time. They just change it up. It's just like they're working. The Walmart that I go to is a test Walmart for every other Walmart. And I was walking through the other day, and not the other day, 2 days ago, and there's these freaking rainbow LGBT shit everywhere because they're getting ready to, like, for the Fayetteville, which, I mean, Walmart's at Bentonville, but Fayetteville is the big, Arkansas Razorback shit. That's where I live. And they're getting ready for the big Fayetteville Pride Parade. So they're selling paraphernalia for the Pride Parade in Walmart. And they're passing them around to different Walmarts in the area so they can just do their Pride Parade in Fayetteville, which they've done the past couple of years. And I give a fuck about it. And I don't care if anybody's gay. I don't know what this pride about being gay or what. I just think it's weird. I think it's weird.
The Walmart LGBT section would have two things: dildos and kids' toys.
No, they don't do dildos in there, but it's just like rainbows. It's like, look, I'm a rainbow. I mean, I don't know, but I should have took a picture of it. I could show you what they're doing now. It's like, hey, what they're selling is paraphernalia to use at the gay pride parade, not dildos or whatever. I mean, it's not like San Francisco pride parade shit. It's just like, they've already done a few big pride.
What were you doing in that section anyway?
I just go to Walmart and I just go over there and buy food. I just walk across Walmart. I'm not in that section. It's right in front of your face. I don't even I just shop in Walmart. Fuck. How can I not shop in Walmart when I live where Walmart came from? I'm in Walmart country,
I'm just messing around.
What kind of fucking fallacy is that, Helio?
Are you talking about fallacies? Oh no, fallacy.
No, fallacy.
I'm just fucking.
Oh, I have to shop there. Okay.
I'm just messing around. No, but seriously, it's just like it really surprised me. I was walking by, just like by where the checkout section is, and they had this whole freaking like section set up about pride. Pride, which you guys already know what that is. I'm not going to describe it. It's just like pride is just rainbows and colors. And it was like a bottle of paraphernalia where they're going to, like, for people to buy when they're going to march in the pride parade and just like swing it around. I'm just like, pride about what? About what? It's like, hey, I have sex. Well, I don't actually. I've been celibate for many years, but as far as sex goes, so you're gonna have sex with who? Pride? Are you proud of having sex with who? Maybe what? Which way? Are you gay? That old video with the dude from Africa and said, "So, are you gay?" Anyway, so it's just pride. It's just like confusion. And to me, it looks like confusion. It seems like confusion.
I just don't understand why they have to tell the world. Like, why can't they just like keep it to themselves like I do? Like, I don't go around fucking yelling in the streets, I'm straight. You know, like
dude. What about a straight parade? Right? It was just like
not pay it any mind and just go back to the topic.
Yeah, it'd be like boom.
How we go from
men banging bitches, men banging bitches.
I speculate they're trying to take over the world. I'll tell you right now.
Actually, I mean, if you can't procreate, guess what? Nobody's gonna exist, you dumbasses.
Here's where you're wrong. Here's where you're wrong. Where are they going now? Oh, to the schools. To the schools.
Is that called concreation?
They don't need to have kids if they can take your kids. And that's all I'm going to say
it's
about that.
over your population. Now we have to go to
Flat Earth?
Yeah.
What the shit?
Pride is just another fucking false cause.
Yeah, man. How about it's like
they understand that young people have a passion in their heart and it needs to be placed somewhere, so they give them these false causes to waste their adolescence on, essentially.
And they're gonna find out later that it was a false cause.
Yeah. It's just like climate change. Just like that.
Yeah, it's similar. Yeah.
You dudes are at the beach.
But us adults, climate change.
Good rule of thumb is if the mainstream media is behind your cause, it's probably a false cause.
Sunday, there's
What's
no
your
such
obvious
thing
B
as
talk
climate
for a
change.
minute?
What?
I was just saying a good rule of thumb is if the mainstream media is backing your cause, it's a false cause.
Yes, my friend. What does that mean? That made me think of another meme. Yes. Shit, I get it. Oh, there's a meme that goes with that.
I'm low on battery too.
Is it the brainwashed one?
It would be so perfect.
I wanted to go way back. I had a comment on this apparent astrophysicist when he took offense to Witsit insinuating he was a cultist. And it's like, this guy he gets so offended because he has absolutely no idea what it's like, what the repercussions for him are if he were to actually stand against his paradigm or go against it in a genuine manner. And then he would see the real pushback, in the way he's ostracized and put out, and he'd realize it is a cult ideology. But he gets so offended because he has absolutely no lived life experience of that, whereas we do.
Yeah, I mean, people that
all the work.
That was the thing I thought was interesting. There was a point in there where Witsit was like, "I have the paper right here." And it seemed like that would have been a pivotal moment, but then he hit us with one of those. See, the thing about this is, you said this, that, this, that. I didn't hear it. So I think he was talking about, what was it? The coordinate system. Because the guy said, no one ever proposed one that worked. And he's like, I got the math right here, everything right here. And the guy was just like, well, have you heard of this and this, this, and this? And he kind of never answered or, recognized or said, hey, send me that. Let me see it. I would love to see something that proves me wrong,
Yeah, I mean,
Kind of like he's just regurgitating information like the way that you would on a test. Like, he didn't really elaborate on any of the stuff that he brought up.
I think an opening question on these discussions Witsit's doing, which I agree with T-Dub, I do think they are constructive overall. It's just, it's painful listening to these characters. But I think a good opening question that really needs to be kind of like hammered down on is, are you coming into this of the mind that it's possible that your entire paradigm is wrong or can be wrong? Because if they say no to that, then there's just no point.
There's no point, right?
I think I was thinking of a point in Idiocracy, that movie Idiocracy, where yes,
I just liked how every time he would say something, he would counter with something, and I think that's the right way to do it. Instead of just the guy says something and then you just say, "Oh, show me the blah blah blah," or whatever the fuck they say here. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just show me the credentials.
He knows what's up. Yeah,
show me the. Instead of saying that, he would just call him out with facts.
But at the same time, it would also, what's on top of that shit, man?
Well, that guy did have the stance that it's a given, obvious, but he wasn't coming into this like with any any willingness to change his views in any way whatsoever. He was settled, and you could tell that because he was offended when called a cultist, and his reasoning for that was, after all the work we've put in.
But doesn't not being willing to reevaluate your position at all kind of pin you for a cultist just a little bit?
Well, why would he give a shit what Witsit says? Why would he give a shit about Witsit calling him a cultist? Is he afraid that Witsit's view of him is going to have a potential impact on the whole of society and their view of what he is, as an astrophysicist?
It just comes off as an insult, I guess. I mean, to be fair, people say that we're cultists sometimes, and people here get triggered by that too.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't think he's afraid of anything, T-Dub. I think he heard it as just a blind insult on Witsit's part.
Yeah, I don't think that guy...
He doesn't understand anything that's behind the comment, which is what I was trying to say.
Yeah, and like I say often, offense is taken, not given. Now, if you take offense to something like that, after the entire conversation, later in the conversation, if you take offense, are you saying I'm a cultist? After the entire, it was over an hour into the conversation. So, are you saying that I'm just believing something that's not true and I'm in a cult?
No, he's not even coming from that.
He took that as an offense because he started to realize that some of the shit that he thought was true probably wasn't true, but his friends and mentors, he was pretty sure they were right about it.
But he did miss the point of the whole the ostracization of anybody that challenges the accepted paradigm. Obvious way is right, and it doesn't matter if it's wrong or right. If you're ostracized in that sense, it is still cultish behavior.
Yeah, he doesn't see that at all because we didn't get that far in this, but later on in the video, he says something like, if the Earth is flat, then me or one of my colleagues will prove it, and we'll go get a Nobel Prize for it, for overturning the globe model and all this stuff. He actually
did he really say that?
He says something like that later in it.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that.
That's fucking trench level talk.
That's where I felt it going, and so it doesn't matter.
But that just demonstrates how he regards the scientific community. And how he thinks it operates. That it's looking to be proven wrong. It wants people to pursue its potential wrongness and, get it on the right track. That's not how it works.
Yeah, exactly. They misunderstand the word falsifiable.
But again, because they don't recognize it's a religion.
If it was falsifiable, why the fuck do we exist?
The greatest test would be if one of these people, right, were to go undercover and get in and get put in like a flat earther shoes, right, and like experience it for themselves. I don't know, like, you know what I'm saying, like.
He's reminded me. There's
like
a video on YouTube of a woman that goes undercover as a man for a month and ends up depressed.
Dude, there was a woman. There's a woman in the year 2000, right? That she dressed up like a man. She did everything like a man for 2 years.
That might be the one.
Yeah, she ended up ending herself. It's crazy.
Wasn't that one?
Okay,
Jesus.
she went through so much stress that she, for her. But I mean, she just ended herself. It was just too hard to be a man. You can look it up.
Yeah,
Too.
the
It's on
problem is
YouTube.
you can't really effectively pretend to be a flat earther.
I mean,
you have to understand.
You'd have to be a really good. You'd have to be. How many? We've been doing this a long time. Have you ever?
Once you understand the arguments well enough to pretend, are you really going to be pretending anymore?
I don't know. I guess you can't. I mean, so who's the pretend flat earthers? I just really, I've seen some people just turn around and say, "Oh, well, I never really believed it," or I changed my mind. But once you're flat.
Well, you can't make the arguments if you don't understand them. And if you understand them, you're a flat earther.
Yeah, but because it's not about belief, it's just knowing. It's like the Earth is flat. And
how's this guy going to pretend to go undercover as a flat? What's he going to say? Shit like,
yeah,
we're a disc in space and.
Yeah, that's what they're going to say. They're going to start talking about the stars, star trails, and stuff like that. My parents were flat earthers.
They're going to pretend to be a flat earther on the.
They say all the wrong things, and they out themselves.
All right, well, check this out. On the other side, Wakey went to talk to this German scientist who was, she's an astrophysicist, and he asked her questions. Now, he wasn't pretending to be a globie. He just asked her pertinent questions.
I saw it.
And then when she found out he was a flat earther, she was like, I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah,
I was just saying
not
so that
quite
he could,
equivalent, no, Helio.
so he could feel like the ostracization. That's all. Because he probably doesn't believe that if you're a flat earther, you get ostracized. I don't know. Maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't.
No. I'm talking about Wakey. You don't know who he is?
I have no idea what that is.
No, I know what you're saying. I know what you're referencing, Helio, but it's not really equivalent.
No, I'm just trying to talk about somebody that's a flat earther going out there trying to do.
Oh yeah, but he pretended to be.
I saw that
he didn't really
interview.
pretend to be a glober. He just
went really.
He was a flat earther.
Yeah. He just left shit out.
But that's the other way around. It's easier to pretend to be a glober.
How about a glober trying to be a flat earther? I don't think they could do it, man.
Well,
that's what we're talking about, Helio. Pretending to be a flat earther.
I don't think they could actually do it. That would be weird.
He disclaims that
But don't people all the time come in here and try to pretend to be flat earthers?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. It doesn't work. They're obvious. They're transparent. You can see through them right away.
They reveal themselves in 5 seconds because their notion of flat Earth is all the stupid ideas the mainstream gives them.
Yeah,
which is absolutely not flat Earth.
They don't get what we're talking about, so they can't pretend properly. And if they do get what we're talking about, then they're probably not pretending.
Yeah, I get you.
Although there has been a couple of sneaky ones that have been in here, been through all the arguments, had it out with us, got wrecked, left, or got banned, come back, and then pretend to be like us.
Yeah, it can happen. It does happen here and there, I'm sure. But most of them are pretty awesome.
But it's not a long-lasting relationship. Like all of the flat earthers on here, we've known each other for years, so.
Well, do you guys remember that Fortes guy? Or he also had another name.
40. Are you talking about 40?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's.
I suspect that he does have alt accounts that have made it as far as silver, actually, because I heard one of their voices. I don't want to name anybody right now in case I'm wrong, but yeah.
Is it Helio Heretic?
Yeah, it's Helio.
Is that one of them?
You got him.
Yeah, 40 knows not to come in here and mess with us.
Have you heard his voice? Or no, never mind. I don't want to. Never mind. Yeah, I don't want to name names, so screw it.
No, that's cool. I know 40.
Yeah, he has that really monotone inflection, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I can't really remember right now.
It's just on the off chance that I'm wrong about it. I don't want to out the guy or have people spreading rumors about him or whatever. But anyway, my only point was just that, yeah, like, I think a successful LARP can happen. It's just the exception.
Oh, yeah, there's always exceptions.
Yeah, I'll tell you something about this live stream and this Discord. We pretty much have met everybody that is a regular across these platforms, but we definitely welcome new people. And if you're a new person and you enjoy what we're talking about, get your ass in here and talk about it. I mean, as far as the dichotomy of flat versus globe, especially on days like today, boom, Speculation Sunday, jump your ass in here if you're listening on the live stream, which I need chicken. No, I started that shit about five hours ago. Get your ass in here and talk to us. If you're curious about why we think the Earth is obviously not the globe that they told us it is, you might meet interesting people across this Discord that have different opinions about why they think the Earth is not a globe, because it's impossible and has nothing to do with religion or anything like that. Go through.
It's not a story, it's a hypothesis.
It's a hypothesis. So if you're brand new to the topic and you're listening, click the link, get your ass in here, open your microphone, talk to us. We can, or we have to open your microphone when you get in here. But dude, open your microphone, talk to us. Why do you guys think that the Earth is not what they told us it is?
Why do you think the Earth isn't what you experience it to be?
Well, I experienced the Earth to be a level stationary plane, so I don't.
That's what I'm saying. Why, if you're talking to someone else, why do you think the Earth isn't what you experience it to be?
Yeah, sure. So new people, definitely click the link, jump in. Don't talk to my drunk ass. Talk to the other people.
Well, I think the Earth isn't what I experience it to be because
we're gonna.
I got nothing.
Are we gonna do a play now? Let's do a play. Hi, my name is Fantastic. I found you guys on YouTube, and I clicked the link, and someone let me in here. Somebody shut me up.
That was pretty good.
I know. That's why somebody should shut me up.
You would be like the perfect spy. to go into like a like a Glober Discord.
Hey, fantastic, and I was just really wondering, why do you guys think the Earth is this flat or globe? I mean, it's really, it's the most. I didn't know people. There was a difference. What's this thing about the flat globe? I don't know. Can you help me here?
You're too good at that, man.
I know, right?
You sounded like that girl that came in here not too long ago.
Dude, I can
forget
do
her fucking name.
I can do like fucking Satan voices and shit too. But I want I want people to get in here. You know, it's Speculation Sunday. We can come in here and talk about why you think the Earth is a globe, or the. I guess I'm kind of at the end of my vodka run. Actually, I need to go smoke a cigarette, come back, and do some more speculation voices. Unless you motherfuckers get some gumption and start talking instead of me. Because I can do about 1,500 voices if you need me to. I could talk to myself back and forth.
Do wits.
What? Do wits it? No,
Yeah.
I can't. I can't do wits it.
Try.
Did you
Okay,
say
try
that?
Okay, try Miggy then.
Miggy, oh. No. I'm not gonna try. I'm not gonna try to do my friends. I'm not gonna try.
He looked in the list of people here.
I just when I do voices, it's just voices nobody heard of before. It's just like, but I may be able to recreate them after you heard them before, but I'm just not. I'm not going to try to replicate voices of my friends. I don't think I can. So it wouldn't be fair to them, and I don't think I actually can. I mean, I could do probably 100 different voices, but I wouldn't even. I really don't think I can do Miggy's voice.
So this is a speculation, right? But they're definitely trying to character assassinate Trump again with this new grape case that they just fucking put on him. Remember that? So if you look on the information on that case, it's pretty insane.
Oh, we're getting in politics. I mean, it's Speculation Sunday.
Yeah.
Now, hold on.
It's kind of unrelated.
Hold on. If we're going to get into that, on this channel, we can speculate some about politics, but be careful because we're under the gun. We're under the gun. I'm just saying, we're under the gun.
Yeah.
This is my This is my fucking YouTube channel.
Yeah, I'm trying to help you.
We're under the gun. We're under the gun.
I'm trying to help you. I'm just saying, let's just not go there since it's dicey.
All right.
Why do we even need to go there? Who gives a shit?
Yeah, who cares?
Just tell them they want to take us down, so don't freaking get too hot and heavy on politics.
Yeah, that's too hot. Sorry about that.
We have that goon 24 in the VC who hates Earth. He hates Earth.
Hates Earth.
Yeah, that's on topic. It sounds
He's a hate
speculative.
earther.
Let's have him on. Let's talk to him.
He's a hate earther.
I hate her.
Hates this place. Let's hear more, Goon.
Is it not curvy enough for you?
Let's hear some Earth hate speech.
Dude, I hate speech. Oh goodness!
I might get you banned off YouTube, Helio.
No. I mean, hey, I love all you guys, but I'm telling you, I'm just telling you, this isn't your fucking channel. It's my fucking channel. Just keep it light, when it comes to politics, because I mean,
we're not doing politics. Helio, don't worry.
Yeah, we don't do politics.
We're already off that.
All right, fucking keep on that. Thanks, guys. Let's talk about the monster.
The monster.
Yeah. The real monster. And we can talk about the real monster. You know who that is?
Trump.
You think Trump's the real?
Oh God!
No, dude, I'm just joking. Just who's the monster?
I don't know. You tell me.
Helio, don't try and tell riddles, man, because you'll forget the answer before we guess it.
No, I already know that. I already know that. It's like I'm just trying to stall the action before it actually really happens and shuts the channel down. Who's the real monster in politics?
You just told us not to talk about it.
Well, because you're
George
talking
Soros.
No,
I know who you're talking about.
Not him.
Helio.
That's not him.
It's that other guy from across the way.
The Somali guy?
What?
I guess he smiles from time to time.
Who's the one that's
smelly guy?
Oh yeah, Jesse Smollett.
Jesse Smollett. No, he has nothing to do with politics. He's a Hollywood douche. Who's the other fucking Smiley fucking motherfucker?
My man,
you're talking about Guy Smiley.
Joker?
Oh, the Joker. Let me think. Who's the highest Joker in the political realm? Let me think.
Yeah.
Who's the highest Joker in the Joker realm?
Enough said.
Politics. Do you think the President of the United States has any power?
Nope. Nobody in this room thinks that.
No, man, he's like that.
Right.
He's like that dead guy from Weekends at Barney's.
All right,
that's
cool.
what he is.
All right, cool. So then, why should we talk about it?
Well, I'm trying not to personally.
All right, so am I. So let's just fucking not.
You brought up Trump again. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Well, the reason I brought it up is because I have a feeling that he's going to be elected president again, and the whole world is going to go like crazy.
Yeah, crazy.
But that's, I've already said that, several times in here, but
that's off-topic speculation.
Yeah.
Well, is there really a speculation topic? Like, does it have to be flat Earth?
Yes.
Does it?
Oh.
On Speculation Sunday, it has to be related to flat Earth, but it can be related to politics or.
I mean, that when Trump becomes president, he's going to say the Earth is flat. 2024 for sure.
I fucking doubt that, but but I'm pretty sure he already essentially said that. But
he's gonna be like, "It's flat. It's always been flat.
It's always been flat. You dumbass motherfuckers."
Dude, do that again. That was awesome. That was a good impression.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
since the beginning of time, it's been flat.
It's been flat.
I can't really do that well.
Nah.
You just gotta sound. You gotta have like kind of like a retard voice when you do him.
When you do Trump, you have the
kind of like a don't give a shit voice.
Oh, you have to sell out like all the way negative spirit. I can't even try it.
So here's the thing: I like Trump, but I can still make fun of him.
I can't make fun of him because I think he sees that he's like the fucking pyramid going. It's like I know that you guys are friggin' like swirling around beneath me, going. It's like, what are you gonna do about me? Almost nothing. And it's gonna be so funny when he's elected president again. Everybody's gonna fucking lose their shit. But I'm not gonna vote. I don't vote, but I just have a feeling he's gonna be voted president again. It's gonna be so funny.
There's gonna be a lot of rioting on the flat Earth.
It's just like rioting in America for no reason. It's like, motherfuckers, Trump don't give a fuck about you. I do, but Trump doesn't. But whatever. You political retards.
I'm voting Helio. I'll write your name in on the ballot. Your Discord name.
Yeah. It's just like
I vote Helio Skeptic.
I'll write in you on my fucking ballot, which I can't vote because I don't have. I won't even sign up.
Well, I have to vote.
I don't even have a fucking driver's license.
2016 was the first year that I ever voted in my life.
I'll take you out for driving lessons.
Well, mistakes were made, Kel.
No, man, I didn't make any mistakes.
You voted.
You've never made mistakes?
I mean, what? Not voting?
No, voting. You never made mistakes voting.
Nah, not one.
I think I made the best logical vote that I could have made.
I made two mistakes.
You didn't vote then?
First vote when I was 18.
I wasn't going to vote for the lizard woman.
When I was 18, I voted for Bill Clinton. Second time I voted.
So your fault.
I voted for George W. Bush. So I voted Democrat first election when I was 18. Second time, before 9/11, I voted for George W. Bush. And that was in 2001. I haven't voted since then.
You didn't vote with Obama?
I didn't vote. I didn't put a vote in for anybody after that. Once I figured out what the whole shit and shebang, I was like, I ain't never voted again in America. This is bullshit. So now, I haven't put one vote in since I voted for George W. Bush against freaking climate change guy. What's his name? Freaking
Gore.
Gore. Yeah, I really voted against Gore in that election, but I was sort of a little ignorant. But then, after 9/11, it was just like the rest of it was over for me. Never fucking voting again for any of these cartoon candidates. I'm never gonna do it again. I choose not to choose. How about that?
Good
choice. That was it for me, man. I choose not to choose.
Who was it that was running in 2008? It was Obama, right? Was that?
Yeah, Obama won the 2008 election against Hillary. Well, he actually got the candidacy Democratic over Hillary. He was elected, and he was a state senator from Illinois. And I don't know how much we should talk about Obama.
Yeah, I didn't vote for that year because Ron Paul lost. I think he lost against Mitt Romney. I think it was for the Republican seat.
No, that was 2012.
Was that 2012? Yeah, that I didn't vote that year.
Yeah.
Or 2018.
It was John McCain that year, 2008.
Oh, it was John McCain. Okay. I got my ears a little fucked up.
Dang, Heretic, you know his stuff.
No, it's just like John McCain. What a shithole. What a shithead. I freaking hated John McCain. Anyway, but yeah, dude, during those years, you know, when I cared about those presidential elections, and I started to find out, you know, what their connections to the families and all that kind of shit, you know, that they were connected to. That really, like, just like, bro.
The problem.
Why would you even?
The reason
why would you even vote? Why would you even put one vote for any of those fucking assholes?
Here's the thing, right? If you don't vote, right, the world's still gonna go forward, and someone's gonna get elected. So you might as well pick the person you might as well pick vote for the person you think is best.
Lesser of two evils.
Yeah, because you not voting, it's like the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. Like not voting, because like you not voting doesn't mean that there's not going to be a president. There's not going to be an election. It just means that you're not voting.
I disagree.
Yeah. What if nobody voted?
When you vote, you validate that shitty system.
Well, I mean, there's too many people doing it, so might as well.
What if nobody voted?
Right. So that's everyone's like jumping off a bridge, so you're going to do it as well.
You and 7.5 billion ignorant people, is it just you alone is going to make a difference?
It's not about making a difference by not voting. It's about just not partaking in a faulty system.
If I don't want to fine, I have to vote in that country.
Pay the fine.
Oh, for realty? That fucking...
What country is that?
Yeah, what country is
How
that?
much is the fine?
Australia?
Yeah, Australia.
Yeah, how much is the fine?
Was it? I can't remember. I don't know.
You don't know. Well, hold on. You just said you have to pay a fine, but you don't know what it is because you didn't pay.
Timbo's helped me out. It's $150 bucks. Yeah,
dude, $150 if you don't fucking vote. Like in each election, like local or
you're on the registry for you have to be on the electoral roll, and if you're not, well, you can't not be. You are. I think you get a fine if you're not on an electoral roll if they find out you're not. And then if you're on the electoral roll and they find out that you didn't attend a voting booth.
That sounds like some English shit, right? That totally sounds like some English shit. But,
We don't get any fines over here for not voting.
Holy fuck, man! So it's
And-
just like
and-
some new Australian shit.
An obvious part. They don't have preferential voting there, do they?
What do you mean?
So can one party preference another one so that they get like a second-hand vote?
I couldn't tell you honestly, but I would say that probably does exist here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I thought I saw something once on like a doco that said that they don't have that, but we do. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
We know it's all backroom handshakes anyway. So if they say they do or don't,
All the time, yeah. Well, it's just sad that you would be fined if you don't vote. What the fuck is that?
isn't that akin to like being forced to sign a contract under duress? Surely.
Well, it's not so much that you have to vote; it's you have to have your name marked off the electoral roll. You must attend the booth.
Well, even if
and put something in the ballot box. It doesn't matter if you didn't write anything on it.
So you just write Earth is flat on a piece
but
of
you
paper.
have to participate,
can,
but you don't have to choose one side or the other. Just as long as you participate, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, as long as you get your name checked off the electoral roll.
Doesn't somebody then put in a name for you?
They don't have. I don't think, because I asked about that at one of the last elections I attended, and they said that no, I think that's called a donkey vote or something. I don't know, but they said no, that doesn't happen. No, your vote will not be counted as anything.
Say
So
donkey.
it won't be. Yeah. Because I was under the impression that if you mislabeled the slip or whatever, or wrote on it or graffitied it or whatever, it'd automatically go to a party or something like that, like the majority.
So when you say donkey, that's the donkey vote automatically goes. So if you show up and choose not to vote, it goes.
Your vote goes to the majority.
I've heard about it. Yeah, the majority. Yeah. That's the
but I got
worst.
told that's not true. So, and that was by the officials at the.
But
election.
who fucking knows? You know, who fucking knows?
Right. I don't know.
Fucking sad.
None of us here are of the mind that any election is organic, right? Except for the smallest local ones, potentially.
Even those can be corrupted too. Oop.
Oh, of course, it's just less likely because it's.
No, all elections
far
are
less
legit.
important, I think.
All elections are legit, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, so when our town a couple of years ago had a local election, right? People voted a certain candidate in, and he won. And then the council, right, got together and voted him out and re-elected somebody else without the public's knowledge. Well, yeah, it was without the public's knowledge. We were told after the fact. Yeah, that guy you voted in, he's not your mayor. We're going to put this chick in. And it's like, what? Nobody got to protest it or anything.
It was diversity, man. It was diversity.
Yeah, apparently it's legal. They can do that. So what's the point of having a fucking election then? And like for 2 years running, we had our Prime Minister voted out by their own party. Like they found some loophole in the system and were able to fucking kick him out.
They only offer. When you go, man.
By rights, and the only person that can sack a prime minister is the fucking governor general. Well, with permission from the king or the queen.
Yeah,
but
from England, right? Yeah,
they found some loophole where they were actually able to kick out the prime minister, but only from within his own party.
Hey, welcome to politics. It might not make sense from the ground level, but welcome to politics. I mean,
they only give the
a
people
lot of
vote
people in
to see
Australia and England, they're fascinated with American politics, right? That's the story of America, right? I mean, look what's happened to us. You know, with all the the presidential stories that have been going on, those people weren't genuinely elected by the public. Those people came from families that were. Where do you think they came from? You think over the past 30 years that these people that were presidents in America came from just like America, like genuine presidents and vice presidents and shit? You guys really think that's true?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, you don't know. I do. It's not true. They came from fucking CIA families and MI6 families. They came from fucking all of these intelligence agencies and fucking drug runners and shit. Bill Clinton was running drugs as a governor in Arkansas. This is not a pretty situation for America. Speculation Sunday, bitches.
I got a mic check.
Yeah, you're good.
Thank you. That was a good interview that you played earlier, Helio. I knew it was going to be a shit show right away when the guy was listing all his credentials, and then the first thing Winston said, he said, "Oh, I don't know about that." He's supposed to be this know-it-all expert, but he didn't. He never looked into anything else other than what he was told. That was great.
It's just like, I learned astrophysics at university. I'm a uni.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but did I hear him say that he knows for a fact dark matter exists because it has to in order for their bullshit stories to work? Did he say that? That's
as far as all the astrophysics, quote unquote science, just math times math equals math. But that's my opinion. I mean, it's just like, fuck those guys. What I was just talking about, the Clintons were running cocaine into Arkansas during the Clinton administration in Arkansas before he got elected president. They were running fucking cocaine through the CIA into California the entire time. That's what started the crack epidemic through the FBI and the CIA. How about that? I said it.
I hate to run politics now. Pain in the ass.
That's not politics.
Well, you know what I mean. What you guys were saying earlier about voting, a lot of people are assuming, that vote is even counted. I don't know. I'm sure somebody said that, but I had to dip out for a second. But I was
just talk about the issues with the globe model or something. Bring up curvy plumb lines. Just talk about the topic.
All right. I'm done with my rant. You guys, I gotta go smoke anyway. I'm done with my rant. That was fun though. It's like people. Do you really want me to say this? And I'm like, yeah, I want you to say it.
Demolish their reciprocal Z angles or something. Let's get back to flat Earth.
Did you guys watch that SpaceX Falcon 9 launch? That shitty shit? They were streaming that shit today. Looks like a freaking dildo.
Elio, you're hot micing.
What happened to making it pointier?
Legit looks like a vibrator, like those vibrators that you buy. Like, what the fuck?
I thought he wanted to make it pointier. Isn't that what he said in an interview?
What you talking about, Willis? What are you guys up to?
Crazy fucking Helio going crazy.
Yeah. He got out his last little bit. He wanted to rant about. I think we're done with it now.
Sounds like he's downing some vodka in the background.
I'm more of a whiskey person. Vodka is, I don't know. I'm disgusted by vodka. I've drank so much vodka when I was young that I can't do it anymore. Just can't do it.
I like whiskey. Whiskey's good.
Yeah, whiskey's good.
I like that American honey wild turkey.
It's like 6 o'clock. Hilly already drunk. You making it awkward, bruh.
You seen any funny new globe copes lately?
Earlier today, I got dead on someone's ass. I went all medieval and shit on him.
Missed it.
It was nasty. Yeah, 'cause he was in here.
That was the German guy, right?
Yeah, he had like an accent.
Yeah.
I opened up a big ass can of whoop ass on this guy.
Yeah, he just kept circling back to I don't know, but neither do you.
Yeah.
None of us can know. We can't know.
If you want to piss me off, do that right there. In the chat with everybody, and he didn't just do it to one person. It was like 2 or 3. It was AI, and then before him was who had him? Were you in here, Heretic? Somebody.
Yeah, I talked to him.
Indio.
Yeah.
Then I was like, there's enough string here to like let him go, and yeah, he was just going. So I was like, we're getting off this fucking ride right now.
If he's going under the bus, everybody else is too.
Yep. That's why I told him to take a stick of dynamite and shove it up his ass. Because he ain't gonna implode this argument.
Yeah.
I was pissed, dude.
What was his argument?
Well, it's just your typical baller kind of like coming in here and saying that the earth is a globe, yada yada. And then towards the end of it was like, well, we can't know if anything's, we don't know if anything's real, because if I can't see if the earth is a globe, then it's also that you guys can't know if the earth is flat.
All right.
Like, fuck off, dude.
Oh, he's trying to give his globe the same level of credence that observable reality has. Well, we can't know, right? So it's just as valid as anything else.
And then he was laughing. I heard him. I was enraged, dude, when he was like in the background. Like it was some funny shit that he was doing.
So it was basically just, I know you are, but what am I?
Something like that.
It's all fake. All of reality is fake. If he can't have his globe, then nobody can have anything.
He's like one of those guys that wanted to sound smart, But he was just smart ass. About it.
He was talking shit at first in the debate lobby. He was going off in there. Like, he was pretty insulting, but he calmed down when he got to the VC.
And then he went back to insulting.
Yeah, in the end. I mean, he conceded everything, and then the last thing that he was like clutching onto was like, oh, well, we can't know if anything's real.
But what was strange to me is that he kept going after that. I'm like, okay, you just finished. Let's just say you imploded. Like you can't know anything. Fine. That's where your conversation should have stopped, and then you should have went on mute. But you didn't. You kept opening your mouth and talking like you knew some more. Well, what can you know after you said you can't know anything? What else are you gonna dazzle us with? How you came back from that somehow, and it's now a contradiction to that you do know something. You know what I mean? Like it's what are you doing?
Yeah, exactly. They preface it by saying, "I don't know. We can't know anything, but I know this." Like,
yeah, exactly. That's so fucking stupid, dude. Like that right there.
Yeah.
And then the conversation continues, and it's like, why? You just finished saying you don't know shit, so we're getting off this ride.
Yeah, like why should we take it from you?
Yeah.
Someone in pain, though, isn't it?
Freaking John Nardovic comes in here and he's like, oh, it's Discord. You should let him talk. Shut the fuck up, Jan. Like, I was pissed off at it too.
That dude's a troll. He's so weird. Like, he said that he could replicate FE Core with laser pointers. So then they're just ripping people off for donations and stuff. Like, they didn't need those expensive lasers. They could have done it with laser pointers. That's what he was saying.
Indio got after him today about that shit. He was pissed, dude. Indio. He's like, dude, you can't do it with the laser pointer. He's like, well, I can go out there and do it with the laser pointer over 15 miles and see if I probably can do it. And then he was like, dude, like you need better equipment. Like that's not gonna. He's like, he kept on saying it over and over. He's like, nah, I think I can do it. And
you're gonna cut through 15 miles of air with a laser pointer from the dollar store.
Yeah, one of those pen lasers.
What? Yeah, I know. He's
not kidding, man. I'm not kidding. That's what he was saying.
They actually got the banned, not banned, maybe banned. But kids in Australia were pointing them at the sky and flashing them at pilots, aircraft, and they were concerned it was going to cause an accident.
Just laser pointers?
Laser pointers, yep.
I doubt that very much.
Yeah, there was probably a Glober that made that rule up.
Yeah.
I'm
but
serious,
that's not even as far as what Jan's talking about. Like 15 miles. How high does a commercial flight go? Like 6-7 miles?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jan is on real thin ice. Like the moment he advocates for another Glober, I'm kicking. He's banned like immediately, instantly. I'm not even gonna warn him. I'm just gonna do it.
Yeah, somebody asked him to make some sort of argument against the Globe, and then he went into like, "Oh, I'm going to challenge Elon Musk to an MMA fight." That's when Wolfgang just had enough and banned.
Stupid, bro. That's so fucking stupid. Like, I swear, I can't even. When he's
clowning on us.
I'm telling you, he'll come in here and he'll advocate for the idiot that's talking, and I think he has something good to say.
Yeah, you guys are being mean to him.
Hey, I've heard about that rule before. I mean, you point little laser pointer at an airplane when they're trying to land. I really don't think that would make any difference at all. All right, so that rule, it really wouldn't make any difference. If you're sensible, which most people should be, but maybe they aren't. It wouldn't make any difference at all when somebody's trying to land an airplane. I really don't think that. It definitely wouldn't make a difference if they're in high altitude flight. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, man. One of the things that you just gotta look out for are these guys that, if somebody says, and I don't know, I'm just putting it out there. If someone says, I don't know anything about I don't know. And then they proceed to say things like, well, yeah, I think I know this. No, bullshit. You just finished imploding your whole argument by saying you don't know. So I chase them all the way down to the ground, man, until they give up.
Yeah, you know what they know? They know what they heard.
Well, they don't know shit because they just imploded their argument by saying, well, all the shit that I was saying, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, you don't know. No, I don't. Do you know if the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't.
Yeah, that's what I just said. They know what they heard. HERD. HERD. They know what they heard. HERD. They're hearing the herd argument.
But I mean, like, they're saying that they don't know what anything is. You can't really know. And then on the other hand, they're trying to tell you what literally everything is.
Yeah. Oh, and on top of that, they're like, this can't work on a flat Earth. I know that it can't work on a flat.
Can't work.
If it's a flat Earth, explain how the whole universe works right now.
All right. How do sunsets work? Fuck do you mean they work, man? Like, don't you go outside and see them shits? Like, what do you mean? How does it work?
Exactly. How do they
the hood? You know,
It's really fun though to grind their gears though when they say stuff like that and be like, "Well, did you check the ground first to see if it was flat before you made that conclusion?" They just get mad when you say that to them. They have no comeback because I mean, it is what it is. The surface is what it is.
Heretic, I don't have enough clips to make of you. Man. Get all this shit packed into a freaking. He's got way too many clips already, man. Like he's got like probably 6 months worth of like individual clips of people just getting on.
That's because he lays it down very, very, very well, just concise and nice and crisp and clipped. Just boom.
What's the method here? It's like the parent-child method. Like when the.
So, I mean, just like Heretic was saying. All right, so how do sunsets work on a flat Earth? And like all of us have been saying for the entire time, well, sunsets happen on Earth. You can't see the globe.
They happen on Earth where the surface measures flat. So what are you guys talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about? If you pretend the Earth is a globe, then you explain to me how sunsets happen on a globe when there's no such fucking thing as the globe.
Well, on their flat Earth, it doesn't work.
The burden of proof reversal fallacy is one of their biggest like hooks. Every single time those guys come in here, well, you tell me how it works on the flat Earth. Shut up, dude. The claim is the Earth being a globe, man. We got to find that shit out first, and then we can talk about.
Dude,
they don't realize that it's never been proven. Go ahead, sorry.
No, that's all right. I had one time that was so ridiculous. It was Star Trails. He said, "That's not going to work over a flat Earth," and then he said, "It will work over a cube, but not a flat Earth." Like, somebody going to fill him in on the surface properties of cubes, or like, I mean, he threw his own claim right under the bus. Like, first thing he said, the cube's flat, dude.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I didn't have to say anything. I was like, I don't know. You already.
I guess I got over halfway through Witsit's thing with Professor Parks. I just had to give it a break, though. It was driving me insane.
Yeah, QE just wrote him off. He's like, I don't want to talk that numpty dipshit. So apparently that Parks character is he's an idiot.
I just wish that I would have been on there so I could be like, well, if the Earth measures flat, then all of the things that you're trying to say and invoke are invalid anyway. So
is he an astrophysicist?
He's been in here. He's been in here. He's got that Professor Robert Parks. He's been in here.
Really?
Yeah, he had the profile picture of like an old painting type thing, like of a fat dude.
Him, yeah.
Somebody tell me why I haven't met this clown yet in here.
I feel like you have. I don't know. Maybe you don't remember. He was nice. He was nice to talk to for a Glober.
Hey, Miggy's notorious for not recognizing people. Like he was talking to Danny 57. You guys remember? You remember that?
Oh, well, since I didn't know who he was at first,
it was fun though. But it was a good interview.
And he was supposedly prolific and like.
Well, either way, it was still fun because he listens a lot, but he doesn't talk very much. But you got him to talk. That was a good talk.
Well, that's because I was acting like he didn't know me, I didn't know him, so it was an interaction was just like unique. Well, he doesn't open his cake hole anymore these days. He just slithers in here and slithers out.
Have you guys talking to Sensual Goat 93?
He said something earlier.
Welcome. I'm here, but I wasn't here. But welcome anyway.
Thank you.
Oh, there he is. What's up, Sensual Goat? And what a very odd name to have, dude. Sensual Goat 93.
I like that.
He's the goat.
I'd probably call him Goat for short. Don't necessarily want to say sensual every time.
Yeah, but how did you? Okay, just how? Why would you put that together, and why was that a name that you chose, man? Like Sensual Goat. Is it very?
I'm a Capricorn, and Capricorns are very sensual. People of the senses.
Ah, okay. Well, that explains everything. However, there's some people that are reluctant to say that, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Nice to meet you. Do you think it's a globe or a flat Earth?
Flat Earth, no, of course.
Oh, well, nice to meet you.
Just listening in. Thanks.
Hey, no worries, man. Chime in
That
when you
kind
want.
of a write off. Means I don't want to talk. Listen to you guys.
It was Satanas Bonacci and David Weiss that brought me to Flat Earth. But it's a shame to see both of them go off the straight and narrow.
Yeah, I know, but that's listen, man. Prolific flat earthers usually have an audience to cater to. So at such times, they don't want to recant anything they've said thus far because they'll lose a big chunk of their audience and also will lose a bit of coin too because it's also their livelihood. So it's just going to have to roll with the punches at whatever point you're saying things. So it's just the way it is, man. Once you become like somebody that's famous and prolific and you're saying things and it's hard to go back. Oh, you know that one thing I said like a month ago? Yeah, never mind that. Like you can't do that. You're just gonna have to be like double down and be like, okay, that one thing I said, even though it didn't make any sense. Yeah.
Wait,
okay.
let me get this straight. So Sensual Goat, you're sensitive about David Weiss, his methods. Are you critical of that?
Yes, that's what he just said.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that. Because, I mean, you're not the only one, but at the same time, the word's getting out there. But, yeah, so am I. You know, it's not.
And most people are saying that these days, though. So,
But I don't say it publicly. I mean, because David's been in here before. I mean, it's not. We support each other. You know,
it's not. I mean,
I bought his app.
Listen,
man, the app. Well,
hey,
hold on. He didn't say the app. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. Look, listen. Like you got him. You got Eric Dubay. You got Mark Sargent, and like they're okay characters like to talk to because they introduce people to Flat Earth, right? That's what they do. But like not David Weiss and all them guys. Like they introduce people to Flat Earth. But when people start asking more questions or they start to dig into it, then it gets a little bit more like, okay, well, we don't need this, we don't need that. And then people start to realize like, well, that was what they needed when they first entered, but now they can advance the argument to a more refined position. And then they start to see like, well, now that he's still talking about like ice rings and domes and stuff, like we don't need to be doing that no more.
Yeah, it'd be different if it was like, oh, I love David Weiss, which I do. I mean, he actually was one of the first person. As a matter of fact, the first time he started talking about Flat Earth, I stopped listening to him.
Would you? This is gonna sound kind of fucked up. But would you say David Weiss is kind of like the Bill Nye of the Globers?
I wouldn't know about that, but I would say just like maybe the door greeter.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he introduces you to it, even though it's like.
Well, I mean, it's just like there's nothing wrong with that because
I don't think so.
I like the guy. I don't know. I like the guy.
I do too. I do too. That's what I'm not going to say anything bad about David or Darren or Bob or anybody else.
Well, hey, when I learned about the Earth being flat, I started looking for anything on YouTube because I had learned through the timeline and government, documents and stuff like that. So I started looking into other people being flat earthers, and of course, it's shadow banned on YouTube. So the first thing that I came across was Professor Dave debates Flat Earth Dave, and I saw how not a Professor Dave was being super rude and not intellectually honest about anything. So
yeah, that it was a shit show.
What,
yeah.
Flatsy? That was your first introduction to it?
No, that was my first video.
That you watched that debate with Professor Dave and
when I was seeking out other flat earthers, yeah. So.
Oh wow.
It's on the algorithm. It's like what the algorithm shoots out when you're typing certain keywords.
Yeah, but that's a pretty good one though, because you can see what
disingenuous Professor Dave.
Yep, you could see exactly what he was doing. So yeah, it's interesting. That's the way that you found.
But a lot of people in the comments were commending Professor Dave for being an asshole, and I'm like, who does that? Like, what kind of people are just like, oh yeah, that guy's being mean. I'm gonna get behind him. Like, I'm not that person.
Check this out, man. Like, there's a whole category of people who want to see us like destroyed, like in the worst way, like dogged on, like jobs taken away, like not even be noticed anymore. Like, there's just some people that just want us to go away, right? And this group of people will pay these characters to continue their barrage of insults and all that. So it's like, meanwhile, they do that. We don't have any defenses towards that. We just got like people in here that want to, do the right thing and stuff. And so there's nobody to stop the Daves of the world until there is, which is like 24/7 has been the front line. Like, nobody comes in here and mocks this place. Nobody comes in here and acts a fool. No Dave can come in here and just like act like the way they want.
I wish he would. I wish he would. We ain't going anywhere, by the way.
Not only his wig will come off, but his freaking scalp, where you see nothing but the skull. Like, it would just be clean. It would be nothing there.
You might even take a bit of the skull. It might have some bone on there, man.
Maybe some bone would come off. No, but what I'm saying is, okay, because here's the thing, though. This is very serious to me. Like, all of the people that come here, it's a great place for critical thinkers to begin, but at the same time, it's also like a battlefield. At the same time, it's an academy. So people come in here, they learn how to like the points of arguing or whatever, like debates, and they start to realize, okay, so this isn't just going to be talking to people about, in a conversation, what to do. It's also like a war about, how these guys despise us, and we're going to have to be able to navigate those kinds of discussions. And if like learning that here, you'd be able to like just assess the situation, right? So everything is case by case. Some knuckleheads will take it to the extreme, some don't. And so it just depends on that, the energy you're going to respond with. But the Dave Farina types, Professor Daves, they're special. They're special cases. Those are the ones you want to parade around until there's nothing left but dust and ashes. Like, because they've asserted themselves into a position where they're going to like degrade anybody that comes across their path. And so they're gonna like smash any new flat earther that comes into their like arena,
And when you watch that debate, with whether you watch it on Professor Dave's channel, or you watch some dude, there's other people have mirrored the video or whatever. Just you keep your guard up and listen to the comments. You can see people that are on our side and on their side. I mean, it's not like,
but it's filthy though. Like when you see the people that are, because he basically filters his comments to where it's only his side saying shit. So they're gonna be spewing the most awful things to like.
How about Mindshock's analyzation of it?
What is Mindshock anyways? Is he a flat earther? Because
no.
He doesn't say he's a flat earther.
Don't. I won't say that he is, but I love that he keeps himself neutral because he does logical analysis of both sides.
And the comments on the video, dude, it's a lot better.
Yeah, but the logical fallacies, when he does cover the flat Earth debates, the logical fallacies are always on the globe side, like heavily on the globe side.
Yeah. Really? If you listen carefully, to his analysis of the Dave versus Dave debate, you'll hear him say a couple of things that give you the impression he is a flat earther.
Well, I don't think that he is. I think that he is skeptical of the globe and all of its proponents, but he also thinks that the whole flat Earth could be a psyop, or it's just really funny. So he keeps himself neutral. I like that about him. But like I said, when he observes any kind of flat Earth debates, the logical fallacies weigh heavy on the globe side every time. No question.
Really?
What's strange to me
is that
perhaps he has not been around.
I don't think you heard what I said, Helio.
I'm pretty sure I heard what you said.
That the logical fallacies weigh heavy on the globe's side.
Oh, logical fallacies.
Yes. Okay. I didn't think you heard. Yeah.
I hear you now. Yeah, I mean, he
what did you think she said, though? Like, what were you?
No, I was just thinking, yes. I mean, well, somebody said, is he a flat earther? He never says it, but yes. I mean, if you listen to his analyzation of the logical fallacies, it leans toward flat because of the logical fallacies. Anyway.
Yeah, but he said a couple of things that directly give you the idea that, like Flatsy said, probably at least.
Your mic is jacked or something, man.
He.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
No.
Oh.
You're talking
let me say this really quick about Mindshock. I mean, that's not the only video that he's done some analyzation of logical fallacies on flat Earth. He always leans toward the flat Earth on the logical fallacy side, and so
the way that you're saying that
he's a flat earther, but on the logic side, you have to come on the side of the side of flat Earth when it comes to logical fallacies.
Okay, yeah, that's a better way of saying it. I was about to say the way that you were saying it was misconstruing the point, but I get what you're saying. I know where you're going because you've clearly watched it. But
yeah.
I like Mindshock because he also outside of flat Earth, he'll criticize things like Einstein's general and special relativity. And that's how I learned about Runzi Kao, who completely and utterly debunked special and general relativity. So,
yeah,
it's pretty great.
Yeah, I like Mindshock.
Can I add something?
Yeah, go on, go. What do you want to add?
Thank you. A lot of debates are hard to watch, with it, especially flat Earth and global debates. Now, the fact that that guy who reviews them has watched many debates and still is in the middle, still doesn't know, that kind of shows you how almost lousy some of the flat earthers are out there. And I don't mean no discredit to them, but if they're not citing the elevation angle argument or a sextant manual, it's a win-win. So someone just needs to send him a sextant manual PDF.
Yeah, or send him in here. Or send him in here. Yeah.
A lot of people come in. You know what's weird? When people come into the server, they're like, I was going to refer my friend to some videos, and I was like, you can watch Eric debate, and you can watch. I'm like, what about 24/7? You're in here. Like, you could just refer them to come here. Like, this is the place where we want people to be. So 24/7. Like, I mean, granted, like, it's not easy for the baller to come in here. Well,
yeah, you got to have guts.
But at the same time, like, this is going to be the place where if the spell is going to be broken, it's going to happen here. If it is. But, like, of course, we don't hinge it on, like, strong arming somebody into the flat earth, but we're going to do the best we can to challenge them to where it's not going to leave any chance to doubt. Like, nobody's going to be like, at the end of it, like, well, it could go either way. No, it's not.
Yeah, because we got people like you, Mayhem, and Heretic, who just completely crush it.
Yeah, and sometimes they'll be like, I already tried to go there and they banned me.
Well, that's a YouTube. Dude, the freaking YouTube guys are the ones that say that. They're always, and I'm like, just come in here. Obviously, if you are banned or whatever, we can unban you. Come in here.
Just freaking message us. We'll get you in here. We'll get you in here for a conversation. May have been the case before, but we can do that on a daily basis. Just message one of us. We'll freaking unban you. Get you.
Can I like bring up one topic that I noticed and that I've been noticing? Not that I've been noticing, but I wanted to check and make sure. But I don't think that Witsit is getting the flat Earth context box in his videos anymore.
Oh, you did the archaic thing? That's on the bottom of your. Oh, I don't know. Perhaps
that's kind of weird. I don't know why. I think it's weird. I just thought I'd bring that up. That's kind of weird.
Doesn't really have flat Earth in his titles, and
yeah, I don't have that on my channel.
He's probably just not popular enough, and so he's not putting up like titles, and they're probably not flagging it.
I reported it.
Well, he's also a true earther instead of a flat earther, but he does still say flat Earth. So.
Yeah, but his videos of late are like broad topics,
Somebody said they reported it.
They relate to the flat Earth.
Yeah, what the fuck is that? I don't even know what the fucking context box is. So what?
The archaic, the flat Earth is the archaic, whatever that they put underneath.
Helio, did you videos? Context?
Oh, under the YouTube videos.
The context.
Yeah, the tramp stamp.
The tramp stamp.
Or it's just like when he's going live and it says,
no, that's not.
No, what the fuck are you guys talking about?
On the bottom of, when you, like, every time one of your live videos, you put one up on your channel, like, once it's done, it has a little box that shows the wiki.
That's what I'm talking about. But it's not coming under his videos?
Apparently.
Yeah, I didn't see that under his last video, and I need to investigate further because I thought that was weird. There was many times that he said flat Earth, and that even Robert Park said it. So.
Hold on, though. So you're saying that YouTube isn't attacking him like he is attacking us?
Hey, I only brought it up as the last video. I haven't investigated further. It needs
doesn't mean anything.
It needs further investigation.
Freaking hates us anyway. I'm working on getting my. You remember I had another YouTube channel that had like 3,500
what happened
subscribers.
To that
Hey, I'm still working on it. I've been in emails with YouTube, like trying to get that channel.
Watch Bob come back, be like, "Hi guys."
No, I'm working on
telling
it.
you, bro.
Working on it, bro.
The context box isn't on Helio.
Watch. I'm gonna bring that channel back up.
They might be on vacation.
Yeah, that channel's rocking and rolling, bro. It's got all of our old shit on there. Need to get that one back.
Yeah, and you know what's really crazy about that channel is that I got another. I've shown you and others. I'm still getting copyright claims on videos that I can't
Recently?
even look at. Yes, I got one today.
Yeah, because there's shit going on, and I don't know.
And and as a matter of fact, I took a screenshot of the email and I sent it to him. So I'm still getting freaking copyright claims on videos that nobody can see, including me. I emailed him today and I was like, when are you guys going to fix this? You know?
Yeah,
it's like I'm trying to get the channel back up, you know? Fuck.
One of the videos I wanted to download, I couldn't because nobody could. I couldn't. No, you couldn't see it.
Does that mean somebody's recording?
This is
it?
like listen, I'm getting copyright claims. Copyright claim doesn't matter. It's not monetized, so it doesn't matter. But I'm getting email on a video that nobody can see on an account that I hid several months ago, and I'm trying to open it back up.
That's a bug in the Matrix.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why do I keep getting copyright claims on videos that nobody can see?
The new shit is happening when people are in here. Sometimes they have music playing in the background that has like copyrighted music. So it
sure. I mean, the copyright claims are fine. I mean, I'm not. I don't worry about the copyright claims. This man, you know, if somebody watches a video again and whoever has a claim on the music, they can make a little money off of it.
If it's less than a few seconds, it shouldn't matter. I don't think it should really worry about it.
All right, the copyright. What I'm saying, no, Jesus Christ, you guys.
Yeah,
don't
dude.
even know.
Last time I went to go download a video and it had like a big old exclamation mark, like you couldn't even do. There was nothing there. Like the whole video was gone. Like one of your live shows, like one of the recorded ones, was like you can't even click on it. There was you couldn't see it. You couldn't do anything. It was not even like it's. I don't know.
Like one of the ones on this stream.
Yeah, on this channel, this particular channel. On this channel, like 10 or 15 shows ago, one of them is just like there's nothing there. It was one that I know we were debating with somebody pretty hard on that one.
Can you watch it?
You know what?
Can you watch it on? Can you click on it and watch it?
Yeah, you know which one it was?
You can't
that
download
stupid entomologist. The entomologist guy. What is his name, dude?
If you can pull the video up and watch it.
No, you can.
It was Great Angelo.
Great Angelo, Heretic. That video with him on that live stream, it's nowhere to be found. I think that's the one I was looking for. And that day that we had recorded him, because I was going to get some of the clips there, it was that you couldn't even click on. It's just a big old exclamation mark that was like with a black screen, and you can't even see it.
I'm going to be honest. Sometimes, like on the weekends and stuff, I forget to restart. Like YouTube, it wasn't one of those over 12-hour videos.
No, because like we got clips.
Well, send me a link. Send me a link to send me a link to the video, and I'll try to get it.
It's lost in there, man. I'm gonna have to hunt for it because I don't remember what number it was.
Do you remember the date?
Nope.
A couple of weeks ago.
It's all a blur for me, man. Like,
maybe
good luck to whoever finds it. The number.
Just send me if you can find it. Send me.
It's probably in the 20s, I think. 30, 20 or
30, 20 something.
Yeah, possibly.
I'll check it out. And it was about
Great Angelo comes out. So yeah, he's like got that little troll avatar. You'll see it popping, like lighting up as you scroll through the.
Great Angelo was the name of the guy you were talking to.
Yeah.
I'll check it out.
Tons of good stuff out of that one. Like, even when he cursed Heretic with the fleas of 1,000 camels or some shit.
Fleas of the
Yeah, he said, may the fleas of 1,000 camels infest your armpits and the crabs of 1,000 whores infest your navel.
No, it was only at the beginning. There was so much good stuff in there.
Yeah, there's
let me find
there's
it
a lot of
real
good stuff. Yeah.
quick.
I think we got contradictions, we got double downs, we got it all in there from him.
That makes me that actually inspires me.
That was the one of the gifts that keep on giving. That Goon 24, you keep saying I hate Earth, dude. Bro, unmute your mic. Come on in here. Unmute your mic. I want to know why you hate Earth. You see what he's typing in live stream voice text?
Wanted me to look for this fucking video. I'm not all right. So. You guys remember approximate time? Like afternoon, evening.
It was evening for sure, because I was at work.
All right, so it would have been. What's the guy's name again?
His name is Angelo. Great Angelo.
Late evening or early evening?
Early.
Like a Thursday?
Probably Wednesday, Thursday. It was middle of the week because I remember.
No, actually, it was a Saturday.
Was it a Saturday?
Yeah, for sure it was.
Okay. I'm gonna take your word for it, Harris.
Saturday.
It was,
That's all right.
Just one sec. It was.
So that would have been last Saturday, right?
It would have been 2 weeks ago.
What?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
so that would have been 2 weeks
All right.
ago
On
from
a Saturday.
today on a
So-
Saturday, which today is 5/14, so it would have been 5/2, right? 14 days ago. 14, yeah, it would have been May 2nd. Sure about this, heretic?
Wouldn't it be the 29th? 2 Saturdays?
Wait, we're in May right now, so it'd be the 6th.
May. All right, so May.
Try
we're
the
at May
6th, man.
14th. So, Jesus,
That's
somebody's
Sunday.
saying 2 weeks ago, and then the other
Try
part.
the 6th, bro.
The 6th.
All right, we got that Goon 24. Let's see. Does he have any roles? Yes, he does. All right, go ahead. Looks like you got links and image. So if you're not a wuss, just go ahead and unmute your mic. Have a conversation. Put on your big boy pants. Let's go. Yes, you can unmute now.
Who am I supposed to believe?
That
here?
Goon
Okay,
24, are you there?
We on May 6th. Hey, big boy pants. Put
I'm
'em
not just
on.
talking into the air, man. You need to unmute that mic of yours. Come on, we want to know why you hate Earth.
Earth is your mother.
So you come into the VC, you're not unmuting your mic. Yet you want to type in the text chat.
Can somebody get that Zambia guy out of Cogdis and let him come in here and speak?
I'll do it.
I'm trying to find this fucking video you guys are talking.
How do you wind up in Cogdis?
Helio, it was the 29th. 1 sec. Oh yeah, and that was Degas banned him in the lobby because he's being a dickhead.
429.
All right, Zambia Economist, are you there?
Hey, Zambia.
Zambia Economist, are you there? And that's 24, both of you. Somebody unmute their mic.
Zambia, I was the one talking to you in Cogdis with T-Dub and who was the other guy?
Origiana?
Yeah, something like that. And Heretic, he's here.
Yeah, I'm not going to wait forever, guys. That Goon 24 is Zambia Economist. Unmute your mic.
Yeah, Zambia, you were acting like you wanted to speak, so come on. Welcome to the server. Yeah,
Hello.
welcome to the server. Hello.
The earth is round.
Okay.
Indeed.
All right, well, you can present some evidence. We'd love to hear it.
My evidence is that I'm smart, right?
Oh,
Everybody knows that. I have an IQ of 75. At the right age of 47.
All right, he's a liar.
Wait.
That's funny.
Let's find some evidence. Let's find some evidence.
we like jokes. 75 is retarded. But anyway, you obviously aren't retarded, so just be straight,
I'm
bro.
retarded.
Come on, man.
Okay, wait. I found some evidence. 1 sec. Let me send it. Wait. I'm screenshotting it.
I'm back when you go through puberty.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm sending it right now. Wait, I can't paste images.
I'll just copy and paste.
No. I can't paste images.
Yeah, you can't.
Just try us, man. Just try us. Ask some questions.
I mean,
you're asking some pretty.
I have a slight feeling.
You're asking some okay questions.
You haven't been to the International Space Station, but I'm pretty sure anyone who has been there has seen that the Earth is clearly a sphere, right? Like that. That also in 90% of like diagrams of the Earth.
Yeah, Zambia's friend, because you're his friend that just jumped on here. You've never seen the Earth as a globe. You've only seen images on video, on whatever pictures, but you've never seen it in real life. You've never went outside and seen the Earth as a globe, have you?
Yeah, but I mean, you see, like the thing is, I do understand that you feel it's flat because you all like it's how you
don't
perceive
feel like
it.
that, man. We all do. Every single body that's ever lived on Earth can only perceive it that way. We don't perceive it as a globe.
Well, I mean, what about the people that are astronauts? What about them?
So it's like this, right? Let's just say, for example, I'm I don't know. Let me make something up real quick, all right? Just give me a moment. I am a Loch Ness Monster expert. And you ask me, is a Loch Ness Monster real? And I'm like, hell yeah. I take pictures of him. I can send you some right now if you want. I went ahead and I petted it and I gave it some crackers to eat. Like, you're going to believe me because I tell you a story? How are you going to verify the thing that I'm telling you is true or not? What would you have to do that? You can't just believe me. You're going to have to go and see what I'm talking about, if it's real or not, yourself. Now, if you can't do that, then you're just believing the story that I'm telling you. That's what you're basically saying about these astronaut people. Like, if they say they went to space, or they say they've done something that you can't do, then all you can do is believe them. Like a religious person. So a religious person just believes, right? That's okay. But that's what you're doing with people that tell you they've been to some place that you can't go. However, if it's some place that you can go, then it's different, right? Like, let's say I live in a different country than you, and you're like, well, how do you know that place that you're living does exist? I'm like, well, you can come visit here. You can take a plane ride or whatever and come over here. But if it's a place that they're like, well, you need a rocket, and we're like, well, I can't get a rocket. I need money. I need to get, whatever to get there. So it's like they're telling you things, and they're filling your head with ideas and stories that are not true.
Yeah,
and that's what I'm saying. Like you just got to challenge that. Like in everything, just if somebody tells you a story, a friend tells you a story, like they did something, and you're like, nah, I don't believe that. And they're like, yeah, trust me. You're like, no, I'm not going to trust you. I need to know how you did it. Go show me. Like, you want proof.
Question anything that cannot be proven by you. If it's unfalsifiable, you shouldn't just believe it anyways.
That's all we're doing. That's all we're doing. Just checking out what people are saying, if it's true or not.
Oh yeah, so okay, but like, say the Earth was flat, which is what you're claiming. What's that mean? That because wouldn't like the ocean just be flowing out and falling into nothing? Because
no.
I get you. I get your question. It's obvious. It's obvious that if somebody says something's flat, then there has to be an end to it, right? Like, I mean, obviously, right in your mind. But the problem with that is what we tend to say is that we can only go on this earth. We can only travel certain places, and certain places we can't go to. So if you go south in any direction, right? You go to this place called past the 60th parallel, which is like where if you're traveling on a boat, you would get stopped by probably the Navy, or the navies of the world would stop you and say, hey, you can't.
Maritime.
Right? So if you're traveling somewhere, you're restricted in certain locations. So we can't go and see if there's something like what you would claim would be an edge or a wall or whatever. Like, we couldn't go and check it out because like places on Earth are certain places are restricted. And you probably know this because it's like, you can't go to a military base willy-nilly, right? Like, they'll be like, what are you doing? You're like, oh, I'm going to go see what's over here. And they're like, no, this is a military base. You can't come in here. So what I'm just saying, like, certain places on Earth are restricted. So like, if you go south anywhere, it's called the 60th parallel. You guys can look it up, but you can't go beyond that border, or else you get stopped or turned around and say like, no, you can't travel this way.
Right.
Just like you can't take a shortcut to someone's house, to the shops through someone's house, right?
I'm kind of giving you
travel anyway.
to think about, because even though what you said could be possible, even if that was, we could never see it, because it's like we're restricted to go in places on Earth. We can't just travel anywhere we want. Contrary to what you guys might think, that there's restrictions on places you can and cannot go.
But even though we can't go there, surely I'm pretty sure most people who live in coastal areas would notice like mass draining of the ocean.
Hold on.
So
Earth isn't a disc in space, my friend. Earth is not a disc in space. That's not what flat Earth is.
So basically, there's a barrier, you say?
No, here's a scientific like law of gas that we can't have the gas pressure that we have here on Earth. Like at ground level, we have it at 14 psi. So you can't have that gas pressure, gradient and all, without a container. So there is no edge. All of this has to be contained.
And there would be a barrier for water as well. Water takes
Not
the shape of its container as well.
Yeah, that's true.
What stops it from just falling off?
Yeah,
containment.
The container it's in.
So we are like, in essence, okay, let's think about it like this, guys. We're inside of something. We're contained. We are inside of something. We don't, the thing that we're inside of, we don't know how big it is. We don't know the shape of it, but we are inside of something, because we have air pressure, and the only way to have pressure is to have something that has containing that pressure. So like the air pressure that you and I are breathing right now, it has to be contained. Because if there was no, like, think about it, like if you blow air in a balloon, the balloon is a container for the air pressure inside of that balloon, right? Because when you let go of the balloon, the air rushes out.
Right.
It like goes everywhere.
Yeah.
Like say
the Earth was a disc. Well, not a disc, but like a container, as you've been saying. The only part I don't get is how like a plane flight from Alaska to Russia that that would just teleport you is what you're saying if the Earth wasn't a sphere.
Well, no, I mean, like, think about it like this. Like, you know how your room, the floor is flat? So if you walk across your room, basically, like, let's just say one part of the edge of your room, like one corner of your room is like Russia, and the other part is like Japan. So when you like, if you hold,
like you walk out the door and you arrive right in the back of the room.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying that what I'm telling you is, like, when you fly from one place to another, you're just going from airport to airport. So it's like the most direct route that you can fly, like, on an airplane. They try to travel the most direct route that they can possible. So they're flying from one airport to another airport, like the most direct route possible. So when they do that, you don't need to imagine the Earth being a globe, because it's just like your room, like it has a flat floor. You can take off from the floor of your room like a toy airplane. You go up a little bit and then you go straight across and then down like on the floor again. So it's like that. It's like a flat floor. And if you have a toy plane, you can imagine picking it up and then putting it back down on the flat floor. Like, you don't need a curved ball to fly over. If that does that make any sense to you? Like, just thinking about it like that, because like when we're talking about the Earth does not having any curvature, like, it doesn't need to be a ball that you're traveling over. It just needs to be like the ground can be like a plane all the way across. Does that make sense? Like, I don't want to confuse you, but like I was trying to show you, like, even if you had like a toy plane on the flat floor, like, you'd be able to see, like, you don't need a curved surface. You just need it like flat, and you can. So even if you think about flying in a plane, like, you can't tell you can't tell if there's any curvature or not. You need to do it on the ground level, and you need to see if there's any curvature by measuring the ground. Like, if I had a basketball in my hand and I was to tell you, could you measure and see if there's any curvature on this basketball? You could say, yeah, but it's real easy because look how round it looks. And then if I was to tell you, okay, can you do that to the Earth? Because they're telling us that we're living on a giant ball. So just the same way you could measure this basketball to find curvature on it, you could do the same for the Earth and find some curvature on the Earth if it had any. But that's the point. Like, we've been doing this for many years and we don't measure any curvature, which is kind of like I wanted to tell you guys. That's what I want to give you guys, the ability to critically think about anything someone tells you. So if they tell you a story, you're like, well, wait a minute. How do I know that's true or not? Let me verify this story that you're telling me, right? Like an astronaut flying out in space and doing, hey man, I flew around. Like, you're like, okay, that's a cool story, bro. But like, how do I know that's true? I just have to believe you. Like, cause I can't go and do what you've done. But if they were to tell you that the Earth is a globe, then you could say, well, let me measure it. That would be simple, right? And if you were to ask, how can I measure the Earth? Cause it might be so big. Well, it'd be pretty simple. If you're measuring a basketball, you're looking for a drop over the distance over the basketball curvature. So over the Earth, if it had curvature, you'd be doing the same thing, looking for the drop over distance. So from like, let's just say like we can put like 10 miles or whatever. You're looking at the horizon, right? You can go to the beach and do this. Look at the horizon and try to find something in the water that can give you a distance. So like an oil rig or some kind of landmark that's sticking out, and then find out where you're at to where that thing is over there, and find out a known distance, and then see the horizon in the background, and then say, okay, I know how far I can see because that thing that I'm looking at, like the oil rig, is a certain distance away from me, but yet I can still see the horizon, so I know. You know what I mean? I don't want to lose you, but can you guys see what I'm saying? Or if you want to measure the Earth. Did I lose you guys?
You made the analysis of like a basketball, right? And how we can visibly observe that it's round.
Yeah,
what
of
if
course.
What if like an extremely small insect was on that? Would it be able to tell that it's round?
Sure.
Yes.
Sure.
Why?
Because if the insect had a mind to measure the basketball from its vantage point, then it could say, okay, from where I'm standing on this ball to like another place on the ball, I could find out like if there's curvature, because it's on the ball. It's directly on the ball, so you can measure it.
I mean, but like that's basically the exact same like situation that we are in, because since the Earth is so massive, we're like,
hold on.
Like,
do you know the dimensions of the Earth?
No, because I don't memorize that because that's kind of a waste.
Well, we know it. No, well, we know it to a T, and we've measured.
Yeah, let's go through it together. How about that?
Like,
why is it a waste of your time to know the dimensions of the Earth?
Yeah, well, that's not a waste of time. But let's check this out. Go type in your Google right now. What is the radius of Earth? Go ahead, just type that in. What is the radius of Earth? Do you want me to spell it out? Of Earth. Yeah, type it into Google real quick. You'll see it.
6,371 kilometers.
Correct. Correct. So they're giving us the number of the radius. Okay, so there's three things you need to look at when you're talking about a sphere. You need a radius, you need a diameter, and you need a circumference all the way around this geometric shape.
No, but that's from the center, like the inner core to the surface.
Yeah, the radius. Yeah,
but the circumference would be all the way around.
Let's see.
Yeah, type that into. What is the circumference of Earth?
Circumference of Earth. 2,408. 24,855 miles.
Yep, that's it. Well, all the way around it, right? So they're telling us how big it is. So in other words, it's like when somebody says, well, the Earth is too big to measure. Well, they have already measured it. Like they're telling us right now, right? Obviously, they gave us these numbers. Because if they're saying that's the circumference of Earth, that number right there, then they're already giving a size to it. Do you guys know you know what that means, right? They're telling you what size it is.
What about like time zones? How would that work? Because wouldn't it be...
Hold on, don't get scalloped. We're on one subject. Let's take this to its logical conclusion first.
Right, so we just looked up how big the Earth is, and it was most important to your friend who was saying that the Earth is too big. Well, now we know that the information that we have is public, right? So we know now that there's a radius, a diameter, and a circumference. So this ball that you're standing on is already known to have a certain size. So that being the case, we can go outside like the bug on the ball that you were talking about, and we could be like the bug on the ball and measure the ball because we have numbers now. Do you see what I'm saying? Like we're making some sense now, right? If we really wanted to know.
You would measure drop over distance.
Zambia, are you still there?
Yep.
Okay. So you drop over distance, right? That's what we're going with right now because we have the numbers. You guys looked it up right now. I don't want to lose you. I need you guys to critically think about what we're saying because it's really important.
Yeah, drop over.
Yeah,
go ahead. Sorry. No, I was just going to say drop over distance would be the deviation from the visual plane.
Some big words there. Do you guys know what that word means?
Yeah. I'm just not really paying. Like, I'm paying attention.
Pay attention. It's okay to pay attention.
Yeah, let me know if something's confusing you because I don't want to confuse you. All right, but do you know what we're talking about so far?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so if we have numbers to the globe and we're going to do some measurements, we got to find out how we're going to do the measurements, which is what Flatsy Klein was saying. We're going to find out any drop over the distance that we're going to measure.
Right.
It's like if you're a bug on a ball, man. It's got to drop away from you the curvature. So you're going to start to see like the horizon where you're looking at. It's going to be like the leading edge of that sphere where stuff starts to disappear behind it. You like maybe a boat you can't see or something. It's going to go behind that curvature.
Yeah.
Did I lose you guys again? Are you still there?
Yeah. The only thing that I just really, the only thing that, you haven't swayed me on is the bug on the ball thing, because like a bug. I would say a bug is a bit too big. I'd say like a microorganism, because how massive the Earth is compared to
the Earth is not that big. The Earth is not that big. They tell us that it's not that big.
Dude.
Yeah, it's a misconception, Zambia. Your notion that the Earth is too big to be measured is just not true.
I get it isn't that massive, but say you compare it to like a 5'7" person, like average like 5'7" guy, whatever. I'm pretty sure it would take a lot of 5'7" people to make up, like the math.
I hear what you're saying. But here's the issue that we're having.
It's massive. Right.
But think about this.
Zambia, you're not listening to what's being told to you.
How'd they figure that out?
The Earth is big, but it's not too big to be measured. 10 miles from a 6-foot observer is 66 feet in drop, supposedly on the globe.
Why can the ant measure the ball, but we can't?
Yeah, exactly.
We can measure the ball. We can measure the Earth.
Why can the ant visibly observe that the Earth, the basketball is round, but we cannot visibly observe that the Earth is round?
Because the Earth is not round.
That's a great question.
That's logic right there.
Yeah, you're asking the right question, but here's the thing: the reason why, and I'm going to give you the straight answer here, is that it's not a ball. That's a straight answer. But if you want to really know, you're going to have to do a little bit of work to find that out, because the information that you're hearing is giving you the impression that the Earth is a globe. Like they're telling you it's a globe. They're showing you pictures. You're seeing video from like live feed from YouTube that they're on the ISS and all kinds of stuff. So if you really want to know, you can find out that it's not a globe. 100%.
Pretty cool and all, but you see the thing is, like that's just saying I have to straight up believe you. And I don't think that's the best choice. Yeah,
you don't have to.
We never said believe him.
Then
he says you're going to have to do the work to find out for yourself.
Saying, like you claiming that the Earth is just flat is
not a claim.
Blatantly wrong, right?
It's not a claim.
It's not a claim.
Zamba, you clearly have listening comprehension issues. He never said to believe him.
But I'm pretty sure.
Spiraling, I guess.
Yeah,
most people who
this is what we call a spiral. Zambia. This is what we call a spiral.
They know.
Zambia. Zambia, are you there? Zambia. Yo, Zambia. Hey, bro, you gotta snap out of it. You gotta. Hey.
Snap out of the spiral.
It's Neo in the Matrix.
Yeah,
he can't snap out of it.
Just mute him, for fuck's sake. Let him speak to himself.
Visibly see a basketball's round, and we can't say that we can't see that that's round. Because the Earth is massive, which is not that big.
Okay, so Zambia, we're just ants, right? We're just Zambia.
That's just a theory.
Zambia, we're just ants, right? We're just ants, and that we can't see this ball that we're on, right? We're just ants, and that we can't see the ball
because it would take like longer.
Zambia, are you with me or what, dude? Who are you talking to?
Hey, let me disconnect him.
Great.
Bro, he just lost it. He just lost it right there.
This is what happens when you hit Globers with normies with knowledge. They kind of like
you just gotta listen.
That talk this will hard, man.
Space. Where'd he go?
Neo in the Matrix.
They just listen, man.
You broke his brain.
That was really exciting for a minute. I
think I broke Zambia, man.
He broke, man. Fucking hell. Clip that.
Super broke.
That's a proper breakage.
I wanted to ask him which ant measured it.
His paradigm is turned upside down. All that information has been destroyed.
He basically heard us like the Peanuts gang character, the teacher. Wah, 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 wah.
So accurate.
Well, he shoots himself in the foot anyway by saying that, because then he's in a position where he can't know what it is. He can't know whether it's.
Yeah, that's where I was going. So I wanted to say, okay, which ant measured this then? They're all just ants, dude.
How did they know it was a ball?
He'll be back. I just disconnected him, so.
I hate when they bring up this fucking ant analogy or small organism. It's like, you've never been anything but a human being. You've never known the world from any other scale but this one. It's almost like a mind-reading fallacy in some way.
They don't realize what a claim is.
They're basically saying looks flat, therefore very large curved object.
I just have to take my time with the youngsters, man. Like, I know they're spiraling and stuff, but they're the future, man. Like, nobody's gonna give them the buffer. No one's the buffer for these guys.
That's true.
That guy was the future.
It's seed planting.
Yeah, my heart's a little bit more broken for them than the older ones, because the older people, they know a little bit more better than them. So, anyway.
Oh, the older people know how to shut the fuck up and listen a bit more.
I know, but it's
only just a bit more.
That is so
In
true.
all honesty, I give ants more credit to their potential intelligence for figuring out what they're standing on than the average glober.
Yes, because they're not stagnant and complacent. They have work and duties.
I bet you if an ant had a P9000, whatever that camera is, they'd be able to see the
P900.
Yeah, the
P9000. I was like, damn.
I was taught in the second grade that you can't see the curve because the world is too big and we're too small. So it's an indoctrination happening then.
Well, ants are innovative. It's kind of crazy what they can do considering that they aren't humans.
Yeah, my dad would always be telling me, like, consider the ant. It was I don't know if it was a sermon one time somebody had given, and he was like, it's amazing that nobody actually considers the ant, you know, like how intelligent it is.
Oh, shh.
Well, technically, ants aren't intelligent.
Yeah, hang on, Kill. Zambia, I know you're back, and I have you unmuted. And Heretic wanted to talk to you if you went ahead and just allow him to speak without you over talking, because you guys went into a deep spiral. That's what we call a spiral. So if you allow him to, he'll speak real quick, and you can answer him back.
Please share us your wisdom. We're really stuck.
Okay.
So long as you don't spiral, that's all. So long as you don't spiral, we'll be fine.
Yeah, so just real quick, you said that we're all ants, right?
Wait, I just want to say something. Is that GIF this guy just sent? Is that spiraling there?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my gosh! Please.
Yeah,
help
don't
me.
be that guy. You don't want to be him.
Yeah.
You said that we're ants, right? So that we can't tell that we're on this big ball, right?
Yep.
Okay, so which ant measured it?
Good question.
Yeah.
I have no clue. I'll Google that right now, actually.
That is the question. I mean, whoever measured it, they're just an ant too compared to this
Maybe
thing, right? So how did they do it?
Christopher Columbus or something.
No, I don't think so.
You're gonna make up that light.
Nope. No, but I don't know how to pronounce this, but it's some Greek mathematician.
Eratosthenes.
Yep, that guy.
Eratosthenes.
Okay,
so you're always gonna pronounce it wrong. So
go on, Heretic. You can take this.
Okay, sure. So what did he actually measure?
The circumference of the Earth, like.
No, but what did he actually directly measure? What was his direct measure of?
Sorry, you're lagging.
Okay. Well, have you read enough on Eratosthenes to know what he directly measured?
No, because I just Googled that.
Well, he measured shadows. He didn't measure any curvature or drop over distance over the face of the Earth or anything. He measured shadows.
Okay.
Okay, and so then he just extrapolated from those shadows, right, the different lengths over the surface, right, that the circumference is this much, but he doesn't know there's a circumference in the first place. He's just assuming it, and he's just assuming that the shadows are diverging like that because there's a circumference, because there's curvature of the surface. But does that make sense? Have you ever seen... Yeah, but on a flat surface, do you think that you can have shadows of different lengths from a single light source?
Probably not, but...
No. Think about that a bit longer. You got one light source, right? Let's say in your living room, the floor is flat. You can have one light source in the room. You can have shadows all through the room of different lengths from the same length objects, right?
Yeah, I could.
Just because of the angle that the light is hitting those objects at, right? It's going to be different throughout the room.
Even your own shadow.
So that's all he.
Under the light.
That's all he did. He just measured shadows that were being cast by objects that the sun was hitting at different angles, right?
So the measurement is incorrect.
Not necessarily. He's just making assumptions, right?
Well,
so he's measuring shadows and he's assuming that they're doing what they do because the surface is curved, right? He doesn't know that, though. He's just assuming it, and then he's going on to, oh, okay, here's our circumference that we got. He doesn't know it's a ball in the first place. He's just imagining that bit.
So you're trying to say it's inaccurate?
Not necessarily.
Well, like, not 100% reliable.
I'm saying that he's assuming his outcome. He's assuming the globe that he's claiming to measure in the first place doesn't know that it's there.
Reliable.
Yeah, I wouldn't rely on it. Yeah.
It's problematic.
How does he actually know that the shadows are diverging like that because it's a globe? The same thing can happen on a flat surface like we just talked about, right? Yep. He doesn't know, he's just assuming that, right? So who actually figured out that it was a globe in the first place to figure out that the shadows are doing what they do because it's a globe? Who did that?
Don't know how to pronounce this again. Aristotle.
Ptolemy.
Yes.
Yeah. Ptolemy.
Ptolemy. Sorry.
Ptolemy.
That's not what I found.
Okay.
What did you find?
Aristotle.
Aristotle.
Aristotle. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Aristotle was assuming it too. He thought that boats were vanishing bottom up, right? He thought that the reason that boats would appear to disappear bottom up, right, is because the surface of the Earth was curved, so it would gradually obstruct the boat as it goes away, right? Yeah, but you can demonstrate the same thing on a flat surface.
Okay,
and the
so
horizon. Yeah, go ahead.
So I don't really have a refutation for this argument at this moment. So I would like to bring attention to gravity. How does that work on a flat surface?
What's gravity?
Like it's basically holding us down on our spherical object.
Yeah, but what is it?
Let's see the Google definition.
I was just going to Google it, but go ahead. Google it.
The force by which a planet or other body draws objects toward its center.
Not actually the correct rhetoric, exactly.
Or towards it.
That's the Google. Is that the first link or the first thing that popped up?
NASA, what is gravity?
Okay.
Dang. They even put away Einstein.
I know. It's weird that they put that up there.
What about like government cooperation though? I don't think it's very observable that nations have been willing to cooperate for anything in.
We have proof of that.
Were you alive for the last 3 years?
We have proof of that. Not even just the past 3 years, but yes, that's also proof.
That they've cooperated to fake the Earth is round.
No, that they all are in cahoots. They shake hands.
Yeah,
they're not actual enemies.
Why would they fake it as a sphere and not just tell everyone it's flat?
So why would you want to go to the motive instead of the evidence?
Because it's interesting to know.
Okay, I get that, but that's also not relevant in a court of law. You need to be presented with evidence, not motive.
Law.
Hey, Zombia, you haven't realized yet that the Earth is flat, though, have you?
Well, because I think it's spherical.
Exactly, so you don't even know yet that there is a lie, so it's the wrong time to be asking why the lie, because you haven't figured out yet that there is one.
Earth's spherical shape. But
because
you have not proven Earth's flat.
It kind of sounds like you'd be basing your idea, right, on the credibility, on the incredulous.
Yeah, that's a logical fallacy.
Right. So if what we say about why they've done that doesn't jive with you, you'll just simply dismiss it, and the whole of the idea goes to the wayside.
But
if you look into the evidence, right, then you can start from there and then ask why.
So, what evidence do we actually have for the sphere then?
Hey,
do you go to the beach and experience?
What's something I can do right now that proves Earth is flat? That I can do on my own.
Water.
Go outside.
Water.
Or go outside,
Water.
period.
Listen. I said water, but let me just explain real quick, and you guys can chime in with your points. But if you have water, the surface of water takes the shape of the container that it's in. So the surface of that water will always lay flat. Always. So think about it like this. I'm going to give you an example. Do you have a water bottle near you? Or a glass of water? It don't matter. Either one will be fine. Okay, just test this out.
We'll be right back.
We will be right back.
Okay.
He's actually got a glass of water in his profile.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Oh man, I thought it was milk.
Or it could be milk, but yeah.
We retrieved some water.
Milk is mostly water.
I have a water bottle, a standard store-bought water bottle.
All right. Excellent. Drink a little bit of that bottle of water. Just enough to where you could see, like...
Let me have some too.
Here you go. There. We have drank some water. Yes.
Put the lid back on it.
Yep. Let's back on.
All right. Now, what I want you to do is notice the surface of that water while you put it down on your table or something that's...
Yep.
All right. The surface of that water in that bottled water is flat to the ground, right? It's like parallel to the ground. Okay. Now, if you were to pick that bottled water up, slowly tilt it in one direction and then hold it for a second. Look at that surface of that water still parallel, but at the same time, the bottled water is tilted. But the surface of that water is parallel to the ground. Now, if you flip the bottled water slowly, keep turning it sideways and hold it still, don't move it, you'll see that the water still remains parallel. So it doesn't matter what direction you turn that bottle, the water will always remain flat and level to the ground that you have right underneath your feet.
So what would happen in space with it?
So it's just like you're doing it right now. It's separate from the ground. The water is actually separate from the ground because you have it up in the air.
See, what I think of containment, your version of like our container is for the spherical believers is the atmosphere.
No, this is just about the surface of water.
It's just about the surface of water right now. So when you're saying, how can you tell me that the earth is flat? Give me an evidence. I'm showing you right now. The water lays flat and in level to the ground that you're standing on. So now we're going to do a think test, right? We're going to do this little thought experiment with you. So let's take that bottled water, right? Now I want you to think about a swimming pool. And if you had enough water to pour into the swimming pool, the surface of that water, when there's no wind, lies flat. You guys agree with me on that?
Yep.
Okay, scale it up. Let's go to a pond size. A pond. You know what a pond is?
Yep.
Okay, a pond, still flat, right?
Yeah,
Okay, scale
and I
that
know
up.
what you're going to say next. You're going to say the ocean.
Well, you missed a step. Lake. Go to a lake. That's the next big body.
Dude, missed it.
So, okay, so we're still scaling up at the same time. Water still behaves the same way, flat and level on its surface. And then now we're going to scale up to the ocean size. Guess what?
No way.
Flat and level.
That's crazy.
And there, I took you step by step, work your way all the way from the bottom. And we started at the bottled water. But the bottled water, the way it behaves, this is its natural behavior in reality. So it's not going to do anything but what it's demonstrating to you and me and everybody on Earth to do. And you can do this test and anybody can actually see it for themselves. So you're not faking it. There's no magic trick. This is exactly what water does. It behaves this way everywhere.
But what I believe is that the curve is extremely subtle because your eyes can only see so much, right? If you had, like, let's say an increased field of vision.
So how do you know it's there?
You might be able to see some of the curve if you had enough of that increased vision.
So you have
we can increase it.
Here's the issue, though. Here's the issue that we're having. If there's curve, like you say, then the water itself would demonstrate that curve. Wouldn't you agree with me?
But the curve is that subtle, right? Because if a basketball had its own, like, gravity field, right? The water would actually curve on that.
Right. But if that was the case,
because you can see that and it's small enough.
Zambia, if that was the case, if water does curve like that, then we would be able to measure curvature over water, because water's pretty flat when it's lying down. Like, it doesn't curve anywhere. Like, as you can tell by your bottled water, it does not curve like the way you're saying that curve happens. Because if it did curve, then we could see that the water would curve around the earth. But it does not. It always lies flat and level all the time, every time. So it doesn't behave the way you think it behaves, because there's no example of that. However, I can show you an example of it lying flat, and I could demonstrate it to you because you can see it right now in your hands. I'm actually showing you how it's lying flat and level. Now you're telling me a claim that it bends around like a little bit, slightly. And I'm like, there's no evidence for that. You haven't presented any evidence that it actually bends like the way you say. However, I'm telling you, you're demonstrating to yourself that it is flat on the surface. So when you scale it up, you're still not going to have any curvature. Doesn't matter if you go from a swimming pool to a pond to a lake to an ocean, it's flat and level all the way up. So that's what I'm trying to show you right now. If there is any curvature, then whoever says there's curvature is going to have to demonstrate that that water that I'm showing you right now that you're holding is actually curving like the way they say it is. They're going to have to prove that to you. I've only proved to you that the water's flat. If they're saying it's curving and they're telling you that, then the burden of proof is on them to show you that it's curving like the way they say. Because the only thing that you know is that it's flat and level, just like you see in your bottled water.
Okay, so if... See, the only way that water would actually curve is if we were on a little ball, right? I was just sitting on this tiny ball, right? That actually somehow had its own gravitational field with such a small mass. And then we would actually see the water curve and the water being pulled in.
But you can't do that.
Yeah, I would tell you this much. Yeah, hang on, Zabia. I'm going to give you something to chew on right now that you said that. Do you know that you can get to a small level and watch adhesion and cohesion? And that's when the water actually has, like, it forms a bond to the thing that it's touching. So now it's the same thing with anything, right? If you barely touched water, like let's say you have water on the table, pour a little bit of water on the table. It's just like a droplet. And you'll see that it does have a little curvature to it when it's in the small form. Okay, like a droplet even. Right? And when you touch it, like barely lightly touch it, it's like sticks to your skin. Like it has like it's called adhesion. It's going to be like drawing to your skin because, you know, your skin is absorbing it. But, you know, what I'm saying is water acts kind of differently. It bonds to things on a small level. So it bonds to itself. But as you put more droplets of water on the table, what happens is the surface of that water starts to become flat. So with more droplets adding, it'll start flattening out. But if you have just like one droplet, you could see that it holds together. Like it's bonds. The water itself is bonding. So you can see it like form like a dome shape. But if you add more water, the more water you add, the more flat and level the surface becomes. Because that's
you're
the way
sort
it
of
works.
you're breaking the bond with it. So it's almost like popping it.
Well, yes and no, but yeah, you're making the surface lie flat. So with more water that you pour, the flatter the water will be. So that's what's going to happen always, right? That doesn't change. But if somebody says that at some point that flat water is going to start to curve, then they're going to have to show you how that's possible. Like, so if, like, for instance, if a teacher or somebody's like, no, the water actually curves, you're going to be like, okay, that's fine. Now you can say that it curves, but now I need you to show me where it curves. How does it curve? How much does it curve? And so when you're asking them that questions, now you're turning around and whoever made that claim is going to have to show you how it does that. Because I guarantee you they're not going to be able to. In the many years that I've been doing this, nobody has showed me curving water like that. Because I can only show flat water because that's what we all see. But when they start to say it's curving, then they have to demonstrate that. Whoever told you that. Because you can be curious and ask questions, right? And that's what I want you guys being very young, that you can ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask questions. But like if somebody's telling you a claim that's contrary to what reality is showing you, then they're going to have to prove that to you. Does that make sense? Like, because I mean, I could tell you, I could actually show you that water's flat because you can demonstrate it for yourself that it's pretty flat. And it doesn't matter how much you scale up from swimming pool to pond to lake to ocean, the surface of that water, even if you got a little bit of waves because it's windy and whatnot, but the surface is always going to be flat. And if somebody said that it's bending somewhere, then you're going to have to find out, okay, how much does it bend? What is the bending rate? Like, and all that stuff. You're going to have to know all that if they're making the claim.
Have they learned in physics yet? Have they done physics?
I don't know what grade are you guys in, by the way, Zambia? Because we're just assuming that you're very young. What grade are you in school or like what?
Yeah, we're in school.
Okay, so
we're pretty cool.
T-Dub is asking you a question. I don't know if you want to tell him if you know what physics is or if you guys taken that course.
A little bit, yeah.
Have you learned about the pressure within fluids?
No.
Okay, so you'll get to a point where they will teach you that within a body of liquid at rest, all points along a horizontal line, any points along a horizontal line within that body of liquid will be at equal pressure. Now that's a horizontal line. Now if you look up the definition of horizontal, it'll tell you that means flat and level. Flat and level. Now I know in the same breath that in one instance, in one case, that the education system will teach you this, that it's flat, that's flat in that respect, and then they'll teach you in another class that it actually does curve and we're living on a spinning ball. But they can't. The difference is, like Miggy was saying, they can't demonstrate that second claim, but you can demonstrate in a physics class that all points along a horizontal line within a body of liquid at rest are at the same pressure. And that is in fact often used as the definition for level.
So you're saying if the Earth were round, the pressure would be different at all points rather than the same?
It would still be at the same pressure, equal pressure along a curved line, not a horizontal line.
I'm sorry, I'm confused.
You have to probably tell them the difference between.
Well, the definition of horizontal is flat and level.
But what is this supposed to say, that the pressure is equal on all points?
It's along a horizontal line.
Yeah. And what is that supposed to say?
Well, that means that it's that horizontal line, and it can be from the surface of the liquid all the way down to any depth you like. Now, at different depths, you might measure different pressures, but along a horizontal line within that liquid, the pressures will be equal, the same. Doesn't matter where you are along that horizontal line. You can put a point there, point here, point there. It'll be the same pressure.
But what does that say about the Earth being flat?
It's saying about the properties of liquid at rest, water or liquid.
Like the ocean.
And that is from the surface of the liquid to any depth below the surface. It's saying that the surface measures flat. That's what physics teaches you.
I thought you just said it would be the same for a curved line.
It would be the same for a curved line with the pressures, except it wouldn't be along a horizontal flat line. It would be along a curved line.
Yeah. But how are... I don't really understand.
But that's not what physics teaches you. That's not what physics teaches you, is it? Physics teaches you that it's along all points along a horizontal line within a body of liquid at rest have equal pressure. Not along a curved line. That's not what physics teaches. And then they tell you that that's used as the definition of a level surface. And to the point where they use it in construction. Because if they can establish horizontal in construction, then they can establish a vertical. They can measure right angles and get things nice and straight and level and upright and structurally sound.
Okay.
It's used in practical purposes within physics for all sorts of things.
All right.
Okay.
Let me see here. Oh yeah, here's a really good link for you.
Yep.
It's got tons of information.
Let's see.
Zambia. I'll put a live stream voice text for you.
You remember when you did you Googled the radius, the circumference?
71 kilometers, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so that leads you to a certain equation to be able to test this drop over distance for yourself.
All right, before you get into that, Flatsy, real quick, I just wanted to go back.
Go ahead. Sorry.
To the point that T-Dub was making. Okay, so that link that I just gave you, Zambia, 16.4 is going to talk about exactly what T-Dub was saying. Pressure on a horizontal surface or pressure at depth. So each one of those links inside of the link that I gave you, it's going to have a wealth of information on all the information that we were just talking about right now, including introduction to hydrostatics. Okay, so this stuff is really good for you to learn. So mostly everything in here, Archimedes principle, floating bodies, center of pressure, all that stuff. And you can click any one of those links and start getting into like how bodies of water at rest, and so on. But then it gives you also an introduction at the very top. Anyway, it's just good information to kind of look at, because all this stuff that we're telling you is backed up by information that you can actually find out for yourself and investigate. It's all legit. So anyway, I want to take you back to Flatsy, what she was going to say though.
All right, so I'm American. Clearly, I'm very Southern. So we're going to translate everything into feet and miles. So the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles.
What? Oh, miles.
Yes, I'm like I said, I'm from Alabama. Okay, Southern. So the circumference is 24,901 miles. That translates to an equation of drop over distance with at 1 foot above sea level, of observers' height in feet. I should have a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles. That's where the horizon should be always. Any dispute there? Because if the Earth is curving at the dimensions that they give us, it cranks down to this equation right here.
Well, I mean, those
1 foot above the surface.
Well, I mean,
1
those
foot.
dimensions aren't necessarily correct, as we've talked about.
It is very correct. Actually, it's right down to the
so you measured your
pinpoint. No. This isn't my measurements. This is the globe measurements.
They could be lying to you.
Goodness. This is how you test the globe claim. This is their claim, not mine. So here I am telling you how you can test it. 1 foot above the surface.
Yeah, it should be. That means it's incorrect.
What does that even mean? What are you talking about? So you don't believe that it's a globe? So you don't believe it's...
Like, that you should be able to visibly observe this, but it's not like that?
You absolutely have to observe it if it is a globe. There is no exception. It has to be this if it's the globe that they claim it is.
Why does it have to be? Because
they say it's a globe. They say it's a globe with the diameter, radius, and circumference that they give you.
Who's they? Like the government?
No, the consensus.
So basically, what you learn in school, Zambia, like when you open up your books, and you start to read, and you're like looking at what they tell you about the Earth being a globe. They give you information about it being a globe, but the information that your school gets it from, like whatever they publish the books, right, that you're reading, all that stuff is being brought to you through the education that you're learning things at school. So all that stuff, wherever you're getting it from, they're giving that information to your mind, right? So that's basically what Flatsy was saying, is that wherever you get this information from, your library or your teacher, all that stuff is coming from a place that like school.
I'm giving you the map.
Yeah, it seemed like he was very confused about the simple things that we all see. Like,
well, I'm giving him the math of the globe. So here's the.
But
okay,
we
but this is
we see the same thing. So
okay, this is the math of the globe, not what we see. This is the math of the globe. So I'm breaking it down for you in the math. And I mean, if you don't understand
the math,
hold on, Helio.
Yeah, Helio, don't argue with her. She's trying to help him out. Yeah.
She's trying to
if it's something that you don't understand, we can help you. They also simplify it to, like it's 25,000 miles in circumference, and that the radius is an average of 4,000 miles. So they'll say that it's 8 inches per mile squared, which, in a parabola, that kind of thing doesn't matter. So you can actually test the 8 inches per mile squared if you wanted to simplify the math. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Yep.
Okay. So, but I'm giving you the direct pinpoint measurements. So here I am telling you that at 1 foot of observer's height in feet, the geometric horizon should be at 1.225 miles.
Away from you.
Away from you, yes. The geometric horizon.
Down?
No, the horizon. Do you know what the horizon is by definition?
Not by definition.
Okay, it's where the sky meets where the apparent from your vision, where the sky meets the water. If you're on the water, which is a very good place to test this claim, because the water would be flat. There would be no topography like the land would give you.
And are you saying it's not actually 1.225 miles away from you?
That's exactly what I'm saying, or where I'm getting at. But not what I'm saying, but where I'm getting at. But I'm giving you the claim of the globe first, so that you can test it on your own. But I've tested it, and everybody else in this forum has tested it, and it absolutely isn't what they claim. But I would very much rather you go test their claim, so that you can find out for yourself.
So how?
Yeah, I'm gonna head out. Hang on, Zambia. Hang on. I'm gonna head out, guys. So you guys have a good night. And
you too.
Continue with Zambia. So
hopefully thanks, Maggie.
Yeah,
dude, Flatsy, you're really killing it right now. Continue, please.
Peace out, Maggie.
Later, bro.
So I'm just giving you the claim of the globe, where the dimensions would rest in reality, so that you can test it for yourself.
So wait, you've tested like it's not actually 1.225 miles ahead of you?
It absolutely has never been that.
I'm just wondering, how have you tested that?
Over water at the beach.
Wait, like with what though? Like you just
with oil rigs in the distance to give me kind of like an idea of how far they are, so how far the horizon is.
And you knew exactly the location and how far away the oil rigs were.
Yes, that's the point of having some sort of like kind of landmark. Yeah, a landmark out there so that you know the distance. And there's a very famous thing that somebody I'm sure will post right now in the voice text called the Black Swan, where at 1 foot of observer's height, the horizon was well beyond 1.225 miles. As a matter of fact, it was well beyond that, which would make the Earth either a huge ball or it wouldn't make it a huge ball because you can see that it's absolutely flat. It just appears flat. You have to imagine that it's curving.
What globe?
Exactly.
Sorry, so I just Googled approximately how far away the horizon is supposed to be. It says 3.1 miles.
Yeah,
for a
that's
6
based
foot
on
height.
observer
6 foot height, yeah.
That's from a 6 foot height observer in feet.
Yeah, it's based on observer height, so it depends.
Oh.
You got to
5 foot
imagine, you know how you were talking about being an ant on a ball?
Yep.
Well, let's say the ant could stand up on its hind legs. Well, then it would increase its view of the surface, would it not? It would extend its view, right? So that's the basic idea of the geometry behind what they're claiming. You lay down, you're going to see less. You stand up, you're going to see more.
Yeah, I was giving you an example of 1 foot of observer's height in feet. The geometric horizon should be no further than 1.225 miles.
Why don't you take them to the Black Swan?
Yeah, I was gonna. That's
Let's
what I
do
was
that.
about to
That's
ask.
what I
Yeah,
mean. I
yeah.
kind of said
Go
that,
for it.
so I was thinking that somebody put it in voice text.
Oh yeah, it's in there. Are they in there?
It's already there. Yeah, it's already there. There you go. Have you ever heard of the Modus Tollens?
Nope.
Are they in live stream voice text?
Are you in live stream voice text?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you see the Black Swan? I think 58 minutes after the hour would be a good one. That's pretty recent. And it has the Modus Tollens.
Right.
Okay. So the Modus Tollens is if P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's Modus Tollens. This is we're going to go through a logical analysis of this. Okay, so we're going to go through this like I just said. Okay, so if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distant measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet cubed.
Okay, well, before we go, because it's like 4 a.m.
Okay, but I'm almost done. This is it right here. Okay, so if P, then Q. If not Q, then therefore not P. So if the sphere of the Earth is at the radius that they tell us it is, then every horizon should be no more than whatever it is, the 1.225 times the square root in observer's height in feet, right? We're simplifying it at 1 foot of observer's height, so you don't even have to square anything. Okay, so if not Q, if it's not at 1.225 miles, therefore not P, the Earth is not a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles. If you can tell me right there in that image that I was referencing, where do you see the horizon? Where the appearance where huh?
I guess past 1.225 miles.
But where is it?
Right.
Beyond that.
Beyond what?
Otherwise, you would be able to see all of Earth.
Beyond the horizon.
No, please don't go that route. Don't spiral. Please, just tell me where you see the horizon in that photo.
Past the oil rigs.
Okay, thank you. So not 1.225 miles.
Yeah, so they were inaccurate.
So therefore, not P. I mean, therefore, not Q. I mean, yeah, you know what I mean.
Neither. So that means there's no curved surface of any body of water on the Earth.
Okay. Well, one last thing before we go, what about the moon? Does it actually orbit us?
Well, orbit just means like a circular motion.
So how does that work?
Somehow.
So you're gonna be like, if you're a flat earther, you have to explain everything in the universe right now.
I'm wondering if it works or does it just not work?
Oh, it works because it's out there doing what it does.
And the Earth is measurably flat, so it's absolutely working over a flat Earth.
But I will disclaim this. Measuring flat bodies of water doesn't make anybody an expert on any celestial event.
There's no way to see what the moon is doing besides from your personal vantage point. You can observe it and describe what you see it doing from your personal vantage point. Beyond that, you're not going to be able to describe it as doing anything else.
Yeah.
Well, there are many stories and interpretations of the moon based on the assumption of the Earth being a ball, but we just looked into that and that didn't pan out. So we're kind of back to square one with stuff like that. But sorry, go ahead with whatever you wanted to say.
Well, I think I'm going to go now since it's 4 a.m. But
yeah, fair. Well, you take care.
To the sources.
Well, take care.
Sorry, what was? Well, okay, sounds good. See you later.
Sorry.
I thought he was asking for something. No worries.
I thought you did good, Flatsy.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's a no-brainer. I just got P and Q mixed up there at the end. My bad.
I think those guys did really well. Like, they were obviously a couple of friends in the same room together, but I think they did well in the end. To like, they come out of the spiral. They listened. They were considering things, asking questions.
I think when he was spiraling, he just wasn't hearing us for some reason.
They're gonna figure it out eventually. Definitely. That conversation you guys just had, it's gonna stick in his brain for the rest of his life. That was great.
Well, in like 10 years, when 30% more people have figured this out, it'll start to be like the cool thing.
Yeah.
That, or he'll go and watch some...
oh, yeah, I knew that. Yeah. Sorry, what was that, T-Dub?
I was saying that, or are they going to go away and watch some Professor Dave videos?
Yeah, they might do that for a while. They'll circle around. They'll make orbit back to this place.
The seed is planted.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it takes some courage to be that age and come in here too and ask questions like that.
It just has to become, like, for kids, like, it just has to become more socially accepted, basically. Like, if enough people are on TikTok being like, yeah, man, get with it, it's flat, then all of them will just say that.
That's not really what we want, though.
No, it's not. It's not, but that's ultimately what the turning point is going to come down to, I'm pretty sure, because it's just human nature.
True.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say, Paul, it takes a lot of courage for them to jump in here. They always think they're getting a ticket to the zoo when they come in here.
Absolutely.
But to stay though, and he asked some good questions.
Well, they definitely don't expect. They definitely don't expect to get what they got.
Well, they just come in here like it's going to be a prank call, basically.
Yeah.
They're just going to mess with some fools, is basically what they think.
Yeah, but we get down to the crux of the matter, always. And it always derives from who did this that you believe? What did they do to prove it?
well, we're ants. We can't tell we're on the sphere. Okay, so which ant measured it?
Exactly. So how do we know we're on the sphere to begin with?
Whoever measured it was an ant too, so why did he have these extra powers that we don't have?
Yeah, and it seems so elusive these days because the anti-flat earthers like to tell us that it can't be seen. The geometric horizon is not there. It's always optical, but then how did they measure it to begin with?
Measured something you can't even see? Crazy.
Except they do love the ants on the balls, I'll tell you that.
I guess that's not totally fair, because you can sort of measure some things you can't see directly, but microwaves.
What first prompted the ant to think that he might be on a ball to begin with?
Exactly. Yeah. Who on earth decided the earth was a ball? Because nobody sees it that way. Not realistically and not in reality at all.
That's kind of what we got down to in that conversation, though, is that it wasn't something that was determined beforehand. It was just something that was imagined in the first place.
Yeah, because the curve has to be imagined.
It was just decided. It was just decided up front. Okay, it's a globe. Okay, what are we going to do to work this out? Basically like that.
Yeah, point to something and then declare something about that something and then derive everything off that declaration.
Working backwards from a conclusion. If it's a globe and if the sun does this, then the shadows must do that.
Well, that parrot must be a dog because I heard it bark. So after that, I need to come up with a lot of stories to justify that parrot actually being a dog, and I'll stick to that story. Why has it got feathers? Well, it went through some kind of weird surgery. I don't know.
Yeah, you've got a philosophical disposition that the parrot is a dog. You've just decided, it's a dog. Yeah, I'm just going to go with that and double down to no end. Say whatever I have to for it to be a dog.
Yeah, there's no other way to prove that it is other than just declare it and work backwards.
I think I talked over his head, so it's good that you took over.
Oh, well. Remedial is what I am. You're more... No, I think that you're remedial and on the top tier level, so you cover all bases. You're good on every level.
Shouldn't have been using words like diverge. I don't think he has any clue what I was talking about. Should have dumbed it right down. You see, the object that's further away from the light source, it's going to cast a longer shadow. Should just, more simple.
I had a thought during when you were speaking to him, Heretic, that he might not actually understand what the word assume means.
Okay.
Well, I was trying to be layman about it.
We always assume that they know what assume means, but they fucking might not.
I'm in a hillbilly town, okay? So layman terms is the best way to go about everything. So if I can understand everything on a bigger level and then break it down into layman terms, then I know I really understand it.
Well, that's what you want to do, because you want to make it palatable. Mm-hmm. You don't want to just be saying stuff that nobody's going to receive.
That's what down home Southern time gives you, buddy.
We have our idea of $10 words, but their idea of $10 words might just be like really basic words.
Well, when you got people that only have 2 teeth around you, sometimes you do have to speak in really small terms. That stereotype is not so far off. I'm just saying.
The less verbal things.
I want to take a break really quick. I just want to give a big shout out to One Big Pond in the YouTube chat. He's a friend of mine. We've been corresponding for several years now. Oh, he's cracking me up in the YouTube chat. He's awesome. He's an Australian. Yeah, he's an Australian dude. Yeah. Shout out to One Big Pond.
Sweet. I just want to hear T-Dub's point.
Yeah, I was just saying the less verbal friend seemed to think that it was more like, choosing something off a menu and than something.
Yeah, as if, right?
The whole testing it for yourself thing went straight over his head. He wants it to be something that you just, like a football team you choose to barrack for. That's it.
Yeah.
Team
Globe. I was getting that feel too. It's just like, oh well, it could be this, could be that. I just get to choose what I want to believe in. I just
I'm pretty sure that's how they're going to decide at the end of the day. Unfortunately, they're just going to go with whatever seems to be the cool thing.
Yeah, because they're intellectually lazy. They don't want to think further about it.
But he was getting the points and stuff. He understood that the horizon was further than they're predicting it. So, I don't know. Some progress.
Yeah, we just have to kind of bring in the fact that we're trying to do a logical analysis of it and come to a logical conclusion, not just, be whimsical about it.
Tie it up.
Yeah.
Bring it to a point.
Well, it's just like, honestly, I mean, just altogether, we're not trying to convince or convert anyone.
Oh, hell no.
No, we're trying to make them come to the logical conclusion and also test it for themselves. This is the beauty of Flat Earth. You don't have to just believe it. You can go and test it.
Yep. It's right in front of your face every single day.
I don't really care what they decide to believe, but if they ask me questions, I'm going to give them the answers I have.
That's right. That's right.
All right, guys. Well, I'm at my limit. Have a good morning.
Okay, peace out, dude.
Yeah, I'm literally pretty late on making my husband's lunch for tomorrow. I'm doing it right now while I'm talking to you, but probably need to go too so I can focus on this and go to bed, guys. So,
all right, peace out, Flatsy.
Good to hang with you all. Yeah. Yeah, good morning. Love to all of you.
It's the same back to you. I was trying to think of something witty, but I just can't right now.
It happens.
Yeah, I love Flatsy, man. She's awesome.
I kind of feel like a computer monitor or a screen kind of disrupts my thinking. Sort of inconvenient for Discord. Anybody else feel that?
Sometimes, yeah. Yeah, I do.
It's like this annoying light from this screen is just messing with my thoughts right now. This would be easier if I was just standing in a room talking to somebody.
Well, let me ask you this, because other people, when I talk on here, talk different than when I'm talking to people in person, and they're like, "Why are you talking like that?" so it's like, well, this is my YouTube personality or whatever, but I'm still the same person. But I notice that people are listening. Maybe dozens or hundreds of people at times are listening to me, so I talk a different way. But if I'm just talking to you, I talk different. So it's just like, why do you sound like that when you talk to those people? It is kind of weird.
Yeah, I got that going on too. I have to just forget that people are listening to me, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, on here, I always know people are listening, so that's why, I talk a little bit different. I don't talk to my, if when I'm having a general conversation with people I work with or, my family or whatever, I don't talk to them this way. I don't make, everything astute,
You gotta flat smack them.
No, I don't. I don't have the fucking thoughts back. I already tried that shit. That don't work.
Yeah, no.
But they know what I'm about, though. They all together know what I'm about. Anyway,
you guys want to talk to Redford? Redford, do you want to talk to us? Come on down.
Come on down. You're the next contestant on The Earth is Flat.
He's already in the live stream, but we got no roles.
I've invited him onto the show.
Can you unmute him?
He's muted. Yeah, he or she. We don't know if Redbird is male or female. That's the only thing we consider. There is no LGBTQ plus ABCD,
Man, you're really on that trip tonight.
I know. I mean, it's really gets to me. I mean, it's just weird. No, I probably just, ran Redford off.
To be sure.
Or Redford, I mean, we're gentle giants. Talk to us.
Redford says, just listening, learning.
All right, that's cool.
All good.
Think of something. Somebody beat me to it. I was trying to find something on the soundboard.
I couldn't for the life of me find the come on down, whatever, the game show music. So I just went with X-Files instead.
I was trying to find crickets.
Did CB get rid of some of these clips, maybe?
There you go.
How do you have access to it? I don't see the icon for it.
You have to have the roll.
Get the soundboard roll.
Okay.
I swear there were some other clips on here before, or they've been jumbled around.
I like this one.
Gotcha, bitch!
Yeah. Miggy used that one like 1,000 times one night.
I know.
Like after everything.
Gotcha, bitch!
Yeah, he just kind of like stayed out of the conversation that time and let some others handle it, and he just kept doing that.
How about this one?
Yeah. 3-point space spin curve. Yeah.
Yep.
Is there a studio laughter soundbite?
Oh, we should have that.
Yeah.
I've been saying it for months.
Yeah, we need that.
Because I used the bot. I used the bot to do it to Matthew Learns one night, and it was hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah, we should definitely have that. He's like, for Globe Proof, I would say sunsets.
Yeah, studio laugh. That would be freaking cool.
Satellite dishes pointing straight up at the equator. His favorite proof is sunsets. We definitely need a laugh track when somebody says that.
We got standard Discord sounds. We have quack. And then we have...
What?
And that. This is from Discord. Have a golf clap. And then we. Ooh. That's a standard Discord one. But the rest of them. Yeah, we need to have the studio laughter thing. We need to add that.
You got a mic? Hey, y'all got a mic? What do you mean by that?
So that didn't even work.
That's a good one.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, it's like dun 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 dun. Gotcha, bitch. But, it should be like backed up with that every time.
So do you need the soundboard roll to play things over the bot now?
No.
Hey,
I just tried to play the laugh track.
Hold up.
It didn't work?
No, it didn't work.
Hold up, T-Dub.
You got the DJ roll.
No, it's a special roll. Let me see if I can actually give T-Dub.
Wait, he can't use the bot now?
No, he can use the bot, but the soundboard. There's a special role for the soundboard.
Yeah, he was just trying to play the... Oh, I see what happened, T-Dub. There's still a video on pause. So yours is queued now. Yeah.
Right, there is two, yeah. Okay.
All right.
You have to stop it or play it.
Hey, T-Dub. I just gave you soundboard role. Look down right next.
Thank you very much.
Right above your name, you see where it says open soundboard? Next to the little rocket looking thing.
Thank you.
God damn. Was that you?
No, I haven't used it yet.
Well, try it. Let's see if it works.
That was me, man. It should be playing right off his profile, not the bot.
No, it's not the bot. Yeah, this is a Discord function. Are you? Do you have it now? Do you see where it's at, T-Dub?
No, maybe it's different on Android.
Do you speak in English?
Yeah.
Oh, you're on your phone?
Yeah, maybe it's not accessible.
Oh, yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not on phone. It's got to be on a computer.
All right.
Oh, well, never mind.
Oh, that sucks.
Well, you have it now if you get it on PC, whatever.
They've been whining about
Thanks,
how
Elio.
hard this is, and then they quit. It makes me sick.
Fuck, I thought you were on a damn PC, whatever.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, I mean, you already
This is
have
what you
Gold
really
Plus.
wanna do?
We trust you, man.
Bro, you
I mean,
blew it. You blew it.
No, he's gonna dub with the haters to the soundboard.
That's it. Just gonna go crazy abusing my soundboard perms.
Well, should we go ahead and just?
I'm just gonna
something else instead of soundboard.
I'm just gonna mute everybody in the chat and just blast soundboard clips over the live stream nonstop.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
What the fuck time is it? It's 4:28 a.m. We are already in Speculation Sunday. So let me think. Something to play that's not like 4 hours long or anything. Something that gets into speculation to kind of get a conversation started. Let me think of something to play.
That Witsit conversation was pretty good, but we cleared the bot.
Yeah, we already played that. So
There was a bit more left still, but I guess we got the main parts of it.
yeah, I think there was only like 10, 15 minutes left of that one, but anyway, we already finished. Let's see. Let me think of something to play.
Witsit was trying to be friendly that time.
Dude, that was a really good convo. I really dug that talk. Man, that was really good.
I mean, usually he just dunks on them, but he was pretty cordial this time.
Yeah. I mean, he was really patient with that dude, so that was cool.
I guess like he's having him on his show and stuff, and he wants to be polite.
Yeah, it was cool. It would have been different if he was on here talking to that guy.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, so it's just like, yes, I wouldn't want to drag that dude in 24/7. Everybody just freaking would be ham-handed, freaking craziness. But so that was pretty cool. So I appreciate Witsit doing that talk with him. That was really good. Let's see if I can find something to play. I'm hot mic. Clicking on the wrong shit right there. Yeah. What? No way. Fuck's sake.
I don't think I've ever been around for Speculation Sunday.
You guys ever seen that guy from Canada? He's like somebody.
Oh yeah, him.
It's like the shorts. What? No way. Fuck's sake. It's just like you'll see some little TikTok video and it's like of a little thing and he's like, what? No way. Fuck's sake. And then he'll do it and he was like, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't. Ooh. So happens that YouTube recommends a video, Secrets of Space in the Universe.
Oh yeah, throw that one on.
Fuck off. I'm on the wrong account anyway. Let me click this account. Let's see what I get.
Just play 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live stream 3047.
That's this one, isn't it?
Nah, that's the one that Miggy was looking for.
3047.
But I'm just kidding, because that would be like 9 hours or whatever.
Oh, you know what? That.
Oh, wait, no, I'm wrong. 3047 is this one. I'm wrong. My bad.
I was gonna say,
yeah,
the one that you were asking about. I was clipping out the portion that you were asking about earlier. It just finished, and I'm gonna upload it.
Oh, sweet.
So give me a few minutes. I'm going to upload that. It just finished, and I'm going to upload it, and then we can play that.
Yeah, man, that was bonkers.
Let me make sure that I save the video. Boom, as.
That'll be some good entertainment to fall asleep to.
Who was the character?
Mr. Great Angelo.
And I'll just say Angelo. Right. Did you say Mr. Great Angelo?
It's just Great Angelo.
I'll just type in Angelo, just save the video. Hey.
Sure.
Yeah, I use the shittiest freaking video cutter, but anyway, I use like expensive shit to try to. Well, it's not expensive for me because I use torrents and shit to get things, but where I get most of the clips from, I use a program called Free Video Cutter. It's not as accurate, but I just a couple sliders.
I have like Final Cut. Actually, my license expired for that. Can't use it. Never mind.
Yeah, this one's called Free Video Cutter. Just look it up. I mean, it's not. I mean, you can't get down to the second, but within a couple minutes, you can just slide it from one side. You know, especially when you're doing 12, you have a 12-hour video you have to cut. It's like a lot of the programs won't even let you upload a 12-hour video to edit. So anyway, so yeah, let me save this video and I'm gonna upload it to YouTube here shortly. Saving it right now. I'm gonna upload it to YouTube, and we'll be able to play that one. Because I was listening to it before I found where to clip it out, and it is really good. You're right, Heretic. Freaking hilarious.
What I've had to do
it's
in the
bonkers.
Past, on my device, what I've had to do in the past for really, really long videos is use a screen capture, video capture.
Yeah, you can record it while it's playing, and that would be fun. I mean, you can use OBS or screen record. Yeah, sure. You can use any program, live and record it while you're listening or talking. But if you want to download a video and then clip out a portion of it, it's a little more difficult, But yeah, I mean, live time, it's a lot easier to screen record it while you're listening. But yeah, this one's going to be good. It's going to take a few minutes. I'm going to go grab a beer. I'll be right back.
Oh, hell yeah.
How do you guys work this this channel? Actually, does a moderator have to be in the chat like every hour of the day, and you guys just then kind of split that up? You guys have a schedule, or is that not necessary?
Mod just went to grab a beer.
There's mostly someone in here all the time anyway that's like got some at least quasi moderator permission.
There's always someone here who's obsessed enough with the topic to hold it down.
Yeah, it seems like it. That's what I was asking.
Yeah. Although I don't know. I'm not sure if the mods have some sort of an agreement like that or whatever.
Sorry, I don't know why I assumed you were a mod. I guess I'm not really paying attention. I thought there was nothing left in here but mods.
Well, we're kind of like mini mods. We can ban and stuff, but we're not in the mod chat.
Hey, but don't doubt, they do have power. They can get a hold of somebody that, if something needs to happen,
we can ban and mute.
Yeah. I mean, it's just it's all good. Well, I mean, it's just like, if you want to be here and you respect the platform, why would you fuck it up?
Yeah, it'd be stupid.
You wouldn't.
Yeah, I want to get someone to clip out. I did have it clipped, the audio clip, but I can't even find where I posted it in the server like a year ago or something. It's just an audio clip, but it's of I think it was either Christmas or New Year's 2021, I think, or 22. I can't remember which year it was, but Branch came in. And there was Whitsit, I think there was Elijah, Helio. There's a few people just talking. And Branch came in and they were asking him about the Black Swan. And he just did this classic statement. He was drunk, but he said, because they asked him, what do you think the Black Swan is about, right? And he goes, I think the Black Swan is the power of flat Earth, right? And everybody just cracked up laughing. It was hilarious.
I wish I had that one. That could be a soundboard clip. The power.
Branch has a way of kind of like giving us backhanded compliments sometimes.
Yeah, of course. I mean, because he really has nothing to say until he does have something to say.
He'll be like, "Oh, it's a globe, but flat earthers are way smarter than globers."
Yeah. He's a trip. I can't tell you how many times I banned him before I stopped. Or I've unbanned him as many times as I've banned him.
I think you stopped banning him because you banned him, and he's gone.
It's just like, dude. I remember when I first met, I was just like, "Yeah, you're an idiot. You're gone."
Well, I remember the last time you banned him, it was pretty funny because you just put him on blast for like a straight hour, kept muting him and telling him this guy's a dickhead, I'm banning you, and just, I don't know. It was hilarious.
Well, he deserves it every time. Sometimes, I mean, it's just not like it's not my fault. It's his fault for being just being a dick.
He's like, Helio, come on, like, we're friends. I've known you forever, man. You're like, nah, fuck you. You're like, this guy's an idiot. Nobody should be friends with him. You said something like that. Like, nobody should give this guy the time of day.
I totally took the piss out of it, and I do often, but he's just like, no, man. He does that. It seems like he does that with everybody. He's just like, no, I'm cool, even though I'm not. It's like, no, okay, well then be cool, and then we're not gonna have a problem, you know. Branch is a weirdo, man. I mean, if he can put up with me freaking taking the piss out of him, more power to him.
Yeah, you told him like nobody should ever listen to anything he says. And it just went on for so long. It was hilarious.
Because, hold on, do you agree with me on that?
Yeah, he's an idiot. He's annoying. Stupid.
All right, cool. So I'm not the only person that thinks so.
Yeah, he's just aggravating. Like, he just comes in to clown and troll.
Yeah, it's just like I can put up with him for so long before I just fucking lose my shit on his ass. Anyway.
He gets muted from every server too. Like the Globe servers too. Like, just he's the kind of guy like nobody likes.
Yeah, and then I start feeling bad, and then he comes back and he's like, "I'm British." Well, at first he was Kratom King. That was the when I first met him. He was Kratom King.
Oh my god, Kratom King.
Yeah, and then I was like, what the fuck? All right, Kratom.
Trolling is such an odd phenomenon. I don't understand it at all. It's so crazy because I don't personally really give a shit what anybody believes. Like, it's not gonna do anything for my life if you all of a sudden believe in flat Earth. I'm happy for you, because it's good for you, and I think it's going to make you a happier and better person. But it doesn't really do anything for me, does it?
Oh, believing in flat Earth?
Knowing flat Earth, sorry.
Oh, I was just wondering. Is that what you're saying, Paul? Is it? You think it's a belief?
No. Please don't do that. I'm way too tired for that. Just picking apart every fucking word. Kids are fucking dicks. But see, this is what I was talking about earlier. Globers don't have any fun. You know what I mean? We have a lot of fun in here.
We do.
Globers are malding.
They're fucking miserable.
They're pissed.
I know when I was a Glober, I was miserable too. So I get it.
If you go to their servers, they're just malding all the time. They're so upset.
You know what's crazy? Even before all the flat Earth, like when I was in my 20s and I'd go to parties and like keg parties and shit and acid parties or whatever, we would just freaking do whatever. I was always a creationist, and I'd get into religious discussions. We're all high and shit. We're just talking about God, and it's like, I don't want to talk about that. Or I was like, well, I mean, really, don't you think? I was like, man. So I was never like this evolution guy. I was like, oh, it's outer space. I mean, I thought outer space existed because of the general tradition of outer space in America or whatever. But as far as creation, the Big Bang evolution theory, I never bought into that. And so I would argue with people while we're having keg parties and doing acid and shit. No, man, that no. God made this, And I would argue with people while I'm drunk about creation, and they're just like, shut up. Like, no, I'm not going to shut up. So, yeah, I was kind of already doing this before I'm doing this right now. And as a matter of fact, the first time I heard about flat Earth, I was like, that's the dumbest shit I ever heard of.
Flat Earth was the next step in your evolution.
Well, that's what it was just like, I knew evolution was bullshit, but then when I heard people when flat Earth started popping up in my freaking feeds when I was listening to podcasts and shit at work and flat Earth, I was like, that's a little too much. Or I don't even know why. I just avoided it for a long time. But then the first time I gave it a chance was when I was listening to Tex Mars. I don't know if you guys know who he is.
Oh yeah, legend.
All right, so I was listening to Tex Mars, and I was following his podcast for a long time, and he had Edward Hendry on his show about his new book.
Legend.
He had Edward Hendry on his show about his new book, about the flat Earth. And so I listened to that interview because David Wise was talking about flat Earth, for a while before I heard this interview. And I was like, all right. I mean, he was on the big three, back then, Sandy Hook and 9/11 and all that kind of shit. But anyway, when I heard this interview with Edward Hendry, it was like, well, maybe I should give it a chance. And it was over. It was like lightning hit. And that was back when YouTube feeds like Flat Earth. You just look it up, and it was Flat Earth information. Eric DeBay, freaking Mark Sargent, everything. It was all there. You just look it up. It was right there. And so from there, I think that was 2015.
Now you look it up and you just get like Professor Dave humiliates Flat Earth Dave.
Yeah. But back then it wasn't. It was just like, how much Flat Earth do you want? Oh, I want all of it.
I would say the best Flat Earthers I ever came across are in this room. By far. Like when I first got here, I thought I knew a lot about the subject, but hearing some of the people talk here. Oh, yeah. Helio's number one.
God, you a damn lie. Indio's number one.
Oh, dude. I mean, when I started hearing people like him, I was like, oh, okay, maybe I don't know as much about this as I thought. I'm just going to sit in the corner and take some notes for a while.
Well, the best way to find out about reality and the Earth itself is to look at yourself. That's the way I see it.
Well, like, I mean, I was flat smacking all my friends before I got here. I thought I knew so much, but I was still making like AE map claims and lots of those rookie mistakes. And like, I don't know, the people here
it's
just
not mistakes. It's a learning process.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just saying the guys here just have it absolutely locked down.
Yeah, I was there was a point once I made a video on my Helioskeptic channel. It's still on there. I was like, I listened to a Jeranism live stream, and then I did a live stream and after show, and it was like he was like AE map. He was all supporting the AE map and shit. And then I made an after show, just saying, "Hey, AE map is bullshit."
I mean, at his scale, he shouldn't be doing that. He should really know better, dude.
Yeah,
like
that was like freaking 4 years ago when I did that shit.
Oh, okay. But Jaren still kind of claims AE maps, doesn't he?
Yes.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Stop putting the time in. It's just he's putting the time in to do his streams, but I don't know. He's not researching the subject.
No, I mean,
it's
just like, I mean, to me, I mean, it's more about the show and the monetary stuff. I mean, I mean, there's some good information on there, but you know, I don't necessarily.
This Discord is better info.
It is. It is.
It might not always be filtered and presented as nicely, but it's here.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna criticize Jaren. I like what he's doing. You know, he's
fair.
Introducing a lot of people, you know, to the topic.
Those AE maps and stuff like that—that's a trap. Watch out.
Yeah. Yeah, and like I said, I'm a fan of Jaren. I mean, I like what he's doing, but like even back in the day, I was like putting after he'd get done with his live stream, let's do an addendum here. What he was saying about this shit, let's talk about it. You know, you can go on my Helioskeptic channel. I have a stream on there after one of his AE map supporting streams. AE map is bullshit.
Anyway, all maps are flat Earth maps. They're all mapping Earth, which is what? Flat. So take your pick, whichever map you like. They're all flat Earth maps.
No man on Earth has traversed the entire Earth. So
the globe's a flat Earth model and a flat Earth map. Too many projections for the AE map, though. It's a flat Earth projected to a globe, projected back flat. That's stupid. But sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask you, do you have like I haven't heard from you in a long time. Maybe you've been busy or doing some other shit, but you've been kind of like popping up here and, you know, recently.
No,
and I'm not, I like it, man. You've been killing it.
Did you see what Aethergrass has been doing?
Well, Aethergrass too, but
he's been messing around with I don't guess it's Photoshop or something. I don't know what program he's using, but he's putting he can do what Rob Simon does, but in a more
sweet.
In a basic. He's wrapping flat maps around a sphere in some sort of program.
Hilarious.
But when he uses the AE map, right, it won't turn it into a ball. It turns it into a very oblate spheroid.
Nice. Slightly pear-shaped. It is round like a pear. Yeah, Helio, I've been here the whole time since I joined, basically. I don't think I've even taken a break.
No, I know that, but I haven't heard you talk much. That's what I meant. I know you've been here, but I just haven't heard you talk a lot.
Well, I've talked to you many times. I don't know. But there are many occasions where I just chill and listen in.
Okay, well, maybe I'm wrong, and I just don't recognize your voice.
Yeah, you say that every time we talk.
God damn it! This time,
I mean, we went to Gems before. We went on we've even had calls in DMs and shit. Or one call after that time we went to Gems.
You know how long ago that was?
That was winter. I don't know. It's probably January.
He'll remember you this time.
This time he's gonna get it.
But he said that last time.
God damn it.
Wait a minute. I mean, if you're talking about 4 months ago.
Yeah, but I was central there because I didn't have my server nickname. Maybe that's throwing you. I don't know.
That might be throwing me. Yeah.
Central banker, yeah.
Especially, since CB has used,
Yeah, for the first year or something while I was here, it was Central, different variations of Central, this and that, but I switched to Heretic, I don't know, some months ago.
All right. I got it. Anyway.
You're just drunk, that's all.
I'm inebriated, but no, even when I'm sober, thinking Central banker.
Yeah, where is that guy? I haven't seen him in months.
Yeah, who the hell is this guy? Who's this Heretic dude? Where'd he why is he showing up now?
I know what's up now.
We'll talk about this next time too.
We don't have to. I got it.
I look forward to it.
On that point, if you guys, if you scroll up to events, look at the top of the scroll chart there. There's 20 events scheduled.
With an 18 next to it.
CB went crazy.
Yeah, well, that's okay, and we can adjust them, accordingly. I've been actually since I started the live stream on YouTube. I was like, can we please somebody make sense of this wild west, freaking 24/7 live stream? It's like, can we have somebody that's going to host an event or whatever?
It's great.
Yeah, let's focus here. Yeah,
it wasn't being used enough.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, let's make it I can host for a couple hours and then somebody else jump in, host for a few hours or whatever. I mean, it's going to be. I don't know. We haven't had a meeting about it yet, but I think it's a good idea. What do you guys think? For us to have some of the moderators or gold members or whatever, anyone that has a really good idea for just a talk show.
Yeah, I like stuff like that. It's fun. Like when we had the silvers, whatever it was called, precious metals, those types of events. It brings people through, and I don't know. It gives a focus.
Once a week. We know that, let's say, like me, I'm going to be on Tuesday night, 9:00 p.m. Central Time, and I'll just be like, here, and I'll have all week to prepare and be like, here's what I want to talk about. What do you guys want to talk about? And I'll have a couple hours, and then we'll invite other people to talk. I'll have a co-host or whatever. Maybe it could be you, Heretic, or anybody else.
Yeah, I'll jump on.
Sure,
I'll be here anyway.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, anybody can be here anytime, and I've been trying to make this happen for a long time, but I want it to happen. So, you guys get on CB, get on him, because he's the one that's doing this right now. Let's make it happen. So since we're 24 hours live, let's freaking make events and make these shows happen. And when I was clipping out that little part of that, I can clip out every one of these shows. They could be on the channel. I can name them. I can create different OBS scenes for the shows. As long as I'm in front of my computer, I can actually make that. I can create different scenes for the shows, and I can host it. Just be a producer. You guys fucking talk, and I can make it happen. But it's up to you guys, man. All of this is available for that to happen.
Hell yeah. Well, I got to drop for the evening. It's late even for me on the coastal side here.
Which coast?
Pacific.
The specific coast?
I'm on the specific coast, yeah. The earlier one.
I fucking love you, Heretic, man. That was good stuff.
Well, I'll be back. I'm reporting in from the specific coast.
You know what coast I'm on?
You're like sandwiched between two coasts. You're on a coast of like a lake or something.
I'm in the heartland.
Yeah. Central, right?
Yeah, I'm in the heartland of America.
I knew it.
Yeah, I'm right in the heartland of America. And I love all you specific coasters.
Yeah, I'm out here with Flat Earth Dude and Sunny.
Yeah. Hey, let's get that shit going on. Some real shows, like 2-hour time clips. Be like, hey, I want to do a show. Boom. Me and Sunny. Me and freaking Flat Earth Dude. Boom. 2-hour. Record that shit.
Let's make it happen.
Yeah.
Let's fire it up.
I'm about it, man. I've been trying to do that with people, but they just won't commit.
We could try to take a show approach too to having a Glober or two on, the way that like Witsit did with the Rob Parks guy, where you're not just running them right off, you're having a talk type of thing. If it's possible. Right?
Yeah, I know it's really difficult, especially since we've been just running 24/7 and just like this wild west. It's like whoever joins, hey, what do you got going on? Oh, we got new people in here. We're talking to each other, and all of a sudden somebody jumps in. It's like, oh, it's a different format here, but we can actually utilize it. That's all.
Yeah. We'll get it going. All right, I'm gonna dip. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Peace, Heretic.
Take care.
Yeah, peace out, buddies.
Now I'm gonna have to find something to play again. That my last interview was really good, so What else can I find? Unless you guys want to keep talking. I ain't trying to shut everybody up.
Well, what's the nearest major city to you?
To me, Fayetteville, Arkansas. Yes. I mean, there's at least 100,000 people. It's a major city.
What is it?
Fayetteville, Arkansas. You looking it up now?
Is that near? Is it near anything? Like
have you ever heard of the Arkansas? Have you ever heard of Arkansas Razorbacks?
No.
Well, it's a national collegiate football team, not soccer, but like football. Yeah, that's it. Anyway, this is where their house. And as a matter of fact, have you ever heard of Walmart? You've heard of Walmart, right? Yeah, I live where Walmart came from.
Sorry, yes, I have. Yeah.
Yeah, I live where Walmart came from. Yeah, but it's a major city in the Midwest.
Okay.
I mean, it ain't no fucking L.A. or Chicago, but it's a pretty big city. It's near Tulsa and Oklahoma City. It's just like. But I kind of live in the country, so like I live outside of the city, so I'm pretty good with not being right in the city, but. You looking up Fayetteville right now? Told you, if you look it up, right in the heart of America. When it's not the left side or the right side. Why were you asking?
Sorry, I dropped out. Yeah. No, I was just wondering. So you're not near Little Rock?
Little Rock? Did you say Little Rock? No, I grew up in Little Rock area, but I live in Fayetteville now.
Okay. I was just wondering because I know someone from there, like around there.
Really? Oh, cool. Yeah, I grew up right outside of Little Rock. I love Little Rock. As a matter of fact, I wish I was there now. I fucking love Little Rock. I miss Little Rock. It's oh man, it was so fun living in Little Rock. Anyway, situations happened where I have to be here now. But I wish I was back in Little Rock. I love Little Rock, Arkansas. It's such a cool city. Oh, Little Rock. It's an old country song. Unless you're from there, you just don't know. Little Rock is awesome. Shit, freaking tornadoes hit Little Rock.
Not long ago.
Yeah, about a month ago. Yeah, they tore some shit up. I used to travel those areas all the time. And I was just like, yeah, every tornado where they said, oh, it hit there, and I'm like, oh god damn, I used to deliver pizzas over there, It's like, damn. So
yeah, my friend slipped through it.
It's like, well, maybe thank God he didn't get hit by a goddamn tornado, because yeah, that's the first time in the entire time, my entire life, that tornadoes went through that part of Little Rock. I mean, and I lived there my whole life, so yeah. But you never know.
Wow, you'd never seen one growing up there.
No, I grew up outside of Little Rock. The tornadoes, I've seen plenty of tornadoes, but they don't usually hit downtown.
Right.
Yeah, I grew up outside of Little Rock, but I was only like 30 minutes, drive from Little Rock. So, like, if you know anything about tornadoes, I grew up in Tornado Alley, which Lone Oak and Jacksonville, which is outside of Little Rock. That's where the tornadoes go.
Right.
Little Rock is the river valley. The tornadoes don't necessarily, they don't usually hit downtown areas, but this time
what is it like? Is it like is it plains, or is it valleys, hills and valleys, or is it like a plain area?
Are you talking about Little Rock or Arkansas altogether? Because southern Arkansas is, you may or may not know this, the Chinese people buy rice from Arkansas.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah. Most of the rice that you know what? Have you ever heard of Riceland?
No.
Riceland is a company. It's called Riceland. Riceland. It's a
right.
That's Arkansas company. Have you ever heard of Tyson? That's
maybe
chicken.
Right.
Tyson chicken. That's an Arkansas company. You've heard of Walmart, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. That's an Arkansas company. Tyson, Walmart, Riceland, they're all Arkansas companies. Now, Riceland is in southern Arkansas. When you go south in Arkansas, there's a reason that they call that place Riceland. The Chinese people buy rice from Arkansas.
So it's like a floodland?
Yeah, it's like flood. Yeah, I mean, from South Arkansas into northern Louisiana, it's all floodland. It's soybeans and rice come from Arkansas and Louisiana, pretty much all across the world.
Oh, cool. Did you grow up on jambalaya?
No, I wish.
Jambalaya is yummy.
Yeah, I wasn't Louisiana, but no, I grew up in Central Arkansas. I'm a sort of a city boy. That's what I was saying. I grew up near Little Rock, so I'm sort of a city boy. But I have worked on farms, but I wasn't a farmer. I worked on farms for money, but I didn't grow up as a farmer. But anyway, I'm just telling you, South Arkansas and northern Louisiana, that's where rice and soybeans come from, all over the world. There's so much. When you travel that area, just fucking
it's a lot of fucking rice.
Yeah, it's a lot of fucking rice and soybeans everywhere.
I see them bags all over in the grocery store. There's tons of them on the damn shelf. Riceland,
that's where shit comes from. Riceland.
I didn't know that's where it came from.
Yeah. Riceland is from Arkansas. That's the Riceland company is Arkansas.
Those fields must be fucking huge.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. But when you go South Arkansas, it's just redneck city. It's just either farmers. I'm not saying I don't know. I don't even fuck with people in South Arkansas. I fuck with people from the city. Cities. I'm a city boy, like I said. But
is the mindset in Arkansas of the people, like in say Little Rock, is it pretty much like everywhere else? Like, was there people spiraling out of control and engaging in, breaking windows and all that shit, or was that not going on there? Because I never heard anything about.
Well, not when I was growing up.
No, I mean recently because of like certain things in the news and people losing their minds and.
Yeah, there was some of that shit blocking freeways and shit.
Yeah,
that. I don't know. I was up here in Fayetteville, where I would say up here, like north in Fayetteville, when all that shit was going on. But I think that's all mindset too. It really. It kind of makes me sad, to think that people watch too much news and they're affected by it. And if you think it's happening, then it's going to happen. Why don't you just be you? Be you. Instead of letting everyone else tell you who you were supposed to be. So it's like, why don't you get rid of this oppression that you think is happening to you? What is someone telling you that you can't be who you are? I really don't understand. Are you gonna connect to this negative energy, or are you gonna connect to the positive energy? Doesn't matter about race or inclusion one way or the other. Just freaking roll out there. Roll yourself out there. And if you get a force against you, just freaking stand against it. I won't say if you give resistance, you might have to get into a fight, but you don't necessarily have to fight it, because if you stand solid, it's like a wall. It's like if they don't have enough force to fight against the wall that you put, they can't breach it. And they'll be like, hey, all right, so I can't breach that wall, so I'll move somewhere else. And then do your thing. Kind of the way I look at it. You have to pick and choose your battles. Even inside flat Earth circles, I know people give me a lot of shit, and I deserve it a lot of times. So it's all good.
I'll tell you what. I don't take the server for granted at all. I learn something every time I come here, and it's nice to be able to just hang out and talk to like-minded individuals. Because without this server, I really wouldn't be comfortable. I mean, I can be comfortable and go to anywhere and befriend somebody and talk to them, but I'm not really that interested in talking to Globers a lot of times, just about random mundane shit and pretending I care.
Yeah, because they're boring as fuck.
Right.
No, not all of them. Not all of them, but if you really want them to get into like flat Earth topic, and it's like, oh, you flat Earther, they just spiral every time you try to start. Or is that the case, Paul? Is that what you experience when you're like?
Well, it's just the shit they want to talk about and they're interested in. It's
like politics and religion,
or just anything, all that shit. It's not that interesting. Who gives a shit? I mean, I don't mind watching, a football game once in a while. I can find enjoyment in it, but to sit there and really have a huge discussion on it, like, who gives a fuck?
Well, it's like, a lot of you guys don't watch TV and fiction TV shows and stuff. I'm a huge fan of fiction, so I watch a lot of TV shows, listen to audiobooks all day, and every once in a while I'll read a fiction book. And I listen to these fiction books, and I was like, but it's by brilliant people that it's just like George Orwell, 1984. But I haven't talked about that one for a while. But
you know what it is, Helio? This is what it is. See, I could sit here and I could talk to you about that type of stuff because I know you actually put thought into it and you think about it beyond what you were just fed. When I talk to other people, like Globers especially, I feel like I'm just talking to somebody that's spitting talking points at me, and they've never really thought about it. They just heard it, and that's it. They just heard a headline, and that's what a conversation is like with them. It's just them constantly spitting out headlines, and it doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, it's just like when I watch these fiction shows that are put out by Peacock and Apple TV and shit. All of that shit feeds into to what I already know. So if someone has seen a show before and they watched it, we can know the I can actually interact with someone that's like, yes, I'm a truther, and I can see how Hollywood is manipulating the mindset of the population. But it's still enjoyable for me because I'm wondering how did they find these motherfuckers that can make this super active fictional content that is so amazing, but make it relevant to me and to the superficial public? It blows my fucking mind every day. So, yes, I'm addicted to Hollywood fucking action films and weird scenarios and they're whatever, something that's good. I watch it. And so, I'm a weirdo about that, but whatever. I like fiction. I'm a huge fan
There's
of
nothing wrong with that. And, it's interesting what you said, too, because they do an amazing job of coming up with these stories, but yet people like you and me, we see the actual truth that really goes on inside those stories, but they spin it in a way to where it's like, they're admitting to it. Yes, we're doing this, but it's not to the normal person. They don't catch on to it.
Oh, it's just like some people be like, "Oh, I'm disassociated with television and Hollywood," which that's fine. I'm totally down with it, but I'm totally in with it because I'm watching what they're doing to the population. Everything, every single person you're interacting with is affected by this. So I'm watching it and I'm part of it and I'm a fan of it. I'm a fan of Hollywood. I ain't gonna fucking lie. They do a good job, but did I just say but and?
Yeah.
That's
so I got a show for you, right?
What I
Did
meant.
you watch Raised by Wolves?
Certainly did. Of course.
Were you disappointed they're not going to make another season?
Yes.
Yeah. I thought that show, I've never seen a show like that before. I was constantly being surprised. Dude,
yeah,
that was the most bizarre. That was the most bizarre, weird show I think I've ever seen in my life.
It's just like, the arc, and yeah.
I think I would know like where it was going, and then it would totally spin me on my head, and I'd be like, "What the fuck is going on?"
Yeah,
that was an interesting show. Man.
Yeah, it was a good show. Me and Jenny watched it too. We were talking about that. She's a moderator on it too. We were talking about that when it came out. Yeah, she watched it, and yeah, bro. So it's just like some people never watch these shows and stuff, but I do. So I pretty much find all of the good shows and I watch them all the time. Hey, for all the UK or people that love soccer, which is football in Europe. My favorite show is Ted Lasso. If you haven't seen that show,
yeah, it's a good show.
You gotta fucking watch Ted Lasso. I fucking love that show.
Yeah, it's a really good show. There's nothing wrong with enjoying these shows for entertainment purposes. The problem is a lot of people they use these shows in they let it affect their actual lives in a negative way. Shit, I kind of lost where I was going with that. I was on to something for a minute, but I kind of lost it. I think you probably know what I was trying to say.
Probably my fault. Let's see.
But no, if you just look at these shows as entertainment and you don't let them affect your actual life, and you don't,
well, I mean, a lot of people take pride in saying, "I don't watch TV," and they take pride in like as if they have some sort of stance over you because they don't watch shows. Oh no, I don't follow Hollywood. I don't watch TV. So I feel like they're missing out on something.
Yeah, that is kind of like a little. Yeah, I know what you're saying. People do act kind of. Like
they're kind of haughty by not.
Yeah.
You know, haughty, HAUGHTY, because they don't fucking watch some of these shows, or they're not, entertaining their own mind. And at the same time, you can tell that they actually want to watch it. When they say something, I don't watch television, or I don't. It's just like, bro, you should. Well, it's just like, well, I'm not interested. Now, if they're actually not interested, that's fine. I mean, it's just really certain personalities. Maybe they aren't. That's fine. Well, it's just some people, I don't watch the news, which is me. I used to be addicted to the news.
Yeah.
And I don't watch the news anymore. So I guess, a lot of people would be like, oh, did you see this? Did you see that? No, I don't freaking, I don't watch the news. But I think the reason I don't watch the news anymore is because it's poison.
Definitely. I can't watch it because I get angry when I watch it. I get mad.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating too, because it's not news. It's not. It's just actors reading a script.
Yeah, dude, it's just like, I don't know what it is.
And it's dishonest. It's not like a movie. A movie is make believe.
Like, I physically, just talking about it, I don't know why, but I just felt like my fingers got thicker just thinking about the news. It makes me want to punch the freaking propagandists in the face. I feel like an Incredible Hulk. I just want to freaking.
It drives me crazy too.
You remember that journalist that followed the Hulk around all the time? And it's like, I'm going to expose you. And he's just like, fucking leave me alone, you motherfucker. Bam.
Yeah, the fucking news. I get so angry with because you got your Fox News people and your CNN people, and they're both kind of the same. You know what I mean? They both can't stand each other. Right? They only watch one, but they don't realize, both of you are being manipulated and lied to in a different way.
Exactly.
I do not realize that.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. Since nobody's talking about anything else, I start to live stream and participate here every once in a while. But I've been listening to this audiobook series on YouTube.
Nothing.
What?
Somebody's hot mic in it.
Oh, okay. Anyway, I've been listening to this audiobook series on YouTube about this detective in Seattle by an author, J.A. Jance. And it's from, I think, maybe early 90s, just from the technology, like cell phones, car phones and stuff like that. But anyway, it's this detective, J.P. Beaumont. And so the story's about him and how he's, you guys like detective stories, like an honest detective, And anyway, so I'm on like the 13th book. Freaking J.P. Beaumont. So that's what I'm doing when I'm at work. When you guys are talking shit on here, I'm at work. Listen to freaking audiobooks about J.P. Beaumont.
That sounds interesting.
It is.
Do you
really
ever listen
good. It's
to?
really good. I'll send you a link. But yeah, so it's just like it's comforting. Well, I'm a woodworker, so I'm just working on a table saw, building cabinets all day. It's just like I just listen to detective stories, and it's comforting. it's an honest detective. He's not doing anything, I mean, even if it was corrupt detective stories, that would be something, which you hear that shit. And I mean, he helps capture corrupt detectives too. I mean, it's just like he's a hero in that sense, whatever. But anyway,
I like there's a podcast on Spotify called Sword and Scale. That's a true crime podcast that I listen to sometimes at work. That's
I've listened to some really
good.
I've listened to some good true crime podcasts too. Yeah.
For some reason, I love like science fiction and fictional stories on the screen, but I could never read a fiction book. I hate reading fiction for some reason. I don't know why. But I always have to, if I'm going to read a book, it has to be, something real. I feel like, why read a made up story when, truth is so much better than fiction? There's so many interesting truths out there.
You know what's really weird is I used to read a lot of books when I was younger, but maybe it's because I was young, and now I just rather listen to someone else read it because I'm lazy now. I don't fucking know. It's just like I listen to audiobooks all the time, and it's just like or I don't have time enough to just sit and read, especially when there's all these really cool TV shows on. It's just like maybe I need to just walk out into the woods, take a few really good books, and just sit in the wilderness and fucking read some books. Because I've thought about that often. Like, what are some of these great authors? Well, some of the books, the audiobooks I listen to are like I was saying, detective series. What is like Ernest, like Hemingway and shit like that? I should be reading some of that shit, right?
I mean, I guess.
Yeah,
I guess if it makes you happy, if you get something enjoyment out of it, sure.
I don't know. I mean, apparently it made somebody happy, but how could I know if I didn't fucking read it?
Yeah, you wouldn't.
Apparently, it's important to a lot of people that I've never studied writing or it's more philosophical. I think it leads down more toward a philosophical path than the like reading. I'm not a writer, and I never will be.
Don't you write music?
Yes, I'm an artist, but I'm not like English writer, English writing or whatever. But I appreciate.
Isn't music just like poetry though? So you are kind of a writer.
Yeah, well, that's really, to me, it's numbers, but that's because of that's just yeah. Sounds are. I don't know. Maybe it's the same way with with writers. I don't know. I just don't see it the same way. Like with words, maybe they, as a writer would be like, I wish I could make music the way that I write poetry or English, and prose. You know what prose is, right? Prose. Maybe prose is the music and the writing at the same time. And but I'm just telling you, I really can't write shit. I've written lyrics, but that really always had identified with the notes in my head, because I wrote lyrics to the music. When I wrote lyrics, I was like, you guys play. I was in a band, and I was like, you guys play music, I'll write lyrics to the music. And if you can, I don't know if.
So are you? Wait a minute. So are you saying the notes almost created the lyrics themselves when you created the notes?
Yeah, that's the way I created the lyrics. That's how I wrote the lyrics, is by listening to the music. And specifically on this album, hold on, I'll find it really quick, because I didn't like start writing lyrics. I wrote the lyrics to the music. And that's the only way I could write it. Yeah, it's weird. I know I'm a weirdo, but yeah, I wasn't like a poet or anything, but it's just like I would listen to the music, freaking get high and drunk, and then they'd play the shit, and I'd start writing lyrics while they're playing the music, and I was like, all right, stop, play this many times, boom, boom, boom. I'm writing the lyrics while they're playing the music. Yeah, that's the way I did it on specifically this album. Well, I think it's on. I did it a couple of times on some other albums too. But anyway, but yeah, that's the way I wrote lyrics. I wrote the lyrics to the music. I didn't write lyrics before that's not the way. Yeah, I never wrote lyrics before a song was created. I wrote the lyrics to the music every time. Told you I'm a fucking weirdo.
Who isn't weird?
I know. I actually said that in the chat earlier too.
What the fuck is normal? I have no clue what normal is. I have no idea. Whatever it is, I'm sure I don't want to be it.
Yep, me either. Find this fucking album. I mean, I have it, but I don't think it's on my channel. That's not it.
You know, you just made me think about that guy that was in that interview you played, that professor. When I was listening to him talk, he was so like slick with his words. Like everything he said was so rehearsed and sounded so smooth when he said it. It was almost like a trick.
I was thinking the same thing too, bro.
Like I felt like for a minute I was being hypnotized sometimes when I was listening to him, because it just, everything he said flowed out of his mouth in such a way. It almost seemed like Shakespeare in a way that it was really crazy. And I realized that's all they do. You know, they go to school and they practice this over and over and over again till they can, you know, spit it back so well. And for a lot lot of people, they're so good at speaking.
Well, I don't think he was doing it on purpose. You know what I mean? It's just no one had challenged him on it before.
Well, he never even challenged himself on the information before.
Yeah. So it was a very uncomfortable situation for him to talk to Witsit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's so awkward.
Yeah,
and it seems so disingenuous to sit here and be so.
But it seems so, but he wasn't lying. That's what I'm saying.
Right, I know he was
in an impossible situation talking to.
He wasn't lying, but isn't he lying to himself in a way, because he spent all this time to get all these titles and all these degrees, but he never really dug into the information honestly.
Check this out, though. He's obviously old enough now. Flat Earth isn't something new to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have said, "Hey, I can talk to a flat earther." So he's probably already listened to a lot of flat earth videos, and I can go in there and do some flat earth stuff. So it's not like he was completely naked to the idea. So, and you can kind of tell that through some of the portions of the interview. So it's not like he's brand new.
Yeah.
So anyway, wait a minute. Witsit held it down because, dude, how can you not? I mean, we're on the right side of justice. We got the hammer. But Witsit really held it down together and asked him the right question. Like, what? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, it was really good. I enjoyed it a lot. But you would think, if you're gonna dedicate that much time in your life to studying a subject, you want to take in all information. And how many times did this guy say, "Well, I haven't seen that paper. Well, I don't know about that. I don't." How do you claim then to be an expert in these matters when you haven't even looked at what other people said about it that have direct, evidence of the contrary to what this says? That's the crazy part.
Sure, but I mean, when you're a religious zealot in a cult, I'm just playing. Did you notice at the end when he was like, "You saying I'm in a cult?"
No, I missed all that. My daughter woke up, so I had to. I tuned out and
he was like, "You saying I'm in a cult? The cult of belief in the." And it was like, "What else is it?"
Yeah. Somebody turned my head around in here earlier today because we were talking about diet and food and meat and veganism and vitamins.
Yeah,
and somebody asked what a vitamin was, and I tried to answer it, and then they really made me realize, fuck, everything I think I know about vitamins and minerals is just some shit I read that somebody else told me. I can't verify any of that shit.
Yeah, that's an issue. That's another issue, and for the most part, even on I don't know, Speculation Sunday, it can be difficult because it can affect what YouTube considers.
Oh, that's a no subject for the stream?
Well, it depends. I mean, especially if you get into like that, and then it leads to medical stuff.
Oh no, I wasn't. No, I wasn't gonna. I didn't want to jump down a whole rabbit hole.
No.
That just screwed my head up.
I'm just saying. I heard about what happened, and I'm just saying, for the most part, keep it on Flat Earth. Even on Speculation Sunday, Flat Earth. ancient history. I mean, I hate that we have to even censor ourselves.
Yeah, I know.
In this room, let's just keep it solid. If you want to talk to other people, there's several other rooms, but for the sake of the live stream and the YouTube channel to keep it alive.
Yeah, I get that. And I was really disappointed because where I was going in the conversation with this guy, I was bringing it all the way back around to Flat Earth, but I never got the chance because it got stopped before I could finish my entire point. Because it all is interwoven and it all is connected.
I mean, as far as this room goes, it's sad that we have to censor ourselves sometimes, but yeah, sometimes we do. Just for the sake of this room is for introducing people to Flat Earth and also for people to come in here, have a good time, and have fun. You can like today, Speculation Sunday. Boom. Just roll it along. But at the same time, there are certain topics that are taboo, not to us, but
yeah, I understand, but to the stream.
But to YouTube. Yeah.
Is there actually a place on here that points out all those taboos? Because we spiral a lot of times, and we'll talk about, like we were just talking about music and movies, and that's not anything to do really with Flat Earth. But so is there? I don't know. Sometimes when I cross into an area, I don't know. I know, for instance, what happened a few years ago. That's extremely taboo.
I mean, for the most part, on the live stream, it's just like modern medical shit and if you know what I mean.
Okay.
Medical stuff, or what else were we talking about?
Well, actually, the conversation started with a guy that was a vegan and saying,
the only hold on. Only reason that we don't do vegan in the live stream, vegan talks, that won't, YouTube doesn't give a fuck about that. We do.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah, that's just a never-ending conversation, and it's that's our
the moderator that I can't remember who came in.
It's my personal preference too. It's my fucking live stream. Don't talk too long about veganism because it's just a waste of time. It's a never-ending conversation. When it comes up, say what you have to say, and then end it, and then move on.
And I wasn't trying to.
If I hear somebody waffling on veganism, I'll fucking come in and say something about it. Yeah. That's not YouTube.
I didn't even want to talk about that. I wanted to talk about the fact that he was trying to say that humans are no more valuable than, say, a chicken. Our lives.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a never-ending freaking weirdness fucking argument. So yeah, veganism is not allowed here. We talk about Flat Earth and science, and even aspects of religion. Certain. I mean, just because we're all spiritual people here. I mean, if you're a creationist, boom. I mean, how can you not talk about creation and all that kind of shit? But this veganism thing, it's a different monster, and we're not going to do it here. It just leads to somewhere where we're not leading to. I'm sure if you want to talk about it, there are plenty of places to talk about it, but not in this fucking room. And that's a guarantee. If you really try to waste our time talk with vegan talk, it's not going to happen here. Not gonna fucking happen at all. And I made that clear in some local chats here in the Discord, and everybody knows it. So we're not gonna waste our time with vegan talk. We got other shit to talk about. But anyway, this I was gonna share this album that I made. I wrote the lyrics from the music. Let's see. I'm not gonna play it here. I can, but I don't think anybody wants to listen to it. Wait, there's nobody talking besides me and you. I can play it. You want to hear it? It's not copyright.
Like a list of no-nos in here, so that I'm better prepared and know.
A list. All right, I'm gonna give you a list. No vegan talk. Let's see what else. No, what else is there? There's another one. Hold on. It's not a long list. There's only a few.
Can we talk about creation?
We talk about creation all the time. What the fuck? Are you in
Okay.
the? Yeah. Have you?
Because that's where I was trying to take that other talk that we're not supposed to have. I was steering it back around to why it was bullshit, to creation, to lead back to flat Earth.
Yeah. Vegan talk, for the reason, being if someone's, super vegan or whatever, they're very passionate, but, we're not.
You don't want to turn them off on. I get it.
This isn't a room for veganism. There are other places where they can, talk to other people about that. So that's the
But
reason.
I can talk about like the fact that in the Bible it says man was created in the image of God, right?
Sure, I talk about it too. I bring up, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was without form and void. And, so, yes.
And he created all the animals, right? But he didn't create all these other animals in his image, which separates us from them, right? That's all I was trying to say.
All right. Where does it say that in the Bible?
Well, it says he created us in his image.
Yeah, no, he said that he created a man and a woman in his likeness.
Right.
Okay, well then, what's the difference?
But he didn't create a deer in his likeness.
Yeah. That's what I said. So you said something that the Bible didn't say.
Wait, what did I say that the Bible didn't say?
Why don't you say what you said again?
He didn't create a deer in his own likeness.
Not that. I'm talking about what you said before that.
He created man. Oh, the image and likeness thing? Is that what the...
Now you just forgot what you said.
Yeah, I did. Tell me, please. You're confusing the shit out of me. What am I missing? What am I missing?
And then God did. It's like, yes, Bible talk. Yeah, all right. So how about we talk
because I'm
about...
saying...
No, you were talking about like animals and humans, as if animals and humans are the fucking same goddamn thing.
No, I'm trying to say they're not.
Okay. Well, then we agree.
Oh,
God
yeah. I thought.
created the.
Yeah. How? I'm sorry. I don't understand how that.
Maybe I
how
was
didn't.
confusing myself by you just like saying something that didn't make any sense. Can I rewind it and listen to yourself say something?
Yeah. No, I want to hear it. What the fuck?
I know it was weird. I don't even know.
No, I'm confused.
I was confused at first because I was talking about like, hey, you know what people are scared of? Chapter 1, verse 1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Boom. How many people are scared shitless of that?
That is a really. Okay, that's really got me thinking. So he created. What is? Holy shit! So he created
everything,
including the angels, before he created the earth, the heavens and the earth. He did it all at the same time.
That's not what the
at the same
verse
time
says. That's not what the verse says.
What did you say? Heavens and the earth, right? So at the same time.
Yeah, sure.
Wow.
I mean, if the angels are in heaven, then sure. But some of the angels might be on earth. Who knows? Who knows where they are? But
The fuck am I talking about?
Yeah. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now, if you look in the Hebrew, it means exactly the same thing. In the beginning, God, Elohim, created heaven and earth. Very first. Boom, instant.
Shit, you know what I've been telling people? I've been fucking up because now that you just said that, so he created that first, and at that point in time, he didn't have the affinity for man like he ended up having after he created man, right? So he didn't actually create the earth first for man, because I've been thinking that everything here, the earth, was here originally just for us, but no, that I'm wrong. That's not correct.
Well, you're deriving that from your understanding. It was instantaneous by the word of God, right? Boom. Just happened. Spoken word. In the beginning, God created the heaven and earth. Heavens and earth. Shit, now I'm going to have to look up the... I'm going to look at that first verse, man. It's the beginning of everything, right?
You know, it's crazy too, because I don't know why I've been thinking this, but I've been thinking lately that he was doing all this because he knew he was going to create man, and he knew man was going to be the apple of his eye, you know. But no, he was just creating all this stuff, and then when he created man, he realized we were special.
Yeah,
and then everything kind of became about.
Hold on. God is omniscient, and all-knowing, so he knows the beginning from the end. So the entire thing, he already knew man was going to do what his man was going to do. But this first verse, it's really, you got me thinking about it now.
So see, that's what's so crazy to think about, that he is everything and all knowing, and he knows the beginning and the end. But as he's creating the beginning, see, it's so crazy. It's
hey, and you know what?
I thought
the Globies and atheists would be like, you crazy Christians or creationists, just like just do over one verse, and when we just can look up in the sky with our radar telescopes and tell what happened 13.5 billion years ago, you fucking retards.
Yeah, be completely miserable and not yeah.
Fuck you, you fucking idiots. You think your radio telescopes are going to tell you what happened 13.5 billion years ago? The answer is no. But we have a book here that says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And after that, you know what the book says? The earth was without form.
So no shape.
Without form and void.
Desolate. Nothing was here.
So that what
the hell does that even mean? What was it?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So as a lot of people don't think about that, right? So
yeah.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was without form and void.
So maybe what they're saying is he created the space for. Are they talking about the container? He created the container that holds all this?
That means.
But then when the container, I don't know.
I know, bro. It's fucking deep when you really, really, really think about it. What's the second verse?
Yeah, and I don't.
Let's just go step by step through the creation. I should already know this, and I do, but I've been drinking all night. Come to the second verse. Oh, I had another window open. I guess I closed.
Did I just go off? Oh, I got logged off. Did you hear what I said?
No, I didn't.
I asked you if you would read the part about where he started creating animals and things. What exactly, how is it worded when he starts populating the earth?
Wait, before we get there. So I was looking up the first verse. So in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep. And if you look it up in the Hebrew, it means waters. So it was just like water was first. And the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. That's the first verse.
See, now that confuses me too. What's the difference between God and the Spirit of God? What the hell does that mean?
The Spirit of God, it's ruah. It's the breath. Well, as far as I know, it's ruach. It's the breath of God. So it's the breath of God, which means it's like in the beginning, the spoken word. It's like the breath, the word. It's like being.
So God's breath is it's almost like saying that's
That's the life, right? It's in good intention, and this I'm doing this. Okay, I get it.
It's the life
so deep,
and the light of men. And so Genesis chapter 1, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. That's Genesis 1:1. Chapter 2, verse 2 of Genesis 1 is, now the earth was formless and empty, or in KJV it'd be void. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And Spirit would be the Ruah, the breath of God, was hovering over the waters. And God said, let there be light. This is verse 3. And there was light. All right, so, well, now we have light.
So evidence again that the sun is local, right?
Hold on.
The sun is our light.
Hold on.
Right?
Hold on. We ain't even got to the sun yet. Hold on. God said, let
so the light isn't the sun?
Not in the
I thought that's what that was.
Yeah. Well,
holy shit.
Yeah. God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night.
Okay. Why does it seem like they're talking about not necessarily light, like a light that you use to read, but almost a sense of being, like good and evil?
Well, this is for you to discern from yourself, because land didn't exist before this point. So, at least as far as the chronology goes. So God created the earth and the heavens, and from darkness was over the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And then in the third verse, God said, let there be light. Boom, light. And he separated the light from the darkness. So he said, God called the light day and the darkness night. And there was evening and there was morning the first day. Okay. And God said, let there be a vault between the waters to separate the water from the water. So God made the vault and separated the water under the vault from the water above it, and it was so. God called the vault sky. And there was evening and there was morning the second day.
You can't unlock it. You can't escape through the sky. So it's a vault, right? You think you can't get out going up. Is that?
Yeah. And that was verse 6 through 8 of Genesis chapter 1.
And you know what's crazy is it's basically telling us that the actual container is some form of water itself, which is really fucking weird to think about.
All right, well, now we're about to figure out when land came about. In chapter 1, verse 9. And God said, let the water under the sky be gathered to one place, and let dry ground appear. And it was so. God called the dry ground land, and gathered the waters he called seas. And God saw that it was good. That was verse 9 and 10. And verse 11. Then God said, let the land produce vegetation, seed-bearing plants and trees, on the land that bear fruit with seed in it, according to their various kinds. And it was so. The land produced vegetation, plants bearing seed according to their kind, and the trees bearing fruit with seed in it according to their kinds. And God saw that it was good, and there was evening, and there was morning, the third day. So far we have in the beginning, heavens and earth. Second day, water. Third day, earth. Land. All right, so, and then, and God said, "Let there be lights." This is the fourth day. Yeah, and at the end of that one, it was, and there was evening and morning, the third day, and so the fourth day. And God said, "Let there be lights in the vault of the sky to separate the day from night." And now this is a different light.
Yeah,
than
the stars.
first light. Than the first light.
Because you can only see, well,
no.
You can see.
You just go by what the. Right, let me read this, and then we can talk about it.
Yeah, I'm going to shut up.
Let there be lights. Let there be lights in the vault of the sky to separate the day from the night, and let them serve as signs to mark sacred times and days and years. And let them be
calendar.
lights. Yeah, let them be lights in the vault of the sky to give light on the earth. And it was so. God made two great lights, the greater light to govern the day, and the lesser light to govern the night. He also made the stars.
So the sun and the moon.
Yeah.
God, that's beautiful.
God set them in the vault of the sky to give light on the earth, to govern the day and the night, and to separate light from darkness. And God saw that it was good, and there was evening, and there was morning, the fourth day. So where did the light come from the first 3 days?
Yeah, that is really interesting. Because, yeah, fuck, I don't know. That's why I was thinking maybe it didn't mean light as in like, you know, a light that lights up a room. It was something else.
I
don't know.
Pretty sure, like later in the Bible, it talks about the light of the world. I don't even.
Well, what about like the light? You know, you see a sort of light in someone's eyes. Sure. I don't know if you've ever seen a dead person before. When you look in a dead person's eyes, you see something missing. They're not there. There's no light. I don't know. I don't even know what that means. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
No, I totally get it. And as far as everything that happens after that, what I just read, oh,
come on! Don't tell me you're not going to keep reading.
What, you want me to?
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
So after the
this is the greatest story ever told. And you know what I like about it, Helio, is every time I've ever read it myself, I read it differently for some reason. It's like I get something new every time.
Yeah, me too.
And even when somebody else reads it to me.
Have you read the New Testament like that? Like,
yeah.
Yeah, it's just like it's like.
But every time I read it, it's like a different book. It's. I mean, this is probably just me. Maybe I don't know. I'm retarded. No. But every time I read it, it seems like I'm not reading the same book. I take something different away from it every time. Like it's a totally different story, but it's not. It's the same thing. I don't know. It's bizarre.
It's just like right after he created the sun and the moon and the stars on the third day.
or on the was it the fourth? Yeah, and there was
I thought we were on
morning,
was it the fourth day?
morning, and that was the fourth day. Evening and morning, fourth day. Yeah, he said.
I could roll over and grab my Bible and read along, but I'm too lazy.
I'm reading. This is NIV version. God said, "Let there be lights in the vault of sky to separate the day from the night, and let them serve as signs to mark sacred times and days and years." I like the KJV too, and it pretty much says the same thing. And let them be lights in the vault of the sky to give light on the earth, and it was so. God made two great lights: the greater light to govern the day, the lesser light to govern the night. He also made the stars.
Good morning, bro. Bros.
Good morning.
Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, happy Mother's Day.
I'll let all the mamas know.
Helio, please continue.
And happy Mother's Day to y'all's mamas. And yeah, like Paul said, go ahead, man. I'll stop interrupting.
Nah, God set them in the vault of the sky to give light on the earth, to govern the day and the night, and to separate light from darkness. And God saw that it was good, and there was evening and morning the fourth day. So it always started with evening and morning. And now we think of like the start of the day as light, the beginning of the day.
I agree. Hey, Helio, right. I agree with that, man. I always found that to be odd, since you think Christmas Eve is the day before something. So, like, the evening would be like the before, not after. Like, you would think the morning would be the end and the evening would be the beginning, but we use it the other way.
Yeah, it's trippy, man.
Right, I can't get over the word vault. I have read that so many times, and that word never really registered in my brain before. I never thought about it or realized what that's saying until now.
Vault, vault.
That's
yeah, well, if you look it up in Hebrew, it's rakia. Is that what it's called? It's a solid. Yeah, it's a solid barrier.
Yeah, it's well, it's spread out like molten glass, and there's other words that are used that are very interesting descriptives.
The only thing I keep thinking about, though, is vault. Every vault has a door.
That's true. Well, yeah, that's true.
Oh.
The Bible refers to windows of heaven, though, doesn't it, Helio? Like, did you read that?
It does.
It does. And it also talks about the door.
You know what's crazy? What if...
You know where the door is? The door.
No. Where you said, do I know where it is?
Jesus. It's Jesus.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right, because that's how you, by living in his... Right, yeah, okay.
If you understand the Bible correctly.
I got a question, guys. Have either of y'all ever heard of the God culture? He talks about a lot of this stuff, like what we're talking about right now. I'll share a link. I'll send you a link.
Sure. Well, I don't even know why I'm reading this out. Well, I mean, it's just like the reason I'm reading this right now because I'm comparing and contrasting the atheist creation story of everything coming from nothing, which they have no answer for and no evidence for. And we have the evidence right here where it comes from something, whether or not, it's true. We have physical evidence in our hands. Their bullshit story about evolution is complete nonsense. They don't have any physical evidence for it.
Yeah. And their narrative is just equally as fantastical as any creation story from any religion.
That's true. Yeah. But this one's practical.
Yeah.
And it touches your heart. And when you read it, just those first 3 or 4 verses, when you read it, look at it, think about it, what does it do to your heart? What does it do to your mind, your spirit?
It's more practical
Hey,
than any
Paul,
other.
Paul, I sent you a friend request, bro, and you're absolutely right, Helio. It is. It's unique.
Super unique. Show me a better creation story. I'm gonna go smoke. You guys.
I wish I had the audio clip ready from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where they talk about how creating the world was very controversial. Hey, Paul, I sent you a friend request. Well, I probably sent it a while ago. I tried to send you one again now and realized I'd already sent you one.
Yeah, because I mean, basically, I like somebody else reading it to me versus me reading it, because I pick up things for some reason differently, and I catch onto things that I don't necessarily catch onto when I read it myself.
Same. I'm the same way, and I think we have to hear it sometimes. Like, faith comes by hearing. We have to actually hear it. We can't just read it.
Yeah, and it's nice, especially coming from Helio, because Helio doesn't give a shit what I believe, and I know that about him. You know what I mean? He has nothing to gain. He's not trying to trick me. He's just reading.
Yeah. There's this one guy. Well, I like the way Helio reads too. He's got a good voice when he gets focused with it. Yeah. There's this other guy. I collect clips from him now because the way he reads, it sounds really like professional, like narrative. Find the name of the dude. He's read the whole book.
Yeah, dude. Honestly, like a lot of this stuff, like people send stuff all the time, like videos and clips and shit, and I'm
no.
I'm kind of at the point where I don't. Like, I enjoy sometimes watching it when I got nothing else to do, but a lot of times I'm not interested. If I can't interact with you and discuss it with you, I don't know. I don't really.
Not a lot of folks will share you pictures, share you videos and stuff like that, and it's because they want you to get on the same page as them, not so that y'all can both achieve understanding. And that's not the same thing as a real conversation.
Yeah.
So I see what you're coming from. I get it. Yeah. I don't like shoving the Bible down people's throats when they're not ready to actually discuss it, but also Proverbs has so much shit that is hilarious. Like, there's all right, for example, fools despise wisdom and instruction. Just that clip. Some idiot comes in here and we're trying to tell him, so I could just play that one clip, and it's a Bible verse, but it is funny. It's like it's throwing shade. Another one says, fools find no pleasure in understanding. Well, that's true. They don't want to understand. They're sophists.
Yeah, it's like when I watch a video, I'm not seeking really information from just another person. I don't really care. But when I can engage with you and really pick your brain about that subject, now that's interesting, and I'm interested in that. I'm not interested in like seeking some sort of knowledge. Because if I can't talk to you, it's really meaningless. I can say anything I want. If I can't test you on it or challenge you on it, it's...
And if I'm not reciprocating conversation with you so that we can interact, then I'm just listening so I can respond. I'm not actually hearing you.
I'm sorry, where did you send... You said you sent me something?
Oh, I just sent you a friend request, bro. But I think I sent that a while ago. I send those out to anybody I think is real. If I send you,
accept it yet? Did I not accept it?
I don't think so. But if I sent you a friend request, man, it's because I think you're real and that you're not a poser trying to play games. I only send friend requests to real dudes or real peeps.
Dude, I come here. I don't even really. Honestly, I'm bored a lot of times talking about the main focus of this server.
Yeah. Well, it's because isn't this like 101 to us? We're already past it. We know this very well.
Yeah,
and now we're into the next. Yeah.
I want to move on to the next level, and I want to do that with like-minded individuals because I feel like that's the only way I can do it.
Yeah, it's kind of the natural order of progression.
Yeah. I just want to learn, and sometimes I just want to chill with people that I feel comfortable around. And I feel comfortable around most of the people in here.
Like, you can have a conversation and they're not completely fluoridated out and telling you you're weird because you're questioning shit.
And I feel like a lot of people in here are honest.
We try to be.
Yeah, I feel like the majority of people are really honest about certain things. So you're not gonna get a lot of bullshit. You're getting honest conversations, and that's important to me. I enjoy that.
Yeah, and it's kind of like a lot of folks are give a damn's busted. It's nothing but brutal honest truth at this point because we don't give a damn about the bullshit anymore, man.
That's why too. I would love for a mass awakening to happen. That would be really cool, right? But imagine what the fuck? What do we do then? So that would.
Yeah.
I don't think. It would be a rough road to what? I don't know. Maybe we could create something worse than we have now, if that's even fucking possible.
It's my belief that anytime humanity sets out to create a utopia, they automatically make a dystopia for somebody else. So if there's some great awakening where folks try and say, "Oh, we're going to go do this," instantly it's going to go wrong. We can unify, but we can't take control in a way where we act like we're the ones who control fate. No. It's all fantasy. Then we're imagining what should be, and that's idealism.
At the end of the day, we are all going to end up with the same fate. We all are going to die, regardless of any belief system. Right?
And the sooner you accept that, the sooner you can start living.
Yeah, really. I mean, dude, that's why I want Globers to wake up on their own, because it is important for your own happiness.
Yeah. And we want them awake, right? We don't want sleepwalkers. We want them to be actually awake.
I mean, a lot of times I think I want them awake so that we can try to fix things and kind of create a sort of Garden of Eden again here. Because our existence here really does kind of suck in a way, the way we are slaves to this monetary system, right? It doesn't feel right. It's uncomfortable. And I feel like we're not progressing. Think of the things that could be accomplished with all those years you spent learning about the globe. If you weren't fed that shit, imagine the things you could have done and accomplished.
Yeah. They set us back. But even then, if everybody unified, right, or if everybody did start waking up and they started getting ideas, you'd have so many different versions of ideas of how the world should be fixed that people would start fighting about that.
Yeah, I feel like it's a no-win situation. But you know what? I'm fine with that too.
Well,
I don't give a shit.
The only win is when ego dies. Like, all of our egos would have to die collectively. All.
You know what it is too is I think the reason why I'm so at peace with everything now too is I actually know now that I am home here. This is where I belong.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I always felt, like I didn't like it here because I didn't understand it. And I didn't, I wanted to go, to other planets, and I thought, what's out there, and fuck that, dude. It's miserable.
I've heard so many people say that if they found out that the Earth was flat and that there's nowhere else to go and that they can't leave, that they would commit suicide, basically. I'm like, what the? That is a really horrible reaction to finding that out. That's not at all what you should be thinking.
Yeah, and I got so, I fed into everything too. Like, even creation, I was so, because of certain organized religions and the way they're manipulated and the way they're given to us, it's not really, doesn't feel right a lot of times.
Like, they'll show you that cartoon ball and be like, behold the glories of creation that God created.
Yeah, I mean, I went to a Catholic school in grade school for 8 years, and they were teaching me in 6th grade and junior high the Big Bang. That's how they said. They said God created all this with.
That makes sense though.
Yeah, they somehow intertwined the Big Bang, but that God did it.
The Big Bang was invented by a Catholic priest, so that makes sense that a Catholic church would be teaching that doctrine to their children.
It's so crazy though, because it's like a manipulation tactic. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's so fucking weird that modern atheism comes from the Catholic Church. That is the weirdest shit. The way that modern atheism functions comes from the Catholic Church. I'm not talking about people disregarding all religion. I'm talking about modern atheism. The scientism atheism comes from Catholicism.
Yeah, it's so strange. And I get too why some people really can't stand religion. And never, especially people that didn't grow up with some sort of religious structure.
Yeah.
The etymology. Oh, go ahead, Healy.
If you say, hey, in the beginning, nothing created itself. That's their religion.
Yeah. In the beginning, time and gravity joined forces to make all that is.
Well, it was just like nothing, and then there was like everything.
And boom. Yeah.
Helio, if that's true, right? So that means nothing that we do here matters, right? Because there's no point to any existence at all.
Yeah, but we as humans, as logical people, know that cannot be true.
Yep. You can't get something from nothing, and inanimate, non-living objects do not produce life.
Right. It's so ridiculous. Anyway, can we get back to the...
And entropy is real, and that's why the Earth must be flat.
Yeah, I guess so. Hey, I see Jedi in the chat. Hey, what's up, brother? Chris, yes, it's yeah. I mean, just reading. Isn't it better to read the Bible, or even some other religion? I mean, the Bible is profound, and so are other creation stories. From other cultures or whatever. They know that there's something from something, from a creator, at least. Nothing. This something can't come from nothing. That's you have to be out of your fucking mind to think that this place exists from nothing. That's so when they say that the creationists are out of their mind, then you're out of your mind for thinking that we're out of our mind. We are spiritual people, so we have to. Everyone's spiritual, whether they believe it or not. Nothing.
They try to tell us too that the reason why we do this and the why we have to create a creator in our mind is because we're scared to die.
That's not.
I don't give a shit. I don't give. That doesn't even make sense. Because if we were created from nothing and nothing matters, well, I don't give a shit. Then my existence is pointless. So what the fuck? If I live or die, I'm not so vain that I don't want to die because I don't want to. I can't watch TV anymore.
Don't you love that song? Nothing from nothing leaves nothing.
Yeah, fuck
you gotta have something if you want to be with me.
Talking to Globers sometimes makes me fucking want to die because I've had enough.
No, they're just confused.
Well, they've been they've been conditioned. They've been programmed to.
So was I at a certain point.
Yeah, right. I know that's.
Well, but I've always even from a young as long as I can remember, I've always known that God exists. So It was never an issue for me, but but for someone to try to argue with me and say, well, we exist because nothing created us. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? How can nothing create something? Who sounds more retarded, you or me that believes in God?
Yeah. And they have there's a lot of venom sometimes, I think, with these people too. Like, they want us to die. I feel like they hate us. I don't hate necessarily.
No.
I mean, I
don't
know.
I just think they're confused. I mean, it's just like, you must be confused if you just think you exist in your intellect, your mind, your whole body and spirit, your family line, freaking history. It just exists from nothing. It just came from a big bang that exploded 14 billion years ago was the Earth. Started to coalesce, but it's 20 something billion years ago when the universe started, or some shit, from the Big Bang. I mean, it's just
what's the difference between 20 million and 40 million?
Yeah,
the shit doesn't matter.
Yeah. I like the first verse in the Bible. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Boom. That's the Big Bang. Boom. And even though the Bible's very profound to a lot of people that are in the English, tradition, that Bible wasn't written in English. So
well, they like to cherry pick too certain things out of the Bible to use and say, well, this is why why this is bad and why it's bullshit, because it says this. They cherry pick, but they're not really understanding.
And that's why I cherry pick certain verses on purpose, for a purpose, because
but you haven't cherry picked anything so far. You're just reading the beginning.
You just
started from page 1.
I just read freaking 3.
I mean, that's what you do when you read a book.
Yeah.
You don't start in the middle. I don't think I'd consider that cherry picking.
No, of course not. I mean, this, as far as the creation story, Genesis chapter 1. That's why it's called Genesis. It means beginning. So if there's a story about the beginning, I'm certainly interested in that. Where's the beginning?
Oh, wait, I just hold on. I tuned out for a minute. What did you just? Can you repeat that?
No, I said
I spaced out.
If there is a beginning, I'm curious about where it started. The only source I have is
that. Yeah, okay.
And the word Genesis means beginnings. It's origin. It just means origins. The beginning. Where did it start? And that's one of my sources that I would say, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now, a lot of they're even like quote unquote Christian creationists or whatever would say, well, the beginning was the Big Bang. Well, that's not what the Bible says. Because I just read the first three or four verses. Or no, I read. When did I stop? I think I went through about 10 verses in the Genesis chapter 1,
And it certainly has nothing to do with the Big Bang at all.
Well, a lot of people try to say why, if there's a God, why does this happen? Why does that happen? And you can't. It's so crazy because it's like it's all us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bad things happen because we allow them to happen. Good men allow bad things to happen here, and we don't step up and regulate and take care of each other like we should. It's all on us.
Yeah, and
because bad things happen.
As far as I read there, the light existed before the sun. Right? The sun wasn't created until the fourth day.